live. I forgot. Watch this. I can get the head straight. Pick the fire. Pop they fireworks. Bro, why the box ain't moving? I ain't tripping. I think my box getting big. So funny here. There we a little bit closer now. There we go. We back. What y'all doing up this late at night? It's the Kev show, late at night. Kev, say no, I'm talking to. It's Saturday, man. It is Saturday. We are on part 7 of race and ethnic background blood. What makes your race and ethnic background blood? What percentage, man? What percentage make you that make you identify you as you? You know, this part 7 of that. And then the main things is what makes your culture better than other cultures? Yeah, I made a sweaty one. I had this set up for last week. I mean, the week before last, but I want to see where everybody is at, man. You know what I'm saying? All this stuff that we tie ourselves to and fight for, right? You know, is it really worth it? Would you, and two is, would you like to start a new culture? Why or why not? Why or why not? Mm-hmm. See, we can make it interesting tonight. No can do. I can't go for that. No can do. Let's see. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's get ready to rumble. Round 2 is coming. Sierra, I see you down there tapping and stuff. What's the deal? What you doing this Saturday, man? I keep missing this. I keep forgetting. Things will never be the same again. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. I keep forgetting. I'm not in love anymore. Things will never be the same. I'm messing up. Okay. There we go. That's more like it right there. All right. Trying to watch this fight at the same time. Watch this fight at the same time. What we at? Oh, what we about to do, man? Yeah. This is for everybody. All the newcomers and stuff, man. Earlier was on the UFC. They had Dan Hooker fought this other dude named Turner. They fought. After that was Robert Whitaker and this new guy. They fought. They just got done fighting. Not as the champ, that Mexican champ. I forgot his name. The one that it's a little tiny dude. I forgot, but he fighting. And then Alexander Volosky is fighting again tonight. The one that lost to Islam Makhachev. So yeah, that's who fighting tonight. Where everybody at, man? Let me see if I can start. See who up. Send some invites. Boom, boom. No, they probably sleep by now, but I send it anyway. Send all these invites out. Mm-hmm. No can do. I can't go for that. Let's see. Who else I can send this to? Feel like I'm missing some people. Um, oh, um, let's see. That might be everybody for me. Um, yeah, we're just gonna go with that right there. There we go. We're just gonna go with them people. Send me a nice 15 ball. A 15 ball. Let's see if the champ gonna lose his belt tonight. Or is he about that? Marino, that dude. You know, he fought and lost and fought and lost. He won. I mean, he won. No, he lost, then won, then no, he won, lost, then he lost again, then won. No. I think he won, lost, no, lost, won, lost, and won again. That's what happened. That's what happened. So now he fighting for his belt again against a newcomer now. Somebody that's worthy. Then what are you, number two? Okay. Plus he ain't the number one contender because the other dude across the seas. That boy Robert Whittaker, man, I can't believe what just happened, boy. See, man. I'm waiting for the 100%ers to come in. I know they gonna. I know I'm waiting for one to come of those. Some of those. Dang, my boy already bleeding already. I looked away for a couple seconds. My boy leaking already. The champ. The champ is leaking. There's two title fights this today. That's Alexander fighting with his belt too. He to be defending. These newcomers ain't playing with these people, boy. Some rising people that ain't playing. Oh my, they ain't playing. It's like they be faster. Oh, no can do. Mm, what is going on? What's going on? What's going on? I need to bring my backup in here. I don't know what the deal is. Something up. I guess they go off the I guess I put my input on it then before everybody come. Or if people come and stuff. I got me a nice little rest, so I'm ready. I'm ready to put in some hours. So I'm gonna skip all that. What makes your culture better? So I'm gonna answer all my own questions real quick. So, which is part 7. What makes my blood, ethnic background, blood, right? My blood, make it what make me me, right? So I guess it's what I chose, man. What I chose to identify. Only identify just to make it simple and easy. I went off my appearance, so but I know it's deeper than just that. But you got to go off of something to have some type of order in the world. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like I can put down all the ethnicities on one resume when I fill out for a job. So of course I go for being black, right? That's what I guess identify myself with. But if I could put human on the resume, I'd do that too. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a human. I'm no different from anybody else. Might just think different. So my emotions different, all that stuff might be different, but you get different within your own family too. So, you know, we we are all different if you want to put it that way. We are all the same in a lot of ways and we all different in a lot of ways. So yeah. If I could put human on there, I would go with that. Number 1, what makes yours better than others, man? I think every last culture got some type of flaw in it because I don't think it's not one perfect culture out here. It's not one. Everybody want to make it seem like they have the best of the best, but of course, people are going to take up for what they feel. That's another reason why we all divided, right? Because we want to fight for stuff and that we really not even for sure on. We just going with the flow because that's what make us feel better, or that's what make us think we live better and all that stuff. So that's what. But I'm curious. I do want to see what other people think, why they think theirs is better than anybody else. But, everybody, I do it for the culture and all this stuff. But what I'm saying? Like, who's to say who got the best one? Everybody do really, literally do what they feel is right with them. That's just like just living, right? You don't follow everything your parents do. You don't follow everything, not even with your culture or religion, whatever. You don't follow everything on it. You still live your life the best way you can. That's what make us all different and what make us, because otherwise we'd be robots, right? So I wouldn't say nobody's got it better than anybody's. Everybody do what fits them. But I think when we start doing this comparison, you should do it my way and all that stuff, that's when it turns to something different. You do it my way or you can't join mine and all that stuff. Why can't somebody join yours, right? If they trying to grow with you, right? It shouldn't matter the color of their skin and or the way they look and all that stuff. You keep talking about an op or they might be a op or something like that, but your own peoples can be a op, so quit it. Like my people be half thinking on such a way. What's the deal? Tiziana. What's the deal, man? So, yeah, I don't get people be coming up with anything to continue to separate ourselves, and they separate for the wrong things. A lot of times, people need to separate by themselves. You know what I'm saying? If you talking about separate by yourself so you can find yourself. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it ain't nothing. It ain't all about. Because people just try to find anything, but I get it. Everybody look for some type of, they trying to look for some type of validation, some type of something, you know what I'm saying, to make sense of what their situation is. All of us is looking, right? I understand. We looking for the truth. We looking for, the best results for our life or what feels with our life, whatever. I can understand it though. But sometimes we gotta expand our mind. Because when we get into a point to where we're um giving people chances that ain't even, not even giving them a chance. And we halfway know what people's intentions is. Like, you can't say just because somebody in your culture that they got the same intentions as you. You know what I'm saying? Every human got their own mentality for real. Otherwise, and some people are just following the masses, but it's like, I mean, that's why I said it ain't no solid thing. You can't say that, oh, if you this and you that, this the ops and this and this. You know what I'm saying? You can't really say that. It's just half, you know, even with the situation like with the Martin Luther King situation, right? It still took other people that was so-called outside our culture to still help us because they see the fairness or the unfairness and all that stuff. So that's why, they was willing to work with us. You know what I'm saying? A lot of we can't do a lot of stuff on our own. We got to find people that's on the same path, on the same road, and all that stuff, man. That's just how it is. We got to. It ain't got nothing to do with your skin color, where you born, and all that stuff. A lot of people got the same people. Sometimes 24 hours are not enough. Wait, hold up. Hello. I want to come up so bad, but I also need to sleep. Oh, wow. Sometimes 24 hours are not enough. 6 days raw vegan complete. There you go. Go and count them things down. 5 a.m. bicycle ride. Okay, for sure. Go on here and do your thug thizzle. Keep it going, man. Keep that grind, man. You got it. You for sure got it, man. You got it, man. I know you're going to feel like a whole nother person when you complete it. You know what I'm saying? Just got to stay consistent, man. That's all it is. You know, even the times where you feel like you want to give up, you got to just keep going, man. Get your least make the goal. And sometimes, shoot, goals get to start turning to a lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes it don't just never end. Even if you've completed a goal, you want to make another one. That's what make life fun is continue to have goals. Keep making goals. You know what I'm saying? So you can have something to look forward to. So even and have multiple ones because if one fail, you get to try the next. If something is bound to work or happen. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, you know what I'm saying? Because there's so much more to life than just one goal. So, once you check that off and focus on what you really need to focus on, complete that, make another one. You know what I'm saying? You know, everybody, it's all about grinding and focusing and finding something to better your life. So, you know what I'm saying? That's good that you focusing on that. I'm not going to fail on TikTok. There you go. There you go, man. You said, hey, that's the motivation, man. You got something, it's something you got to prove, man. Prove to yourself first, though. Prove to yourself first and prove to others, you know what I'm saying? Show people it can be done, man. That's one thing you want to have. You know what I'm saying? It's an extra boost of confidence. When you could, and we was talking about that earlier, too. I was talking about that in Hormiga room. About like sometimes it's better to, grind things out and work things out than instead of living this microwave type lifestyle, right? It's better to do that so you can learn what appreciation is. When you just do the quick things and when stuff comes so easy, you never take the time to appreciate it because you feel like that's the way the life should be. You know what I'm saying? So appreciation. And once people learn and it's sad, I gotta call it the art of appreciation, right? You look at life so different. Like appreciation, gratitude. And it starts off. We got to be the little things, man. And you will look at life so different, man. People make life bigger than what it's supposed to be because they ask for so much, right? When you ask for so much, you making it bigger and bigger, and you feel like that you entitled to what you so called deserve and what you know what I'm saying. No, we just trying to make it day by day, man. Nobody promised tomorrow. Nobody, you know what I'm saying. All this stuff, life itself wasn't even promised though. We trying to, and I think the goal is to try to better ourselves every day. Even if we had a bad day during that time, it ain't meant to just stretch it throughout the day. And if it's stretched, you know what I'm saying, you want to recover as quick as you can. So you said you would have to change your name. You said, can you imagine the bullying? Oh, wow. To change the name. Oh, yeah, you keeping that in the mind, like, yep. Now that I said this, I got to. I feel you on that too, man. That's more the motivation, man. That's when people gotta hold you accountable. You know what I'm saying? That's why the room is called "We Hold Each Other Accountable" because that's the only thing of growth. People don't like to get held accountable. Is what I've been learning in my journey, but it is what it is. You stay, you stay where you at. Then you know what I'm saying? Because this room is all about growth. If you don't like getting held accountable, then that's you. You stay somewhere that ain't gonna do that for you. Only way we can grow is if we get held accountable on all our situations. If we tell ourselves we got to do something, we got to make sure somebody's along helping us and making sure that we on the game. Because sometimes our own mentality just ain't enough. You know what I'm saying? We always gonna sometimes need an outside or another difference of opinion or different a point of view or something like that, or that extra boost from somebody else. We all need each other. I say there's a difference though between needing each other and needing and relying. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to sit there and rely on somebody, right? Because you got your own life and they have their own life, or whoever you're trying to get to rely on got their own life. But we do all need each other for different things. It's just what you need each other for, right? But the whole point is to, you know, need each other to better ourselves, to live the best way we can. So, but yeah, man, that's how it is, man. Feel like you got, if you could believe you can achieve, all these sayings making sense. The older I get, all the stuff people been saying when they was younger, it just sounded lame to me. It ain't make no sense, you know. I just like, cool. That sounds cool and boring, right? But once you start, you mature your mentality and stuff and realize you start really noticing why these sayings is sayings. You start noticing that though. Like, dang, that makes sense. Somebody was on to something. I'm just getting put on game for it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like your mentality changed when the boring stuff, right? When the whack stuff start making sense in your life, and you like, dang, that's what I've been needing to really hear for real. Otherwise, it was just lame, right? It was just, what is that? I'm worried about living my life. That's when you know the difference between a mature mentality and you still on your teenage mentality too. So when stuff is like that was used to be boring is starting to make sense and it's better in your life and you like to hear it, right? That's when you know your mentality changed. That's when you know you're trying to grow or better yourself. There's a lot of them sayings is sayings for a reason. There's a lot of stuff though. And you said and my success is your success and vice versa. That's my philosophy. Okay, okay. It's different. I never heard that one. That's different. My success is your success. Y'all gotta think on that one. You got me on that. Oh, well. But I would say, so make your culture better. I already answered that one right there, though. So I don't think nobody's better. Every culture got some type of flaw or something in it, man. I think everybody just feel that way because they're gonna take up for what they feel is theirs or what they identify themselves as or what they feel like they should take up for. Right. So I could understand. I'm ready to hear all these. That's why I made this question this way, man. 'Cause I'm just trying to see what everybody thinking at, where everybody mentality is at. Because we do live with this entitlement mentality, and that's what's kind of hurting a lot of us. Entitlement mentality and unrealistic expectation. But and then number two, would you like to start a new culture? Why or why not? With me, yes, I most definitely would. I want to make a positive growth culture. You know what I'm saying? Anything that's dealing with a no excuse type culture. You know what I'm saying? Some uh let it go, forgive and forget culture. Something, you know what I'm saying? Let's build this thing type culture or something, something like that, man. Where everybody, some people that agree with it, no matter what color your skin is, no matter what where you born, whatever religion you in, you know what I'm saying? We can make that type of culture, man. And everybody's invited, right? It don't take no requirement. It just take that type of it just take a certain mentality, right? You know what I'm saying? Maybe the excusers, the people that want excuses and the victim mentality, they might not be invited, right? You know what I'm saying? Because you can't do nothing with it until they ready, right? When you ready, when you done saying, "Lay, uh, it's not my fault," and all that stuff, right? When you done talking like that, then you can come on to this culture. You know what I'm saying? But otherwise, we don't need nobody holding us back, and that's what's holding us back. As long as if you don't know what accountability is, right? Or you're not living it, or you just like saying it, right? And you're not living it, then you don't know what growth is either. That's just how it is. You said I'm 45. I'm 45 by 23. I'm very Scandinavia. I burn in the moonlight, but raised on the reservation. Boy, I'm saying like I'm reading crazy today. I swear I'm reading it how I'm reading it. That's weird. I'm 45 by 23 in them. I'm very Scandinavia. Okay, that must be something new. I never heard that one. I burn in the moonlight, but raised on a reservation. Not the moonlight. Oh my. I'm happy for them regardless that I have no special interest in their success and happiness. I hope it makes sense. You happy for who? Who you talking about? If I'm reading it wrong. Norwegian and Swedish. Okay, I got you. Do you is that what your parents is just that? Or you just going off your parents mix? Cause me myself, I feel that too to a certain extent. I mean, so you can go back as far as you know, but I believe that we mix with more than just two things by now. Even if you know two, right? But I think we mix more. And I say the least will be two, right? But then again, I be thinking that we mix with multiple because we never think about our parents, right? We don't think about their parents, right? The ancients and thousands of years ago of whatever was going on. So I know we ain't just one ethnic blood type, you know what I'm saying? Or even two. We all have souls. Most definitely we do. Yup. Just saying hi for a moment. I ain't much time for sure, man. Good. Thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate it. Whole heritage by DNA testing, but raised on Native American reservation. Okay. So you should be 50-50 in the DNA test. 50 this, 50 that even. That's something. Ain't that something? I don't think I never heard that one. That is international. Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. All my life, they trying to let me down. They gonna make me. Still trying to. I'm multitasking, trying to watch this and and live it up. All right, CD, I catch you. I see you, man. Let me see. Bueno, no nate. Bueno nate. Buena nate. You got me on that one. I don't know what that. Good looks on the rose, 'cause the roses really smell like. All right, Christy, man. Good night. I caught y'all at y'all sleepy time. What the freak? Caught y'all at y'all sleepy time. I didn't get that special voice on the mic. I tr I tr I didn't get that special voice on the mic introducing me. Oh no, I haven't did that junk in. I stopped doing that like a couple weeks ago. I was like, man, I'm bored now. It was fun at first. I stopped from doing that a while ago. That joke funny. Buenos noches mean good night. All right, good night. Everybody leaving at the same time. All right, all right. I'll go in and talk to myself, you know. All right, for sure, man. Oh, no, hold up. You were saying that. Okay, I get you. Okay. No, you were saying that mean good night. Okay, she was saying good night, and you were saying it for her, but you wasn't saying good night. Okay, I get you. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. Okay, she buenos noches me. Okay, that makes sense though. I get you. Yeah, I get you. Okay, I get you. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I just do it for the fun of it. I ain't did it in so long. Let's see. We got it. Hold on. Let's see what we got. We back. What is the deal? Mr. B is in the building. Hey, this is fun. I ain't did it in a while. Let me get one more person then since I'm over here with it. Christy Miller is in the building and she's still here. What up? Gotta do the laugh with it. Oh my. I do gotta go back to doing that. That was fun. I haven't did it in so long. But so how y'all feel, man? Do you shoot you what makes y'all culture better? You know what I'm saying? If so, you know what I'm saying? What makes it any better? Who got the best culture? I'm curious. All my life they trying to keep me down. They trying to break me. All my life. All my life. Oh my. Don't think too hard. Don't think too hard. Casey Joe. Not that all my life. I knew you was thinking on that. I'm talking about the Lil Durk and J. Cole. I was thinking like you look it up, they gonna have Casey and JoJo going, all my life. Pray for someone like you. And I think that I finally found you. I didn't put the D voice on for that part. And all my life, I pray for someone like you. Oh, somebody heard me singing this Boo Boo Kitty. No, it's not what it looked like. Somebody just said something about Casey and JoJo. It's not what it looked like. I ain't singing tonight. She's like, hold on, I heard singing. My singing senses is going off. That was funny. I haven't sang all night and she popped in here. That was funny. That was funny. But honest question, why is rent so expensive? Ain't that still part of the is it part of the is it part of the what they say that's going on right now? I'm about to say the thing why all the food all up, right? I don't know. What is it called? I forgot the name of the thing. Um, I don't know. I forgot the name of that thing. Why they say? Maybe because everything went up in this world. They went up, but the with the um Minimum wage didn't though. That's ain't that something. Sorry, I went rogue. I wouldn't start a new culture. I would try to find the one my ancestors came from. And why is that? You know what I'm saying? Even with that, right? What will make that any better than any other culture? That's what I want to know. Because I always wonder why people are so determined on, because cultures can change, right? You can have, you can literally, but besides that, what make that our culture, our own personal cultures, right? Or from our ancestors, what make it so special? What was, um, I'm trying to see. Is it the belief systems behind it? Is it, um, I want to see this. I want to see. I gotta see. I'm curious on that. I'm curious. What the heck? I looked away. Oh, they went to decision. They went to decision. Did he lose his belt? Because he looked like every time I looked over, he was getting mopped up. He might have took the belt. These newcomers ain't playing no games. And what if Alexander Volkanovski lose tonight? That'd be something. I'm like, dog, these runner ups ain't playing. I was done for when I seen Robert Whittaker lose. I'm like, wow, that's what I know. Robert Whittaker lost. That's crazy. My boy caught him with that jab. My boy was shocked. So he will be fighting Israel Adesanya next. Um, I'm a huge factor in learning. I'm a dork about it. I feel you on that. Shoot, it's the best way. You know what I'm saying? It's not any better, but how can you see where you go without knowing where you been? I would say, learn about your current life, learn about your current mistakes, learn from the little that you knew about your ancestors, right? The mistakes they made, and try to make a better decision from what they made. I don't think, and that's why I say I realize a lot of us live life trying to search so far back, right? But I don't think that's the whole goal of the situation. It's like at the end of the day, we only live in our life, and us trying to follow the same footsteps, that don't mean we following the right footsteps either, just because they made it a culture or something like that or a tradition. You know, that's actually separates you from what's been taught to you versus what they call that word. It's a word where they like when you born and they indoctrinated or something. I think that's the word, right? But it's just like that's what separates you from growing out of what you used to be taught and stuff, and having your own mind, even from your family. And you know what I'm saying? Because you realize that as you change your mentality up, right, then your family, because some people just like staying the same way they been, right, or living the same lifestyle or whatever, or they live this term where, hey man, we gotta take up for mines, and I gotta, stuff like that. And it's like, why? Why is that, right? What is the reason? It gotta be a reason behind the situation. Is it worth it, right? Because it's like but hold up, let me see for uh run that by me one more time. Seeing isn't the same as staying. Okay. A product of your environment. Mm. Yeah. I don't know. And that's all I always noticed though. I just never been a big history person, man. I think if I just kept, I wouldn't be having the mentality I got now if I would have just stuck back. I mean, not stuck, but if I was to keep on, because it's like, how far back in history can we go? It's like, that'd be like so much, and it still be not enough information. We know there'll still be gaps in that situation. There's only so much we can know. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot we can know, but it's like even if we go so far back, right? We dig so far back, like when do it stop? And then what are we trying to validate with our current life and going so far back? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I get it's fun facts, right? It's fun to know, fun thing to learn and stuff. some stuff is in history had to happen for us to learn from, right? But I think everything in history it is literally to learn from, But I don't know if you could find yourself, you could know some stuff about your heritage, right, or your ancestors, right? But it has nothing. Literally has nothing to do with you. You can learn how you got to where you got there, but then again, you got to where you got here is your only your time of living, like since you was born, and whatever happened in your life from there, this is literally like your life will make you develop you know what I'm saying, even though your ancestors created you. But it's like it is fun, it's fun to look at, but then again, I'm pretty sure I don't know how to explain that though, but it's just, I don't know. Me myself, I don't know. I'm different. I'm just a little different. I guess I had no interest in it for real because I'm just so focused. I am so focused on making new things and starting something better because I realize everybody's situation is flawed. Everybody's situation. Oh, he got the belt. I figured he was going to do that. Yeah, that's the last of that fight. I was about to end it. I forgot there's one more fight after this. But, yeah. Oh, let me see. I missed some stuff, though. Wycliffe went from the mud hut to the penthouse knowing your past can help you appreciate the now. Most definitely, I appreciate the now without looking at the. That's what I'm saying. And it's like even, and it's weird though, because it's like it is people that's like that, right? They appreciate back then, you know what I'm saying? But it's like they don't appreciate the things that's in their current life. That's just be so weird. I'm like, bro, I just don't understand it though. I don't know. It's weird because I about to say I have heard of that before too, right? And I do feel like people should do that, right? You don't want to feel like that, hey, this all didn't happen, and you do want to, yeah, you wouldn't be where you was at if it wasn't for them, right? Of course, you pay your what they say, show your gratitude and all that, but then again, like, what do we do from there, right? It's just what a giving thanks, right? I don't know, and I don't know what's so much to that. But I don't know. I don't know. I guess everybody got their own interests. I gotta put it that way, though. Yeah, I just can't wrap my mind around it, though. It's just me. It's just me, man. I think I'm doing just fine without looking at my history book. I learned what I had to learn out my stuff, though. I realized that a lot of the stories is dang near, I had bad in my history, and I think if I dig so far, I might find out that my great 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 uncle might have been the worst of the worst. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, what's the point of corrupting my mind with certain situations? Because I realized that we all are able to do anything. You know what I'm saying? We all can be that bad person, or we all can be that good person. We all can make an impact. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I just, I do appreciate, of course, appreciate the past, but I don't have to really know too much about it to acknowledge or appreciate it because it's too much to learn, right? It is so much. It's literally so much because it's like it can be like an addiction, right? It's like once you get a piece, then you want to know more, or then you want to know more and more. But then again, it's like you're not learning. We wouldn't be like if we learn so much on our history, like dang, we ain't gonna be able to focus on what we need because it's stuff new that's happening every day to this our current lifestyle, right? We wouldn't be able to adapt to this type of world. We still live in the past, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like that's just like sticking with that's like sticking with a grudge or something like, or sticking and still thinking about, stuff that's in the past. And a lot of us is really reliving our past. The reason why a lot of the generational habits and curses is still keep going on. You know what I'm saying? Or some people fight for honor and pride or something like that, and people gonna live with it. But it's like, no, that is not good teachings today. You know what I'm saying? We can't really reteach that because stuff not the same no more. You probably literally get you unalive nowadays, especially the people that ain't got the mentality like us. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to look at that though. I don't know, man. I just don't know. Um I've learned a lot by working in Job Corps and moving around. Job Corps still around. You taught me something. I like that I can help. I push against some ceremonies that are needed. I feel so blessed when I see folks that are homeless and strung out. Yeah, exactly. And people need to look at it that way, right? Like trade school. That's when people should appreciate life, and that should be less complaining, right? Because you realize it could be worse. I heard one of my people was like, "Well, I make a comparison about saying somebody that, especially when they're not in America or something." I'm like, bro, the whole point of the situation is that somewhere around the world, people is, even if they're not doing bad in your area, somebody, you're never the worst. You know what I'm saying? You're never the worst. You might not never be the best either. You know what I'm saying? But why strive to be that, have those two mentalities? Why you can't be middle ground? You know what I'm saying? Just think middle. Think I could this could have been me and this can be me. You know what I'm saying? That's the two motivations you can look at. I could be this dude on the streets. I can be the person that's making the most money. So you know what I'm saying? It's all about your way of thinking in that situation. But and that's why people I've heard a couple people, and that's the ones that be want to stay with that victim mentality. I heard somebody said something like that. Why Why compare yourself to people when I know my struggles? My struggles is I'm like, bro. The whole point of comparing is and that's why I say you could tell the difference between a positive mentality and not. Because some people just want to stick with them. Because some people only care about only their feelings, and that's why they would never grow. If all you care about is only your feelings, won't never move up either. You know what I'm saying? Because you feel like the world should stop off your feelings. If you treat me this type of way, I must. You know what I'm saying? I don't care, and the world need to stop because I feel this way. It's just this junk is just crazy. But crazy, bro. People need to learn. Like I said, it's all about appreciation. Even the bums, man. They can, or people that's homeless, man. They still, I think they still doing better. They doing, and that's why I'm saying it's like it's always levels. Cause like we saying the bums doing bad. Even or the homeless people doing bad, right? But even the homeless people, they doing better than people that's across the seas, right? You know what I'm saying? Or not even across the seas, they doing better than some people because some people can't got no access to no type of food, no type of clothes. They can't dig in the trash and find food and clothes, right? They got dirty water somewhere. They got bad weather that they can't barely look. Everybody bunched up across this, and then the funny thing is they still happy, right? They still happy, where they at, right? They happy off just simply just surviving, right? That's how people we used to be back then, right? So a lot of us because we actually needed each other, but now that we got more things, we getting more spoiled, which is causing more anxiety. You know what I'm saying? Because our expectations then got higher. We got to be building this mentality off entertainment and all this other stuff, right? And we don't realize that we making our own self mad off our spoiled mentalities and stuff. I should be there. I need to be like, I deserve this and all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. And entitlement mentality I was talking about, right? Is the reason why a lot of us stress and traumas and this made it work the way I wanted to work and all this stuff. And like people never just wake up and realize life don't go the way you want it to go. That's just how it is, and that's just reality. Once people realize that stuff, then maybe they'll stress a little less. Appreciate what goes on. You know what I'm saying? What you accomplish, right? You know what I'm saying? Hope for the best. You know. I think trade schools are way too needed. I'm in a way too much for a privileged place of a too much are in a way too much of a privileged place. These high schools can learn to pilot planes here in high school. Hmm. Uh, must have read that wrong. I don't know. But that next fight about to come up. I just thought about that. The main fight about to come up. Volosky. Alexander Volosky. If I can say his name right. I thought that was over. All my life, all my life. I'm trying to keep me down. They trying to break me. They trying to break me. Oh, man. I think I did the wrong one. Oops. If heaven was a mile away. Every time I hear that song, I be thinking about uh, Marcus Hughes is getting jumped. If heaven was a mile away. My boy's getting told in that. It's stuck with dancing, man. You can't throw them. Heaven was a mile away on. I think it was closer than a mile, actually. If heaven was 2 stumps away. Uh, dude, if more people go out of the U.S., the spoil ways of a lot of people would change. Most definitely, man. It would, because they realize and they would see more things in life. But people don't look at the bigger picture. That's the problem, man. They only think about them and their situations right now. It already don't start off like people lack accountability. You take it accountability. People always want to get their feelings my feelings are valid here, people. You know what I'm saying? Man, whatever. I realize, and that's like I said, I realize so much, and I say that a lot since these last month, right? I realize you can't save everybody, which I've been knew that, but it makes more sense as I talk to people. It made me realize that everybody is not really. People say they want to grow and do better, they really don't. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to really do it too bad because a lot of people, they want to push back as much as they can. When they feel uncomfortable, that's when the pushback comes. You know what I'm saying? When, oh dang, I gotta change something about me. That ain't right. That don't feel right. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole point. I can't get me myself, and that's how I know. I can't be comfortable being me, right? I gotta. If I'm trying to grow, if I'm comfortable, that means I'm I'm basically stuck. Basically, that's all it is. That mean if I'm comfortable or I'm satisfied. I was thinking about earlier, right? I was hearing somebody said you want to become your best or something like that, right? And I don't like using that term best either, nah. Because I feel like if I say I become my best, that mean I feel like I'm limiting myself. You know what I'm saying? That's why I like using better, right? And you want to be better than your so-called best because like once you're at your best, what's to say after that, right? If that was my best year or this is, you know what I'm saying, or this is my best, right? That means it's done from there. That means it's only down from that point, right? Because you already limit your, or you said this was your top, right? When I believe we can live life better than ourselves every single day, right? As long as you live, or if that's what you're striving to do, right? I think everybody should strive to do that. Be something better every day. You know what I'm saying? It ain't got to be perfected, right? But I'm just saying something should be better. Even when times we're gonna have, because if you could fail, if you're open or you're able to fail every day, you're open to be better every day. So that's how it is. You know what I'm saying? So that's how we got to look at it. We're gonna make mistakes, but it's up to us to grow from the mistakes. But I just that term best. I don't like saying my best. You want to be your best, or I mean, I understand that okay, I can get this, like, or try your best, right? Try as best as you can, or something like that, or this is, but not saying like this is my best, as in, or let me see how I'm trying to think about it. Like when people be like, I'm at my best. I'm at my best stage at this moment, or something like that. But it's like you stopping yourself from there. You trying to say this is the limit right here. That's basically what you're saying, right? Because it's like you saying you can't get no better. That's basically like we got to realize what we be saying and stuff. Like that's why I never say. That's why I'm started trying to eliminate that on my vocab too. I'm trying to eliminate the word deserve and now that best word. I mean, I think people should try their best, right? Something like that. That's when you should use it. But I'm just saying that saying I'm at my best or that was my best time or something like that. That, this gonna be my best moment in my life or stuff like that. Like, no. If you say that, then that means it's gonna be you have no other better chance of life as long as you're living. I would just say, if you can have if you had a good time, you can have a better time. You know what I'm saying? And if that was your best time, you can have a better time from that. You know what I'm saying? As long as you look at it, it's just the way you look at things. That's just all it is. You don't never want to put a cap at your life in or put a limit to your life. Like, hey, this is it. You know what I'm saying? You just don't want to do that. Yeah. So my man Spidey, he be slipping in here with the quietness. Well, he probably got the black suit on now. That's how he be sneaking in the shadows and stuff. That was like my favorite game too on PlayStation. I liked that Spider-Man. That joint was good. I like Spider-Man 2, and then there was that Spider-Man game on those were good on PlayStation. Then that other one about to come out part 3. Hey. I mean Spider-Man 2 about to come out, oops. With the black suit on Spider-Man. It's gonna be sweet. But yeah, man. But yeah, I wouldn't mind, man. I do want to start, and that's my goal, man. That's why I'm so big on Unity. I wouldn't mind, I wouldn't mind starting a new culture, man. If it involves everybody with a good mentality that's trying to grow, right? That's all on the same page to get us all out this box. This help one another type culture, right? Anybody invited that won't help type culture. You know what I'm saying? We could start a new one. We literally, and that's how I feel, man. We could start a new one. We can let go things of the past and we can just, we can boost it. You know what I'm saying? We can make it better. We can juice it up. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, all right, man. All right. That's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, because like I said, I think everything, even if we make a new one, it still can have flaws in it, but it's just like, it's all about learning from them and correcting them. It's all about correcting it, man. You don't want to keep up. If you know something don't seem right, you don't want to keep on living to not seem right. You know what I'm saying? You got to address it. People be taking this loyalty stuff too serious, right? They take it so serious that they're willing to take up for any and everything. You know what I'm saying? That's what create these generational curses and all this stuff or the generational habits because people be feeling like, oh, if I break this loyalty, you know what I'm saying? No, you break loyalty when it's something that's not helping you grow, or you break loyalty when it's like a negative impact in your life or something. That's when you break that, right? Because loyalty, that junk, that's not everything. You know what I'm saying? You can't be loyal to God, and if you believe in God, that's what you be loyal to. You know what I'm saying? But people can't even be loyal to to Him. We want to be loyal to the humans, cultures, and all that stuff, but not even loyal to Him. Like this, just be so weird and silly. And all He asks for you to do is love one another. What a world, man! What a world, dog. It's just, and that's how I look at it, man. And that's why I laugh so much because it's like, I mean, a lot of times you just gotta laugh, man. Just gotta laugh, man. Sometimes some situations be so sad you gotta laugh. It's like shifting your reactions, man. Shifting your emotion, just be that sad sometimes. But hey, we gonna make these changes, man. Just gotta focus, man. Get up out these toxic mentalities and Gotta. I mean, and it's very. I ain't gonna lie. This stuff is addictive. Our emotions get attached to this stuff. I wanted to make a topic about why do you love toxicity so much, or why stuff like that. But I can understand it though. You know, it's entertainment. It taps in with our spirit. Our, it taps in with our hurt. It taps in with our traumas. You know what I'm saying? It's a way we feel like we release our whatever's inside of us. You know what I'm saying? So, and it is like an addiction in a way, but it's something we got to realize and be able to put ourselves out of it. You know what I'm saying? We got to be able to control that and force ourselves out of the situation because it can tie us into it. To this day, it be doing that to me sometimes. I'll be seeing people yelling and this and that and talking crazy, and I'll be like, bro, what the heck? Be so want to say in there like, no, y'all sound stupid. But it's like I gotta hold my tongue. There's no point because I can't. I'm just gonna add fire to the situation because it's obvious that nobody trying to hear each other. And if you're not trying to grow out of it, and I'm just expressing or something dealing with my ego, what's the point? You know what I'm saying? Ego don't help you. I ain't gonna say ego, but if you just like trying to boost your pride, I don't know, whatever. You trying to boost that situation, like you ain't getting no real growth out of it just so because you want to feel like you right or prove somebody wrong or something like that. That does nothing for you. You know what I'm saying? We should all be wanting to help one another and boost one another instead of fighting one another over simple disagreements and stuff. That's why we can't unite. That's why you can't unite. And then if you want to say that you want to unite with your own kind, but then you fight with your own kind. Yeah, make it make sense. Make it make sense, man. His youngest. It's wild. But hey, what the freak? You press the button. Ah, man, I gotta switch this over again. Um, Trying to watch this fight at the same time. I'm trying to multitask. How the fight go? I'm watching the last fight now. It's about to start. It's about to start. It was like a five fights in one on one card tonight. Few people I want to watch. A couple people lost that I didn't expect. But hey, see what Volkanovski gonna do, man. It's the main fight now. Keeps it interesting, right? It do. You see something new every time, man. I think I started, my eyes open even more when I see my boy Kamara Usman lose. I was like, oh my, it's getting serious now. They came for part two and he got put to sleep and then he lost again in a decision. So man's is on. Here we go. Oh yeah, man. It's entertainment. Entertainment, man. My life. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. But yeah, man. So that's my answers on those, man. I do feel like we should, you know what I'm saying? I'm done with this segregating stuff and this, because it's not getting us anywhere. We all need to help one another. We do. Everybody want to, pushback always be, oh, what did you want it to be, kumbaya or something like that? Well, I can say the same thing about your own thing. You know what I'm saying? You think it's gonna be kumbaya when y'all can't even get along? If you can't even kumbaya yourself and you want to talk about something else that could possibly be a kumbaya, you know what I'm saying? Your answer ain't no better than anybody else. Like what the freak? Why is that for everybody's famous go to? But if it involves another color or something like that, now it's called kumbaya. We could say the same thing. But no, you work with what you got, man. You try to get along with who you can get along with, connect with who you can connect with. even with that answer, it's just so much negative behind that situation. It's just so much hurt, all that stuff. People just don't really realize that. Sometimes you gotta let go of the past and move forward, move towards what you want. Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to get people to understand, man. They just, they got this mentality where they feel like if they let it go, right? I mean, you could appreciate it, right? But they feel like that they dishonoring their past or they making it look bad. Like, but then again, you still have to live your own life, right? You have to. You gotta learn from what you learn from. Understand how you got there, right? You can understand how you got there to a certain limit, but then that goes so far. Do what you got at the moment, right? With enough information we getting daily, do what you got that's best to fit your life so you can help the next life, right? That's how I look at it as. Make the best out of your life or what works and teach that to the next person and then maybe they can make something better out of that. Well, we keep reliving and doing the same thing as one another, you know, um, you'll never grow out that situation. We just live in a cycle. We repeating the same mistakes. You know what I'm saying? Somebody gotta get a mind of their own. That dude's strong. So many people hold on to these stereotypes and such. Right, exactly. Exactly. And then when they get put in the stereotype, then it's the end of the world. Funny. Stereotypes supposed to work one way, but don't say nothing about mine. People funny, bro. People funny, man. People is too funny, man. That's why everybody gonna stay angry and mad and all this stuff, man. They don't even know how to find peace with themselves. Uh, Like literally themselves. They can't find peace within themselves. Then they want to have peace with people that's like them. But you gotta have it with yourself or like what you and then the people that be looking for peace through everybody else, right? People that gotta no different from the people that gotta jump from relationship to relationship to look through peace. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't got it with yourself, you never have it. And then you're gonna be looking for somebody else to look to create it for you. You just like I said, if you're a miserable person, that's how I keep saying you're a miserable person. You added somebody to your life, it's not gonna make you not miserable. You just tame for the moment until you back to you know because that person ain't gonna always be around in your life, or you not gonna always be around that person all your life. So it's like you gotta find yourself. All the stuff you gotta find within yourself, man. You can't do it for yourself. You done for. You always got to think about it. All right, what if this? You know what I'm saying? I'm only living my life. I'm not living both of our lives. It's with friends too, friends, family, all that. You gotta really do what's best for your life. And some people be taking that different too. It's what's best for my life. But if it's best for your life, you shouldn't be stressing over with it or complaining about it either too. That's how I look at it. So it's like it is a thin line. You gotta do what's best for you, but then again, you still gotta have an open ear for somebody that can help better you too. Because everybody, you know what I'm saying? You can't just do it off one mentality all the time. That's why I be meaning all of us need each other, right? But different from, like I said, the difference between needing each other and relying on each other. Like the difference between being alone and single. It's two different things. Single, single that usually be like relationship or doing stuff for yourself. Being alone in this world is like not communicating with nobody or family, friends, and you know or that everybody got somebody you need to communicate with because we need some other type of thoughts and other way to look at things than rather ourselves because we can't figure everything out on our own. I don't think no human can. That little saying, another saying, the two heads are better than one. I mean, that junk true too. You know, all these sayings be making sense as we get older. Man, hey, where's everybody at? I know it's late, but dang. I know it's late, but dang. You know what I'm saying? Let this be a toxic live or something. That's how I be though. I but look, I rather and like we was talking about that earlier, I would rather it be like this though. Instead of having a bunch of fake people up in here or people that's always looking for drama, I ain't got time for them anyways, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's about the supporters with me. It ain't got nothing to do with the followers. Everybody follow you for some odd reason, but support is something different. I mean, even though people support you for certain different reason, but I'm just looking for people that's on trying to be on the same journey as me, people that's trying to better themselves or trying to help better one another. Help better one another. That sounded weird to me. But yeah, that's how I look at it. If I get interested, look like folk tearing them up right now at the moment. That boy too strong. He a tiny strong dude. He looks small, but he's strong than a mug. He tickling his foot. I'm about to laugh. It's good to have balance. Quiet nights. Quiet nights happen. Yeah. Workful for you. Works for you watching the fight too. You're right, exactly. Yeah, that's how you gotta look at things too, you know. As soon as it's over, I'm gonna get to explaining some more, I guess, you know what I'm saying? So, I'm on for a good little minute. I'm on for a good little minute. Oh man. You're right. Imagine if you was a little busy and you'd be like, dang, hold up. Right in the middle. They're like, oh my. Hold on one second. Right, exactly. Like, did you just see that punch? You didn't see that kick? Yeah, you're right about that. That's how you look at everything happen for a reason, you know what I'm saying? As soon as I'm done watching the fight, that's when my room jumps to 200. Like, all right, we ready. We just want to respect that fight real quick. It's like, that'd be funny. That'd be a coincidence. Unless they would watch the fight too. Oh, boy. It's about to be over soon. Well, they on round two. But my man's smashing him right now, so it might be over quicker than I thought. Unless something crazy happened. Unless something crazy happened. As soon as you're ready to sleep, now people want to talk, right? Oh my God. They trying. That boy Volk is too strong, bro. He was about to tear what you call it up too. About to what's his name? About to beat what's his name? What's his name? Islam. Islam Makachev. He almost beat him though. That's his second loss. Islam held him most of the other times, so he couldn't. Yeah, man. But Yeah, I wouldn't mind though, man. People gonna see, man. Once we grow this unity mentality and realizes we got bigger problems than you know what I'm saying, or we blinded to what the really the problem is, man. Because the thing is, like I said, most of the time we find more ways to separate one another, and we'll never grow in that way. Who came with that saying that with united we stand, divided we fall? That's true too. You know, true saying, man. You gotta unite our people with the same goals and, and mentalities and what to fight for. You know what I'm saying? Fighting over dumb stuff like the color of your skin or the color of the flag you got on your head or, stuff like that. That's young is pointless. You know what I'm saying? What's the point? That sounds like an ego fight. I'm better than you. I'm this. I don't know, man. Because you come in this thing, you think this type of way, or you know, that's just wild. It's pointless. When all of us could be on the same board and teach and learn from one another, understand one another, all that, you know. That's the only reason I keep talking about this topic, man. Realize that all this stuff don't mean anything. It don't. It might have created you to be who created, it might have brung you here to a certain extent, but then again, you still got to find a way to live your current life so you can make a better decisions than what your ancestors did or what your past did or your history. That's the whole point of history. You know what I'm saying? Is to learn from it, do something different, correct them trials and errors. You know what I'm saying? Correct that. And sometimes it seems like we're just moving backwards. It's like this parenting getting weaker. Freaking everybody, people getting softer. It's like, dog, we would not be able to grow like this. It's just, man, it's just wild. Oh, boy. Oh, shoot. Man. Yeah. But like I said, man, I'd rather it be like that situation, man. It's baby steps. It take time. Because it's I think about it this way though. Because it's a lot of popular topics though, popular all that stuff, right? I can keep up with the Joneses on that, but it's like I got a bigger picture in what I want. You know what I'm saying? But it's like it's no point of getting some, you know, fake people in my situations because I want a following or people be wanting coins on here or people, all that stuff, or I just want to be, I don't know, it's not really no point. It's better off to, you know, see if you got people that got the same mentality as you or the same goals in life as you and stuff. 'Cause a lot of us the thing is, we just be, like I said, it's still a form of trauma bonding. We just be trying to bond off each other because of what we've been through and all that stuff. And that's why we make a lot of friends on here, right? I don't think it's a healthy way of doing it. We got to find a way to find like a growth type or solution based type. Oh, let's go back to culture, right? We need to make something like that to where we can do something better and look out for the next person, look out for the youth, all that. You know what I'm saying? Because we only gonna make it so far, but what about the people that's coming behind us? We want to make sure they got the right pathway and all that stuff. But oh boy, shoot. Oh, y'all be doing the yawn. Now it's my 1 o'clock here, Miss Fairy Tale. What's the deal, man? How you feeling? It's my 1 o'clock now. It was your 1 o'clock last time. Now it's 6:05. Where you at? Yep, yep, yep. I remember. Yep. You up early. You up early tonight. Yeah. I forgot what I was saying. I was saying something. But this fight almost over, man. I give y'all a little bit more of my attention. 7? I thought it was 5. What? How did I get it right last time? I could have sworn it was 5 hours ahead. I must have said it wrong last time. I said I was gonna keep it in my mind. I literally said 5 hours up last time. That's crazy. I don't remember saying 6 hours. Oh my. Oh, Alexander be strong in the mud. He just pick people up easy. Told him up. That's game. He is still the champ, of course. Nah, I just got up. I ain't gotta get no sleep. I just got up. I just thought it was I thought it was 5. The last time I talked to you, I did 5 ahead. I even got it on the live when I said I remember saying. So he must have heard me wrong then, because I was like, dog, I know it's 5 hours ahead. I said I literally was gonna lock it in my mind too when I heard it, because it was 1 o'clock where you was at. It was like I think it was what was it like? Was it was it 8 where it was at or 7? Let me see. I forgot. I got remember because I know I go to bed like 9:30 to 10. Uh, I forgot. Whatever. No, okay. I guess I'm gonna re-put that in my brain. 6 hours now. We good now. 6 hours. Lock that in. Not for sure. And I'm remembering, I'm going to say this loud on my live so I can remember that I said 6 hours ahead. 6 hours ahead. We got this now. Nah, for sure, for sure. Nah, I'm not going to get this wrong. I'm putting it on repeat. Because I swore I locked in 5 hours. I know I did. I know I ain't forget that either. Because that's when I locked it in for sure. Because I was guessing it at that time. And I was like, oh, I know it's 5 hours ahead. Well, that's it. I guess on this, so now it's time to talk to y'all. Now the fights are over. How was you live so far? Anything interesting? We just getting started, man. I just woke up about an hour ago, right? So no, it wasn't an hour ago. I actually woke up at 10 and it's 1 o'clock now, so yeah. I got me a couple hours of sleep before I got up. I mean, a couple hours of sleep or whatever. I went to work, then got me a couple hours of sleep. Then I started my live up, watching the fight at the same time. I'm done with the fight now, you know. But we ain't getting nothing started yet. We gonna get something started. Oh, still up, my boy, Vampire. Forget. What's the deal, man?
What up, Kev? Oh man, I'm on a new crusade. I'm on a new crusade.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm on a save the 304 crusade.
Wow. I don't think I'm joining
Yeah,
that culture.
yeah, we're
I'm
gonna
not about to
save
save
them,
nothing.
and
They
we're
ain't trying to
gonna.
be saved.
No, what we're gonna do is we're gonna galvanize them. See, I realized something. I've been listening. I've been on this app for 2 years now. Well, real year and a half. And the women are griping, and it's the same. And I'm hearing something that's consistent amongst these particular type of women. So one of the things they always say that they men only want them for sex. That's all men want out of them, and they always write about how good it is though, and what they do to you in bed, and some of them even call themselves soul snatchers. They got WAP. They got WAP, wet ass pussy. They just these
I'm out. He said, Freddy said, I'm out.
these hypersexual beings. So I figured out something. Maybe they missing their true calling. Maybe you shouldn't be in a relationship. Maybe you should be a registered tax paying 304.
Mm.
Like
Just
there's
like
this
everybody.
series. Yeah, there's this series out called Harlot. And they always say prostitution is the world's oldest profession.
Mm.
So I said to myself, if prostitution is the world's oldest profession, and in this series me and my wife watching called Harlots, it says 7 women out of 10 were harlots at this time in American history. So maybe we dealing with the lineage of the 7.
Mm.
And they out of
Interesting.
place. Now, couple that. Now, keep that in mind, along with Sugar Free saying God made pimps so hoes can have boyfriends. So, so now you add all that up. It only leads to one road. Y'all need to galvanize yourselves together. Go get a house on the outskirts of the city. Remove yourself from regular society. That way your value goes up, because see, right now you too accessible. Your baby daddy hitting it for free. Dudes getting it for free. You don't get nothing out of it. But maybe if you was living with Miss Wells, that's one of the madams on Harlot. See, Miss Wells will teach you how to be a woman. She'll teach you how to walk, how to talk, how to look. She clean you up, get you shots, provide for you. They always asking for provision. They got that at them houses. Protection. They got that at them houses too. So I think what they looking for is not in these men they trying to date, is in a pimp. Because the pimp is not judgmental.
Right.
He'll take you from where he met you, clean you up, put you on good footing. So what you need, so get on out of regular society with your nasty asses. And go get your own house on the outskirts of the city. That way, if a man do be caught with you, he was caught where you was at. You wasn't caught where he was at. He had to come to you. See, that's how and I'm watching this series and it's beginning to make sense. Maybe that's their true calling. You shouldn't be in a relationship. Maybe you should be a whore and get paid for it.
I think a lot of them
Get
just
paid
don't know.
good. Yeah, get paid good money too. Like I took we was on the live and the ladies were saying that. I was like, well, it seems like y'all been giving it, you get nothing out of it when you let your baby daddy come in and for his little rendezvous and whoever, and you still end up in the same position you was in when it was over. Everybody else happy but you. Don't you think it's time you get happy too? Don't you think you need to get something out of it too? Ain't you tired of being bitter? Maybe you
Yeah.
should be. Maybe
Them,
you should
they
be a
part of the
harlot.
little group I'm talking about though. Like like I said, I've been on this app for the last, no, actually I've been on for a minute, but I'm just saying from this past couple months, it made me realize that I'm not about to. Me myself, I'm not just gonna focus my energy on these people that don't be trying to look to be saved anyways, you know what I'm saying? Like you can argue with them so much, but people got their mentality set on what they want to be. So I'm like, whatever, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let them, if they want to fail, they gonna fail their own. At least I tried, you know what I'm saying? We done told them so many ways, right? So many times, hey, you shouldn't do this. Don't teach your child to be like this. Don't do this, you know what I'm saying? But they gonna do what they want to do. They gonna keep putting back. There's a lot more like you what you talking about that situation. Most of them don't even know or they're confused of what they really want to do. They want to live free, and they want to be taken at the same time. They want it all. Like they literally make unrealistic expectations and unrealistic goals that they can't handle themselves most of the time. So it's like the thing is you can't get you get caught in their confusion because they confuse themselves. That'll make you confused. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Right.
sometimes sometimes you just gotta, yeah, you just gotta focus on what we can focus on for real. Because it's like I said, people, some people just
Huh?
when they like J. Cole said, some people can't save them.
So,
And that go for men too. You know what I'm saying? It's just dudes that's like that. These little soft dudes nowadays, the ones that's help encouraging it, right? That's contributing to the same situation. Why they confused, right? I can understand why they confused on that too, because the dudes still doing their thing with it, right? Making them confused. It's like, no, everybody playing their part on this stuff, and it's like, ain't nobody trying to make a sacrifice. People love doing what they doing, living their life off these wants and all that stuff. So it's like, whatever, man. Like it's just a whole
yeah.
circle. It's pointless from that's something I learned from this past month. Like whatever, I'm not about to get no headache over a situation that ain't trying to change themselves.
Right. Because
I'm
I'll tell
planting
you a
seeds.
dude, I'll tell you a guy who ain't tripping on your body count, a pimp.
Mm,
Pimps ain't tripping on your body count. Actually, they see that as a plus. See, y'all going after the wrong men, I think. You get a guy, he go, oh, he been with how many dudes? Oh, no, I can't be with you. Well, that's him. How about the dude who could take that and cultivate that? Make it make sense for you. Taking a negative and turn it into a positive. And I kind of look at it the way my man did OG Bobby Johnson when he got to
oh, gee,
prison.
Bobby Johnson.
What did he do when he got to Bobby? What the first thing he did? He took Bobby John. He ain't tell Bobby so much to not be, violent. He taught him how to cultivate it, how to properly house that nature. And see, that's what a pimp would do. They teach you how to properly cultivate that nature in you. And then what he do for OG Bobby Johnson, he cleaned him up, got him a haircut, told him start dressing like this. That's what a
Mm-hmm.
pimp do. He look at you, oh no, we gotta change this. You can't be out here looking like this. If you're gonna be this, you gotta look like this. So that's a positive. And then he got rid of the tattoos on his face. Your image is everything. Same
Mm-hmm.
thing. So I'm like, I figured it out. You suck at relationships. You suck at being a wife or a girlfriend, but you the best at sex and DJ. Well, sis, there's only one other place for you, and that's the Bunny Ranch.
Not the
Now, it
bunny ranch.
might sound facetious, but at base, consider it. It make a lot of sense. You can't keep a man, you can't keep a job, but you are great in the bed. Well, we call them hookers.
Mm.
Maybe you got too many hookers trying to hold down relationships. And that's why you failing. Because it's not meant for you to hold down a relationship. It's meant for you to do what you do best. Make men happy, get paid for it.
Someone shows her real love and listening. To her real story, she might change.
No real love. Ain't no real love in that. Your real love is for money.
I think
Your real love is
I was about to
money, and
say I
you don't
don't
want
think
to
they even
admit
know
it.
what real love is, right? I
Yeah,
think
they.
because people prioritize all the wrong things and stuff and call it love, and that's why they get caught in their own. That's why they get trapped in what they think it is, though. People, like I said, people are already people don't even know the art of appreciation, anyways. That stuff I talk about and stuff. So, like, if you ain't got an entitled mentality already, you already know, you for sure ain't gonna know what real love is because you make love whatever you want it to be, right? Like
Exactly.
a lot of people got that mentality and stuff, and ain't no way that them two don't even add up together, man. She might have had
And
real
this
love
a
and avoided it. I think my thing is that people be trying to make love out of dudes or situations. Okay, the lame dude, right? They get looked over, right? Because they're not fun enough. But they try to find real love from a sucker. You know what I'm saying? It's because they treat them good and buy them this and that, whatever. But it's just, that's what I was just saying, though. So maybe they had the opportunity, but it's just not fun enough for them. That's what I'm
That's
saying.
what I'm saying. See, a hoe can't receive love, but she damn sure can act like it. See, you a great actor, and you will get love because there are men who will love what you do, and we call them return customers.
You can't. Mhm. And that's another thing,
You'll
though.
get
Like you can't force nobody. And that's a big problem. Another big problem is that we think we can force somebody to love us right. You know what I'm saying? No, you got to find somebody that's a match for you. That got the same mentality as you. 'Cause that's like putting, and that's what I'm saying. You can't put the blame because you chose wrong, right? So you can't say that, hey, if he treat me right or something. No, you got to find somebody that's gonna treat you right. There ain't no if to it. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna find somebody, but then again, the guy that treats you right, they usually look over them because they too lame or something like that. People just want the whole package and usually you can't get the whole package. That's just how it is. You gotta take a sacrifice sometimes to get what you need, right? And most of the time you gotta sacrifice your wants for your needs and stuff. That's one journey I'm on myself. You know what I'm saying? I had to put a lot of stuff to the side so I can get what I need. What I really need in my life is peace and understanding, right? Or some type of understanding, right? So it's like I had to, I had to put a lot of my wants. Of course, these things, these chicks looking good and sound good, and you know what I'm saying. Recently, and I tell you a little story. Like recently, and it's like really recent. I had to kind of, after I got out of my mode or whatever. I mean, I realized this girl after talking to her, I'm like, dang. I had to let her know, like, you know what? I realized I was more sexually attracted to her than mentally, and I'm like, I could tell we're not gonna get along, and me trying to force it to work because I'm sexually attracted to you, I would have to blame myself from that. So that's me trying to put my wants and put it to the side to get what I need, because I'm like, I know that's gonna become a problem. I'm looking over red flags because she sounds good or sounds sexy and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, but that come with maturity, right? That come with me realizing what's gonna last or not, and me learn from my past mistakes that it ain't always about your wants, right? So so that's why I broke it off because I was being real. Because I would be mad at myself if I choose wrong once again when I know that I'm choosing wrong. People don't, like I said, people are not honest with themselves. That'd be the problem. Nobody don't want to admit that I chose wrong. Nobody want to admit that I'm not a good character or I got bad traits or I got, bad addictions and all that stuff. It gotta start off with some type of honesty to make any type of change anyway.
no, that's real. That's real, and don't outsmart your common sense when it comes to that. 'Cause like you said, you realize what was going on, and the accessibility to it
Hmm.
also will blind you. The fact that you able to get it every time, and she down for it,
Right.
that too will suck you in. Like, you know what? Is this love or is this just her way of just want me to keep returning? And
Hmm.
in her way, that's love. I don't know.
That's another thing, right? People sexualize themselves a lot and think they're gonna find love out of it. They gotta lick the lip. I know they, you know what I'm saying. But if you already got it, I told people that too, and that's the
See,
first thing, man. I gotta say though, like if you still finding yourself gotta sexualize yourself to find love, then you really that's an insecurity already once, right? Because you showing that yourself is not good enough, and you have to show off or lick your lips or something like that, or gotta take your shirt off. Oh, that's for the dudes, right? You gotta do all this stuff, show the creasing in your pita near your pita weeder, or all this little stuff to or lick your lips and show the if you gotta do all that to find love, right? You're not confident in you. That means you not good enough. You know what I'm saying? If you can't attract somebody off your mentality alone, right? That's why we need to start doing these blind dates sometimes too, man. Because it's like we try to get somebody to lust after us first before we find the love out of it. Then we try to make love out of lust, which is a big problem nowadays. And people don't be saying it though. And that's why I say that's an insecurity when you have to, because that's what society taught us, right? You must, sex sells and all this stuff or whatever. But then again, you are getting treated how you are presenting yourself. Right. But then when you don't get what you wanted out of it and not seeing the reason why you got what you got, you know what I'm saying? Then you get traumatized. Then you start to blaming it. Why he treat me like, why you a dog and all that stuff? But then again, you came at him with your legs wide open already. You know what I'm saying? Or you know what I'm saying? He came at you with, same thing, vice versa. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you get what you get at
but
the
some
end of
people
the day. You
think,
can't get mad at nothing but yourself because you didn't. And that's why I said that's why I made my choice recently. Like, you know what? I'm sexually attracted to this chick. Let me not prolong this. I know I'm looking for a future and stuff. So I said I gotta put this to the side because it's me being sexually attracted to them is not gonna bring no love out that situation. So I was like, I
and
had
that's
to
what some people
think
think,
about
that
it.
love, that enough sex will make love. See, some of
Right,
us think enough sex will eventually produce love, and
right.
sex don't produce love. That it
No,
never
it don't.
does. It don't.
It
It
never
don't.
will
And
either.
no, it don't. It only produce a person loving to have sex with you. Love, it just produce them loving to have sex with you, and
Right.
that's all it does. And I say to anyone, the earlier we realize that, the better off we will be when it comes to dealing with each other, and
Mhm.
our expectations for each other then begins to change, because
Mhm.
we know that's not the driving factor behind why we're together. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? And
Right.
I think a way to a man's stomach, he didn't say sex was a way to a man's stomach. He said food, stomach. I
Hello.
mean, to a man's heart is his stomach, not his drawers. Treat, treatment, treatment, how you treat people. See, I tell people that too. You treat a person good and they fall in love with you. How you talk to people, how you handle them. It ain't always got to be the sex. That sex is not. I always say sex is not the one that gives. Sex got them. Then why we got so many people cheating? Then if it was all about the sex,
I
it
always
can't
say
be
it
the
make and break
sex,
relationships. That's
right?
something
It
I
can't be
realized.
if it's about good sex. Then we all should be happy.
Mm,
Nobody should be wandering around because we done found that already. But we
mhm.
finding out that it's not about the sex anymore. It
It
truly
ain't.
is about a meaningful relationship. It's truly about character. It's truly about morals. It's truly about integrity. When it's
Mhm.
all said and done. And when we figure out after the sex that some of us may be lacking tremendously in those departments, now comes the problem.
Mm. There it go. I opened up to that. Like, what? Fairy tale. Hello. I
Good
see your
morning,
box in there
gentlemen.
shaking.
Yeah, tricky subject.
Hmm.
So, um, sixth what if this prostitute is a very good person at heart and, is kind
Ain't me
and
to laugh.
gentle to people? And, she gives her money to like building foster homes in, I don't know, India or whatever other country. And she's always nice to her neighbors, helping out where she can. Does that make her a good person you want to fall in love with? Or
Oh,
is
well,
her
I'm gonna tell you
profession?
something. The average real one is cut like that.
You know a lot
See,
of prostitutes?
it's not how you, it's not what you do, it's how you do it.
I'm
You
about
see
to
what
say
I'm
it's the
saying?
mentality behind it.
Yeah. So
Yeah, it's the
Your
mentality
reasoning.
behind it. Like, for instance, you got, like, okay, like, I'll give you a scenario. Okay, you got a girl who says she tired of, giving her baby daddy the sex. She tired of guys always, that's all they want and that's all they want. And then she end up giving it to him, but yes, she's no further in life, right? Now, what she's going to do is she's going to start to try to do that. And she doesn't have the mentality to do that because, one, she don't know how to finesse men without having to give them sex. They think sex, they use sex to finesse instead of using finesse to protect the sex.
yeah, but that doesn't give me an answer on my question, does it?
Yeah.
I ask you.
She's a good, I say she's, a lot of them are cut like that.
So
She's a
would you
good
fall in
person.
would
There
you
are
fall
some,
in love
because
with
some of
her?
them are, well, fall in love versus like her enough to say, you know what, I don't give a fuck about what you're doing. That's different. See, people got to understand, like, if
Yeah,
I,
but I'm talking
if I,
about love.
oh,
I'm talking about
no,
love. Would
because
you fall in love
I
with her
can't,
because of the
I can
person
fall,
she is?
I can
It's the
fall in
mentality
a,
behind it.
I can
Because most
fall
of
in
the
a
time, it
deep.
ain't no good reason. It
It's
ain't
a
a good reason
profession.
behind it.
Well,
It's her
I wouldn't hold it
profession.
against. I'll tell you this much.
Nah, I'm
I
good
wouldn't
on that.
hold it
If
against her.
that's what
I
you have
wouldn't
to
hold it
choose in your
against her.
life, right, to get by, if you have to choose that to get by, man, I mean, it's so much stuff you can do in life, and you feel like that's what you had to do. You know what I'm saying? I can't get with that. That means you do anything for money. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at it as soon as I hear something like that, right?
Yeah, but maybe
So
there's
I
a
can't,
reason she does
I'm not,
that.
I think people gotta have morals to a certain extent. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but
And you
maybe
gotta,
maybe there's a reason to it. Maybe if you get to know her and
I'm not about
show
to take
her.
that chance. That's like telling me to settle for a woman that I know that's used to beating people and stuff. I'm good. I'd rather be safe than sorry.
No, but
You know what I'm
the
saying? That's just how we all should live anyways, right?
beating up
And
somebody
you
is
can't
something
make a,
completely
that's like
different.
people, that be the problem nowadays. People take sacrifices, then get mad at the outcome because they wanted to make this sacrifice when they already had the red flags and all that stuff in front of them already. And you know what I'm saying? Then all of a sudden you mad at the whole group and all this stuff because of silly decisions because you like, oh, well, probability. You know what I'm saying? This is like, some people off probability, some people off possibilities and stuff. And it's like, of course it's possible, right? That they might become a good person or something like that, but it ain't probable at all. It's not. You know what I'm saying? It's a least chance that they don't have this mentality that I'll do anything for money. You know what I'm saying?
So
I'm not about to
so you
have,
say she doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt?
she can
She
deserve it
doesn't
with
deserve a
somebody else,
chance?
but the way I built
Right. That's
myself,
what
I'm not taking a chance.
I'm about to say that she could deserve, because there's a man out there who would not care. See, that's what I tell people. There are some men who wouldn't care as long as she makes them happy. They're happy with her. They can do marry a corn star. He don't care because she makes him happy.
Hmm.
He's
Yeah,
fine. He don't care what
or
men think
maybe
about him and his choice. She makes him happy. She is the apple of his eye, and that's
or
all that matters.
or maybe if she meets the right guy that shows her the right things, she will turn around. Maybe
Well,
she never
she
got to
making money. She can show
maybe she
herself.
never learned. Maybe she never
They
learned
turned
from the
around all right.
base what real
Right. A
love
lot of
is.
them haven't. No, she's right. A lot of them haven't learned what true love is, and that's what that experience through the bunny ranch will show them.
So what's the
It
topic is
will.
random right now.
It will help them get a better understanding, one, of who they are, because right now, going around in circles, you don't have an
Like
understanding of
what
who
real
you
love?
are.
Yeah, what's the deal?
That's all. They don't have that's why they keep going through all these different dudes and racking up a high body count and not a high bank account. Well, at
But
least the
how
whole she got a high body count and a high bank account. So
but
she could pretty much weigh her options a bit different, because
but instead of
And she's different financially. When it comes to her money, she is financially more disciplined than the
But
girl who's just giving it up to everybody and
but
ain't getting nothing.
instead of judging the end result, shouldn't we just look at where it went wrong?
Well, there's
Isn't
cause and
that the way
effect to
we solve a
everything.
problem? If that's the way we solve problems, we go to the source and we look what's going wrong, and then from there we work on making it better. If we just judge people
You
on
know
their
you can solve that
behavior,
quicker, right?
we'll
By
never
opening
change.
that, right? You can just find you somebody that's already there instead of sitting here putting hoping,
Yeah, that's
right?
the easy thing to
You
do,
don't.
but is that humane?
Yes, exactly. It's smart. It will be smart. Like that's the
Yeah,
problem
well,
nowadays, right? People
but
keep making chances,
but
taking
then the
chances.
change,
Why
then
would
nothing will
somebody get a
change.
red flags, right? That's that person with a mentality of I can probably make this person change. I'm not living with that. I'm not. That was teenage mentality. Like that was a teenage mentality stuff. Oh, maybe if I do this, this, and that, they might change. I'm not about to do that. You got to be already changed, for especially at this moment, right? I'm not about to cross my fingers and hope that somebody changes. That's how you set yourself up for failure. You know what I'm saying?
No,
And
that's not the way
we
we
gotta grow
make.
out
That's
this
not the
situation.
way
We
we
can't be
put
thinking
change
that
in
what ifs.
action.
It's not about the
Have,
what if lifestyle no more.
that's not the way we change the world, is it? You know, just saying,
No,
"Hey,
I
no,
mean,
you should have
no,
been
no, no.
better."
You that's not how
Well,
you
we
do
don't
it. But
change the world. We're supposed
you
to
If we
don't
want to
change
sit
make,
there
you.
and
if we
that's
want to
like
make
putting your
change,
head in the lion, right? And hoping they don't bite. Well, this lion, maybe this lion won't bite if I be cool enough, right? I'm not. That's what I'm saying. We put ourselves in predicaments, right? In silly situations when we get early signs. No,
but Kevin,
you can
there's a
help, right?
difference.
You can
There's a
help, but that
difference.
don't mean turn your back on everybody or say that they
No,
might
no,
not
no. A
stab me in the
lion
back.
is born. A lion is born a lion. It didn't learn or wasn't teach to be a lion. It was born a lion. People are
But a
born
lion might
babies.
not bite you. You must have missed the whole analogy I was getting to. But I was that wasn't my point.
Yeah, but
Just like a
I get
304 is a 304. I'm just saying.
the thing is people are not born. People are not born into the creatures they become later. They grow into being like that. So maybe if we become better parents, or maybe if we show
Ooh,
better examples in the base, it
Right.
they
wouldn't
still
come
out
to the
there?
fact that she doesn't respect herself and does what she does.
You're talking loud, my brother.
You know, and I don't say that you have to do it.
No, I'm
I
just
don't
saying
say
in general that I
it's
would
your
never. I don't want
choice.
to give nobody that type of take a risk type lifestyle. No, it's not. It's not like I would. I don't know. I wouldn't even try to push that type of because that's like telling. That's the problem nowadays. Everybody keep taking them type of risks. Like if you got early signs, don't sit there and take a chance like that. That's how you wreck your own life. You know what I'm
But I
saying?
think that's
Hoping that
up to
somebody might change
everybody.
or let's
I,
see if they might not be as bad as they is. You know what I'm saying? Like
but
no, you
that's
gotta pick your best selection that you can pick. You know
I
what I'm
don't think
saying?
you got to do anything. I
You
think it's everybody's own choice if they want to see something in somebody and give that person a chance or not. You know, if it's not your
you must have
thing,
missed
if
my
you
point
just want to
again,
have a
bro.
prefab wife that's perfectly fitted, then that's your choice. But if you see something in a person, if you see kindness and,
Yeah,
you know, empathy and humanity,
yeah.
and maybe something is not going right in their lives, it doesn't mean
Okay.
that they cannot change.
I feel you.
You know,
So
it's
when you make that choice, right? Don't get mad when it don't turn out the way you want it to when you
oh
got early
no,
signs.
no,
I'm
of
just say
course.
that.
You need to
Because
take
you
accountability. That's for sure. If you
exactly.
make
So
that
how many times
choice,
you gotta be accountable to learn that you got to make better choices in life?
but maybe for the person that choose that and did that, maybe it worked out well. We can't say that every time it doesn't work. You know, it's people. We
That's
lost
crazy.
so much
You got
of
to realize it's
our
a probability
humanity.
mentality and a possibility mentality. I can't live off possibilities. I can't. I won't do that. I
But
mean, I
that's your
get you saying
choice.
that you probably would do that or something. I'm not doing
Yeah,
that
I
though.
would. I
I
would.
would. I would
I
never
would
do
look
that.
further. I would look
That's
further than the outside shell. I want to
huh.
know what people are
So
inside and
so
not what.
if that's the case, then why not date? Don't stand no. You got standards, right? I'm pretty sure you got it, right. Why you don't just take chances with people that might have a little bit something out of your standard? Because you should be, you know what I'm saying? if that was the case, right? If we didn't learn from our mistakes, or we should take another chance with somebody else, right? We should be, you should be able to. I don't know how to say that, but it's basically like saying not have a standard. That's how I hear it now. You know what I'm saying? Like you supposed to like once you fail at something, that's when you supposed to up something. Maybe I gotta change about this. Maybe I gotta look out for this, right? Or maybe this, right? And they
Well,
kind of it do. Not really.
maybe it's looking at who somebody is instead of what they're doing.
How
You
would
know,
you know that?
behavior is not who somebody is, it's behavior. And behavior is teached.
So
So if
if
you learn something, you can unlearn it too. And it has to do with mentality and your force of mind to do something. But if people get an honest chance, they
thank
have a
you, Lady
50-50
Play.
chance
Thank
of
you.
turning out better.
So I said red flags is red flags for a reason. But like I said, I feel you. I feel what you're saying, right? That you gotta. Okay, I do that with everybody. Try to understand a person, right? Don't make a quick of a
It
judgment,
is, but
right?
you
But then
do.
again, especially when you talking about a relationship, that's something serious. People want to use relationship as play nowadays and experience. I should experiment, but no. I think once you get so many fails in life, or if you have one fail in life, right? You have to change your mentality, and you have to be able to, you know, you shouldn't be taking chances anymore. I'm in my book. I don't think you should take no chances. No, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like all this stuff it do is affect you, no matter how you want to look at it. You living with this type, right? Hoping, hey, maybe this person might not be that bad, right? You know what I'm saying? But then again, like I said, it is all about the mentality. It ain't the profession and all that stuff. But then again, like if I could find somebody else that got a mentality, because that's not gonna be the first thing I'm gonna look for. It's like, oh dang, maybe one
I
of
get
these
that.
people that they used to strip, they might not be
Yeah.
thinking like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
would
Yeah.
rather than even not know
I
that
get
at the
that.
beginning anyway, because that's an automatic turnoff in my book anyway. You know what I'm saying? Just
I get
like
that.
if a dude you heard that was a beater or something like that, right? I'm pretty sure you're
Yeah.
not going to take a chance. And maybe if I get to know him or something like that, that he's going to change his mind on me. No, you know what I'm saying? It's called a protection mechanism that
I
humans
get that.
have, right?
I get
It's a,
that.
so that's
I
just what it
understand.
happens. Some people don't learn. They keep doing the same exact thing, but myself, I would never push that out. I wouldn't tell people to keep taking chances because our life is too precious to be taking chances, right?
I understand that totally, Kevin. But I'm not. What I meant to say is not you go to like this prostitute house and you go look for a wife there. I was talking about imagine in real life you go to you help out a friend that is a volunteer in a serving kitchen where they serve food to the homeless, and then you meet this lovely girl that is doing the same thing, and you get to talk and you have a good conversation, and then afterwards you discover that that's her profession. I'm not
It
saying
gotta
you
be
should go
deeper
and
than
look
that.
for a wife in a whole house.
It,
What I say
it
is,
gotta be
if
deeper than that though, because I realize it ain't about because somebody sound good. People could, and I just I say I think dudes kind of operate different on that because I know women go based off of what they hear, dudes go based off what they see, right? So you can get tricked so bad by they sound good or they did this good deed and cool cool cool, you know what I'm saying? But no, I mean you can get tricked by that situation. So you really do want to vet that situation. And with me, right, if we talking about hearing somebody that had a profession back then, I would rather not know that. Just like I
Kev ain't came back yet.
Let's soften this thing, always. I'm a grown man with a small dog that wears clothes. Tough scumbag. Your fly's down. Made you look trapped.
Previously on SWAT, a 17-year-old young man.
That's gonna be weird. That's gonna be weird. Oh, they done booted everybody out. Everything. My. Alright. Yeah, my jump be acting crazy, bro. Alright, put this back. Let's see. Alright, we back. I don't know why they trying to do that, man. That trying to be weird. Mm. I got a problem and I don't know what to do about it. Every couple. Oh, there, we back, we back, we back, we back. Oh, just sending the invites back out. Move your hand as he said you look for. Yeah, I was froze. My whole, I don't know what be happening. Like I'll be having to restart my whole internet box or something. Some reason. It just happens out of nowhere. It be like that in the middle. And I've been doing it this past 3 days. I tried to do it early before I started my line reset the box, but it still made me do it. So, I don't know. I think it's just like too many people online or something. I don't know. I mean, on my internet. Try to see fairy tale. I just sent her one. I wanted to continue this. I wanted to continue that. Because that's the problem, man. I feel like that is today's problem, man. I do feel like we, there we go. Come on up. Let's continue. It's like, it is crazy because I'm kind of trying to teach people the opposite, man. What happened? Yeah, my internet was tripping. I think my junk tripping, man. Yeah, that's, I don't know what the heck. My junk should be good now, right? I hope. I think it's good. Hopefully, should be good. Hey, look. Hey, look at it. Hey, hey, what you feel is truth and positive. Everybody don't think the same way. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's called bashing. Sometimes. Well, I just want the best for everybody, man. Like I said, that's all it is. I want the best, man. I see the mistakes that's happening in this world, and I try to make a different approach on it, man. You know, I'm trying to limit these risks, or if we do take a risk, because life is full of risks, right? I do want to make sure because we can pay for the mistakes we can pay for a lot of these mistakes, a lot of stuff that we miss out on, and because some of the time some of the stuff be purpose, man. Some stuff we really just don't learn from, and we do the same thing. We repeat the same thing because we really don't know. And a lot of times, the reason why Kev didn't pay his phone bill, I don't know what it is. It was my internet. I got it on my Wi-Fi. Maybe the Wi-Fi tripping bill. I don't know what it is. But yeah, man. It's just. And look, I do understand what you're saying, and that's how I live my life. I don't want to be judging, right? But then again, some stuff is like I said, it's a protection. It's a protection mechanism that every human has. Once you hear something, you're not gonna just take that risk, right? Especially when you have a better offer or better, selection in life, just in general. Like if you hear. I mean, it's just, and everything we got to be skeptical on, or everything we got to be, because even if something sounds like a good decision, don't mean it's going to turn out well either. But I think it's just how we build it. If it sound good or if it fit us, you know what I'm saying, we're going to go for it. I feel like that's like the smartest way that humans do things. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, why, certain situations would be naive. Why set yourself up to get tricked again when you got, and that's what red flags is for, because sometimes your red flags, right? Just red flags in general. That's why red flags, because like we can say that sometimes that can, that can get overlooked, that can change, you know what I'm saying, by even just talking to somebody. But then again, like some of that stuff be right. A lot of stuff just be right. But, yeah, all right. Vanilla Bean has arisen. What you doing up this late? Go to bed. I might have sent the invite earlier, but go to bed. Hello there. We're back. And hopefully it don't glitch
I
this
see
time.
that. I see that.
But Kev, I think it's up to everybody, um, the way they want to meet the person for life.
Right.
And yeah, it might be not for you. It
Yeah.
might you maybe on this, because generally in life you are giving people chances all the time. You're taking risks on people. You're taking risks on listening to what's behind the story, or going deeper, or ask them questions to see what the meaning behind is. But maybe you just don't want to take a risk on that part of your life. So
Hmm.
that's perfectly fine. And I
Right.
understand that you're not going to go out and then pick the worst places ever where you should not go and meet your future spouse. But throughout life we meet people in different situations, and maybe you meet somebody that is very kind to you, and or helpful to you, or you have a good conversation with in a random place, and then yeah, maybe that person did things in their lives that were not considered good, or are not the things that you would do. But maybe by knowing
Right.
that person, and giving him a chance to meet him as a person, not necessarily as a spouse, but as a person, maybe you get to know that person, and maybe things will change. You don't know how things will work out. And I think the whole difference is the way you stay in life. I'm not looking for love. So I'm not, I have time to
Who
meet people.
you?
I have time to look behind,
Well, you
and if,
said that.
huh?
You said you not looking for love.
No, I'm not,
Oh,
I'm
don't.
not,
That makes sense then.
no, I'm
That's
not
why you
meaning,
saying it.
no, I don't mean I
I'm
don't
talking
want
about love. When
love.
I talk about my stuff, I'm talking about love and what's long term, right? That's what I'm talking about. So that's probably why we on two different pages. So I wouldn't
Yeah,
tell
well,
nobody to take a risk. If man, you can take all the risks you want if you ain't looking for love.
yeah, but yeah, well, that's the
Look
thing.
for a good
I'm
person,
not
you know.
actively looking. Okay, let me phrase it differently. I'm not actively looking for a relationship
I
to,
am.
complete my life. I'm I'm very content the way I live it right now and the way it goes right now. And if I meet somebody, I meet somebody. If I don't, I don't.
Yeah.
That's so
Remember
I
when
think
you
if you're
asked me that, I'm
actively
looking.
looking,
I ain't got kids yet, so I'm making sure I'm picking the right
yeah,
way, right?
I get that.
So
I get
I'm not
that.
about to just go for anything if I got
I
the.
understand. I understand. I understand that. So it's a different part of, a different point in your life, and you're looking for different things. I get that. I get that you're not gonna look for red flags and complicated situations. You
Yeah.
have a goal and you want to reach that goal, and you want the way to be as short as possible. I get that. But
Hmm.
the way he just came in with this whole story about hoes, and I was like, it felt so inhumane. It's first of all, I think everybody should decide by themselves what they do with their life. They get it, and it's up to you what you do with it. So
Yeah.
if you decide to be a prostitute, that's your choice, and I don't think other people should judge you for your profession or what you
Judgment is
do.
part of life.
Yeah, it's if you choose
People
that,
just
you
don't like
choose that.
when it sounds negative to them, but sure you're gonna get negative and positive. You gotta take it how it is. You knew what you was gonna get when you before you did it. Everybody
Yeah.
get shocked.
Yeah, and maybe they take completely, maybe they take accountability for what they choose as a
Yeah.
profession,
It
and
ain't
maybe they're
nobody
okay
to
with that.
coddle somebody like, hey, you know what you did, what you had to do. I'm not. You know, we know you got two ways you can get that handled on. I mean, that's just how that is, man.
And I always find it harsh when people have such strong opinions about others. I'm like, you don't know that person. You don't know what's behind it. You don't know what that person has been going through, so being harsh about somebody it might only make their life
I don't think it's harsh
harder.
towards the person. It's harsh towards the either the behavior or the profession. I don't think like look if I this is how I look at it because I don't look at the grown folks right. I look at
Mhm.
I don't want my kids in this situation. Even though I can't control my kids, but I look at it that would I recommend my kids doing this? No. Do I want my kids to see that this is okay? No. I'm not about to make no type of leeway, right, for my kids to feel like this is okay. You got to do what you got to do to make it. I'm not teaching them this type of mentality. I'm gonna teach them have some type of morals. Do what as best you can and try to do what you feel is right. You know what I'm
That's
saying? Some of that stuff is dangerous.
But
I can
that's
say
the way to do
I
it.
can take up for drug dealing, right? I'm not going to
Yeah.
do that. They got
No.
to do what they got to do, right? But I'm
Mm-hmm.
not going to take up for that.
No. And that's the way it should be, Kev. It's the way we should raise our children. We should set an example. We should, talk about these things. We should openly discuss their questions and their way of seeing things. But maybe the person that we're talking about, maybe the prostitute never had that. Maybe she never got that chance. Maybe she didn't have parents like you want to be. And maybe that's the reason why she is the way she is. And it's not only
And
prostitutes,
she's
it's
not
like
going.
criminals too. How about criminals? How about the men that are in jail?
Right.
For
I
whatever
don't think
reason.
women picking. Well, they do pick. They still sleep with them too. But I'm just saying, with
And they're still human, and they still deserve a second chance. And maybe not.
I don't think nobody deserve anything. Oh, but that's a whole other topic. But
Well, if you
um,
work for it, I think okay, you don't get it for free. But if you work for it, you deserve a second chance. If you
yeah.
try to change your life and try to get better, you deserve a second chance.
Yeah, but I think a person, right, like the ones that you saying that, and the person that changed from the ways, they wouldn't take it that type of way because they know what they did, right? They wouldn't look at it that you offended them because they know what they did. You know what I'm saying? It's just owning up to it. Yeah, you right. I didn't make right decisions back then. They can't be hurt, right, because they made that or act like they shocked. Well, I had to do what I had. No, if you still living in I had to do what I had to do type mentality, you didn't grow. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like you just taking up for something that you shouldn't be taking up for. And then I heard you mention earlier, like, well, let people make their decision, or people gonna make their decision. That's something I'm fully aware of, right? And them are actually the people that I'm trying to avoid, anyways, because it's like if I'm all I can do is try to get the best advice I can. That's just what I do in general, right?
Hmm.
I can't save every last person, right? And I
No,
can't
you
take up for
cannot.
every last thing either.
No.
I just get the best advice and whatever fit their life, that's what's gonna fit them though. But if you still coming in here complaining about the same thing because you keep making the false or risky or the stuff that you know what I'm saying, I tell people to try to make the best choice in life that they can. You know what I'm saying, that actually work for them. But I can't tell them to risk something. That's like dangerous because that's all people been doing was risking and taking chances and hoping that they gonna change people. And all this stuff. This is what's making these traumas happen.
I,
That's what's
I
making
know.
these. All this.
I know. I get that. And we don't change people. We can plant grains, we can say things that might, evoke something in their head and they might, start thinking. We cannot change them. They have to change themselves. But if we give them little gifts of knowledge or insight, they might change by themselves. They might go look into it. They might, you never know.
Mm,
So that's the same thing you do here. You plant grains. Nobody has to be agreeing with you. Nobody has to be totally on your side.
no, they
But
don't.
you just say things, and let's hope some people, pick it up and do something with it. And that's
Right.
changing the world too. It's
Well, you got
something
to
that we are
understand,
trying to
second
change.
chances aren't earned. People don't deserve second chances. Second chances are earned. See,
Yeah,
you
we
got to
already
earn
talked
that
about
second
that
chance.
on
Yeah, you
later.
got to earn it. Yeah, I'll tell you, because, yeah,
But if you
they
don't
got to
give
earn
somebody a
it.
chance, they can't earn it either.
No, they got to
They
earn
can get
that.
a
They got to
chance with
earn
somebody that's
you.
willing to
If
give them a
if
chance. That's
somebody
all.
Right,
Just
shows
you
like
got
you
to
said.
earn that.
Yeah,
When you
but if
mess
somebody
up, you don't
shows
get to tell people
openness,
how to see it. See, when
sorry.
you mess up, you don't get to tell people how to perceive what you did and how to respond. You got to wait on them and how they respond.
We can tell
And
nobody what to
then,
do.
you see what
And
I'm
that's the
saying?
same. You, but that sounds on both ways. Nobody gets to tell somebody else what to do.
Right, right.
So
That's why I say we
so
can't
you
say
can't
somebody
even
deserve a second chance. You earn that second chance. You
yeah
don't
you
deserve it.
yeah. But
You
when
earn
do
it.
you earn it? What do you have to do to earn it? I
That's
think
that's in
somebody
the
that's
eyes of the
already
beholder.
Right, they gotta be the
That's
eyes,
in the
right?
eye. That be in the
Me
eyes of
myself,
the beholder.
I
So
actually
like if you
literally.
go ahead, Kev.
No, I was just saying, I literally was just Go by this word deserve. That comes with an entitlement mentality, and I'm trying to actually get people to grow from saying that a lot because you get hurt with that word deserve. Because when you don't get what you deserve, right, that's disappointment, right? When you say deserve, you feel like you're entitled to whatever your situation is. I'm trying to actually change people's mentality to be more appreciative, just in general,
Yeah.
appreciative of what you
What you
felt like
get.
you deserve or what you
Yeah.
didn't, right? Because everything don't flow the way you want it to and stuff. And who's to say who deserve what? Because somebody can literally say, no, you don't deserve it, right?
Thank you.
Or you
Thank
think you
you.
deserve it, but I don't think you deserve it, or you don't think you deserve it, and they might deserve it. So this word deserve is it's
Thank
like I
you.
said, it's that part of that entitlement mentality, and I'm trying to get people to grow out of that too. You know what I'm saying?
That's what
Because
I try
nobody's
to
entitled to
say.
anything.
We are not the judges of life. We don't decide who gets to get, or who deserves what. But I think that if somebody made a mistake or chose a path that was not healthy or good enough for somebody, and that person opens up to new ways, it listens to you, try to, understand it, try to do something with it. I think that's already a start of, um, deserving a second chance. I think the moment that you
So,
open up to do your life differently and you give somebody the chance to help you out, you're already deserving that second chance. But that's
mhm.
my opinion.
And some people don't get a second chance, right? Some people
Yeah.
do mess up, get A's or something like that, and don't get a second chance. Some people make the wrong moves and hang with the wrong people and don't get a second chance. That's just life. Life ain't fair, right?
No, it
Sometimes
is
you just
not.
got to get what comes behind your choices you make sometimes. So it's good to have hope in situations, but that's why I be saying the importance of trying to make the right decisions at the beginning because promised to you. Nothing is promised to you. But you got to get what you're going to get. Sometimes you got to just settle. You know what I'm saying? You got to get with who's willing to take you in. It might not be in the form that you like it, though, but it might be something you need,
But
right?
settling is still a choice, you know?
Yeah,
You,
all that's a choice, though, but your choices is stuff that come behind the situation, too, and you got to deal with that, too. That's just realistic. We can't hide and think we can brush stuff under the rug and think
of
people not going to
course.
think
Of
different from us
course.
because it's
Of
something
course.
or feel sad for us because it's our choices. I mean, we did what we did. It's just being
Yeah.
honest with ourselves and owning up to it. That's just all
Yep.
it is.
Yeah. I know. And people have to be accountable for the choices they made in their life. Um, but it doesn't mean that that person will always be the same and that person will never change and will never make better choices. And if we just brush them off as like, hey, you do this, well, I don't want to have anything to do with you. You go about your life, and even better, just go into this place where all these people like you are and just stay there so nobody will have anything to do with you. I think that's kind of harsh. Yeah, but
That's
that's
life.
the way I am. That's the way I am. I love to
I
I
mean,
love to be a person that is open to others and try to understand and try to see
I
what's
feel you.
behind. And
So let me use your deserve word, right? So, okay. So say if this happened then. So you said that, right? Would you feel like if we say this deserve, right? Don't you
yeah.
feel like that person get what they deserve? The fact that they overlooked a bunch of people that probably was fit for them, but they overlooked them because they wanted to have fun, or they didn't look good enough, or the dude was too lame, or the girl was, what I'm saying, that she couldn't give head good enough. Little stuff like that. The reason why they overlook certain situations. They get what they deserve. If you want to
I
say
wouldn't.
deserve,
Yeah, but I wouldn't use the word deserve. I
okay,
would
right,
use I
okay.
would use the term I would use the term they get what they chose.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So no matter we want to call it harsh or not, that's just life. That's what comes behind our decisions. There's always a
Yeah,
consequence to every decision we make in our life.
but closing off for a person that is like that, not being humane, not having
That's
an opening for that person to try and make things right. I think that's harsh.
well, they'll find one. I mean, you can't. That's like forcing somebody to take their standards away because to fit somebody else's narrative. That's kind of harsh to think you should do that too. You know what
No,
I'm saying?
I don't mean that you need to change it, but if that person wants to, if that person is open to,
They
and
will.
tries to seek for help, I think we shouldn't refuse them because they made a mistake.
Yeah. But you got to do what handle you. That's like, you know what I'm saying? If you feel like you should give a man a chance, right? That, you know, uh, I can't think of nothing fast enough. But you should give him a chance, even if he was, you know, a drunk or something like that, right? He might get a chance to, you know, I mean, that kind of be harsh if you don't. I mean, he might change when it comes to you. You know what I'm saying? Just give him a
Might or
chance.
not, but that depends on my expectations too. If I don't have expectations, I can't be disappointed. You know, so if you
We're
just
kind of
go
harsh though,
into
to let them not
what what's harsh?
to not get that drunk a chance, man.
No, I
He's a
never
good
said I.
person.
Well, I think yeah, but I didn't say I wouldn't give him a chance.
I'm
Of
just saying,
course.
okay, just trying to make sure.
Yeah,
That
Give him a
was a
no,
good
chance,
one.
no,
man.
of course. If that person tries to his life, why wouldn't I?
Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
I wouldn't say that I would
And I
marry
feel you
him.
on that.
I wouldn't marry him instantly because, you know,
Why not? You should be. Why not? Oh well, I forgot. Yeah. No. All right. Man, I be forgetting that we thinking on two different things. I am me myself. I'm looking for
yeah,
marriage.
you are in a
But
different,
you said you
that's,
not
yeah,
looking
you
for
see
marriage, so
things
that's
from a
why our
different
stuff
point
is
in your
so off
life.
topic.
Yeah.
But huh?
You see things from a different point in your life. You
Yeah, I
know,
do.
you are
Most
looking for
definitely,
something
though.
different at this point
I'm
in your
looking for
life. So,
long term. Everything I
yeah.
do is long term type
Yeah.
situations, right?
Mm.
And I'm done with the play, and I'm only getting older and older, so I can't do it. I told myself a while ago. That's the reason why I stopped messing with the 304s. Maybe we just talked about that earlier. I kind of stopped messing with them, even though I wasn't like that. I wasn't being like that though. I was still
What's
conserving
the three?
myself.
I saw that. What's that? What does it stand for? The
What?
304? What was that?
You
Something
already
like
know
that.
what it is. That's why you took up for it. You know what it is,
Oh,
right?
another word. It's another word to not say the word.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, okay. I
I'm about
was
to say you
wondering
took
what
up
it
for it.
meant.
I'm pretty sure you know what it is.
Yeah, well, I didn't catch that it replaced another word. I thought it was an actual thing.
No, lady play. No, we all not.
Aren't we
No,
all
we
looking
all
for
not.
long term? Um,
Some of us, and I can understand. You know, I understand. I'm just not gonna say it, but I can understand why some people are not looking at the moment, right? Because there's a lot of stuff you probably got to work on, right, before you look for anything serious. Because it's like I can understand though. I know the deal, man. And I was like that, right? I was like that before too, right? I be even saying like when people be like that and they break up with a person and a person that got that mentality that I can't, I know I'm not getting when I'm not marrying again or something like that. And I'm not. I start getting that out my talk too. I don't talk like that either though. I look at like I say I look at life so much different. I look at if a person is meant in my life or they not, they gonna be long term or short term. It is what it is because I already got the mentality right. I'm good with being alone. I mean, being not gonna say be alone, being single, right? I'm good with it. I'm not scared to
be alone. Yeah,
unalive alone. That's what they
yeah.
say. It's a lot of
Mhm.
people that's still scared to do that, and they find their happiness or the way that society has taught us that you must be in a relationship to be
To be
happy, or
happy. Yeah.
you must have this and that. You know what I'm saying? I got that. I boiled that out of my mind, and I said, me myself, I'm not settling for less because I know my standards now. I got my boundaries and all that stuff, and I'm not going to settle for less because it's like I know what to look for. I know what I want. You know what I'm saying? Once you know what you want and you know what to look out for and stuff, that's when you are ready. You are ready to take that second chance, right? Because you know, and you realize even if it failed, right, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? On to the
Hmm.
next situation. Everybody be looking for long, like sometimes long term might not be long term. Of course, we got the intentions and we want long term, but doesn't mean that I mean, somebody can be unalive early in your life. You might have to look for somebody else. You know what I'm saying? But things happen in life. Somebody might cheat on you or something like that because we are humans. You know, it's up to you if you want to take
Or
them back or
or
not.
or it was not meant to be long term. You know, sometimes a
Yeah,
short term relationship
yeah.
can bring you way more
Huh?
than a long term. There's a lot of long term relationships
Nah, I
going on with
wouldn't.
people
I
that are not
disagree on
happy.
that. What can
Huh?
a short-term relationship give you?
Well,
A
imagine.
temporary satisfaction?
No, no. Imagine you meet somebody and you start a relationship, and it's a blast, and you're having, you're both fulfilled, and then the other person's gonna die. Then your short-term relationship is gonna be one of the best things you ever had, but it's
You,
gonna end
oh,
anyway.
you sound like you were talking about two different things. One of them sound like an intentional short term, and one of them sound
No,
like
no,
an
no, no, no.
unpredicted short term.
No, no, no. It's unpredictable. Sometimes things happen in
Oh, I
life
thought you
that
said an
make sure
intentional
that
short term. That's not nothing out of that. I think everybody
no.
should want a long term, right? Or should strive for that, but be aware that it can be shortened, right? That's just all it is. But I wouldn't tell somebody to go for short term and
No,
expect.
I would tell people rather to not go for any term. Just live your life and be grateful for the time you have.
That's weird though. That mean that's like saying having a mentality of you start you a business, but just only make it last for so long. I'm thinking when you get start you a business, you want that to last as long as you can. When I start me a trend with my family, I think ahead of I want my kids. That's long term thinking. Like I think to have us, you supposed to think long term with everything. That's why the only reason why I disagree on that. I feel like everything in our life should be long term. When we think, and the problem is everybody thinks short term. That quick gratification type life too. Oh, this feel good for the moment. Let's live life for the moment. Then you still got a whole future, and then your future you living off misery because your short term moments and stuff because you wanted to feel good for the moment.
But I
So
don't.
I think everybody should be thinking long term,
But no,
even
I'm
if it
not.
don't happen.
I'm not at the same. I don't look at things the same way. I don't look for long term. I look for quality and I look for today. Even with my business, I don't go any further than, looking into 1 or maybe max 3 years into the future with my business because nothing, everything can change from day to day. Maybe tomorrow something happens in my life and I don't want it anymore. So if you sign up for long term, you sign up for disappointment. I
No, that's
rather
the
I rather
mentality
just
behind
live
it.
my life. Yeah, it's a different mentality. I rather live my life day
No,
by
so I
day.
wouldn't say if you sign up for a long term, you sign up. No, I would never say that. We know things don't last forever, but I said you should have a long term, like a marriage mentality or something. But you saying like have a, wow,
I don't
this,
want to see
wow,
my I
you
don't,
hit
even a
me now.
relationship. I don't want
Uh,
to
I,
I don't want to see myself like 5 years from now or 10 years from now or 20 years from now. If I have a relationship and it's good one and it makes me happy, I just want to enjoy it from day to day. I don't want to think about the future. Yeah, you think about the future and maybe putting some money aside, or maybe one day you want to buy a house or whatever. But in the relationship itself, no, I just want to be grateful every day for the person I'm with, and I don't want to take that person for granted, and I don't want to plan my life into the future with the person because I have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow. So why look in 2 years or 10 years? I just want to enjoy that person from day to day and always remind myself to be grateful what we have and what we get, and then just go along with my life. Because I found out in a pretty harsh way that if you looking for the long term, automatically your brain goes planning into long term, and then you set yourself up for disappointment.
mm. Depend on how delusional your mindset is, because some stuff we be planning don't even be true. But like I said, it's a mentality behind it. It ain't necessarily because you thought long term that is no. Wow, this is wow, 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 wow. You know what
But
I'm saying? But I
I
think
understand
everybody, that's
people
what
that do.
everybody doing now. Now
Yeah,
it's making more.
yeah.
I'm glad you explained it from the other point of view and show me that a lot of people is thinking like that too. They thinking about the right now and stuff. I need to feel my best right now because I don't know what's gonna be ahead of my future and stuff.
It's a different way of
Man,
looking
wow,
at life.
that's crazy. And then
And
they
I
be
don't I
stressing now to
don't
this
Kev,
day because they live in that type of life.
yeah, but Kevin,
Wow.
I don't mean to say that everybody that goes for
I need to
short-term
sleep with this
relationship thinks
person.
that way.
If I get
Because
A's, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But as long as that feels good, mm, I don't
yeah,
know.
but I'm not saying that everybody that goes for short-term relationships has that point of view. A lot of people just can't commit, or just, have problems or issues, and,
You
have a
don't
lot
want to
of
think
red
about your
flags.
kids' future or anything. What the freak?
I am
As
thinking
long as
about
y'all
my,
feel good right now,
but
future don't mean nothing.
well,
Exactly.
let's talk about that. The kid's future. I have a teen here. I have a teenager. I could think about everything I want for her in the future. I What I do is I hope that she will have a good future, because now
Of
the
course.
way it goes with her from day to day, I have no idea what's happening tomorrow. There's a lot of
Don't
things
you
going
plan?
on, and we just take it day by day. We're not even looking for after the summer break, or we just take it from day to day. And that works way better than if we go program things into the future, because that sets her up for disappointment, and disappointment is the worst thing that can happen to her.
Wow. So don't didn't
Um,
you say you
I,
had a business, right?
Yeah, I do.
So how did you do that without thinking about the future?
That's what I
Like
said. I
how that's
don't
gonna
plan any
plan out,
further.
or you
I
just
don't I don't plan any further than 3 years maximum. And
oh
every
wow.
okay, so
year
that's the future.
ev- yeah, well, in business you
Business
have
is
to,
different. Yeah.
because you have to save money to be able to do certain projects or certain directions. But even there, I try to do it as short term as possible, because I started my business in 2019, 2020, bam, Corona. So, I could have planned for 10 years. Everything would have changed by that year. So, and by not going too far into the future, but planning like short terms, I made it through this situation. I made it through it, and I'm still standing, and I'm still opening my doors every morning, because of the fact that we looked day from day to day instead of going any further.
Right. Okay, so I want to make a point on this because I just recently started talking to somebody, and that's actually how I'm going into it. I'm going day by day, but I'm also asking certain questions that I need to know for the future.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying? So yes,
Yeah,
I do
sounds logic.
understand.
Right. What's the
I
point of having
totally.
standards?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right, exactly. Like you have to ask certain questions in the beginning. Then
Yeah.
once you know all this, then that's when you enjoy the relationship and you start to just enjoy the
Day
day
by
to
day.
day.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're
Gotta
Exactly.
right
have
But
about
s-
that. You're
you still in the beginning of a relationship do have to look at what potentially could be the future. And if
mm-hmm.
that person is good for you and what you can build in the future. Once you get to that point, then you just glide along and you enjoy it once
Absolutely.
you decide that person is for you. So I get what both of you guys are saying. That's why I jumped up because I definitely get what both you guys are saying, and they're both good points. So yes, you have to look at your future, Kev, and the point for you, you're looking for a wife, you're
Mm-hmm.
looking for
right.
you're looking for all of that, right? Me, I'm at a different point in my life. I'm looking for a partner who we're going to enjoy our life together with now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like we don't need kids. We don't need all that. But if we have them, we do. I mean, it is what it is. I'm at the point though, I do need to know certain things. Once I'm at that point, now just enjoying it. I'm just enjoying the conversations. I'm enjoying the day to day. You know what I mean? Now that I got to know what I needed to know, now
Yeah,
I'm
I think
enjoying it
that's
day.
a
Now
wise
I'm
way.
doing
Yeah.
enjoying it day for day.
I think that's a very wise way to start any relationship. Not even not only love relationships, but also friendships or business relationships. You need to know if you're on the same page with certain things, and if you have the same kind of morals that you can work with. If you're completely different, and the other person is doing things that you can't, set yourself to understand or live like that, yeah, you set yourself up for failure. So I think that's the
Right.
wisest thing to
I
do.
mean, if your partner, if or somebody that you're talking with or something, and their 5-year plan or their 10-year plan is to like live on an island somewhere, but that's not your 5-year plan or 10-year plan, then that's not really going to work. because you're not going to be on the same page, and you need to know that in
No.
the beginning.
And that maybe makes you end up as good friends, but not
Yeah,
as love partners. Yeah.
yeah. Kev looks like he's like thinking
He's
about all these
puzzled.
things. He's like, okay, that makes yeah. But it's true, Kev. You do have to look at the future at a certain point, and then once you get past all that, then it is. It's just enjoy it day by day. Because
Right,
you know what? Do you remember when we had that one conversation about look at the similarities?
right.
Right. That is actually what I'm doing now. I stopped looking at all the no, I
The,
don't want that, I don't want that, I don't want that, and
hmm
started looking at like, okay, what do we got in common? What's good about the person? What's, you know what I mean? Like, stop looking at all the stuff that you don't want and look at the stuff that you do want,
I love that. I think
right?
that's
It makes
everybody
a
should do
difference.
that. Yeah,
It makes
because
a difference. And honestly, I think once I stopped looking for that, I've actually found somebody that kind of thinks and is like me,
absolutely. But that's the
hmm
base of the law of attraction. You know, it's the way you look at things, it's the way
right?
you attract them. If you keep
Right.
on looking for the negatives, you will always get the negatives because you're looking for
Right.
them.
Exactly.
The
So Kev,
world
you
full of
gotta,
both of 'em.
for whatever you're looking for, Kev, just attract that out there and just know it
Oh,
and know that's
believe
what you
me,
want,
on the
right? It's gonna be
yeah.
tough. I know you're at that age where a lot of bullshit is out there, right?
And this time frame to where we at too. The way of
Right?
living it is now. Sure.
Exactly,
So
right?
I
Like,
thought about some more stuff. That's what I'll be doing. That's why I was sitting here.
Yeah,
Cause
that's the way. Uh, I think that's something I really like about Kev is this thing that he can be happy with himself, and I have a hard time with people that think that they need to be in a relationship, they need somebody else to
right.
be happy. I
Hmm.
I find that so difficult to understand because then you put your happiness in the hands of somebody else, which to me is a big mistake because you should be able to make yourself happy. And the other
Happy about
they add to your happiness. You know, they are
exactly.
the cherry on top of the cake, but you don't need them to be happy.
hmm
And I
Right.
think
so I
more
thought about
people
some
should,
more.
yeah, more people should look at life that way because it's like, going to a restaurant on your own.
I've
How
done
many
that.
people think that's sad? How many people they
Oh,
see somebody alone in a restaurant and they're like, there is a couple and they're like, oh, you see that person? Oh, that's so sad. And that
They
person
hmm
might have,
projected.
yeah, they might have a way better life than the whole couple has.
I'm
That's
hungry.
because they put themselves in the other person's shoes. They like
Yeah.
I would be miserable if I was by
Listen, I'm gonna
myself over
walk
here.
into a restaurant by myself because I'm hungry. There's nothing wrong with eating by yourself. We all
No,
need to
there's
eat,
not.
Yeah,
you
but
There's
know,
not.
yeah,
like,
they projecting. That's all it is.
yeah.
They
And
looking
I
at because them
actually,
the ones that rely on their partner for their happiness, or they rely on their partner for peace and all that stuff. To
I have a,
automatically assume that and think that another person is miserable, that show that you're a miserable person in a relationship. I had
yeah.
realized that a while ago.
But Kevin, I think the majority of people in a relationship are like that. They
Sad.
cannot
That's
be
sad.
happy on their own. And it's horrible. I think it's horrid that people need to be in a relationship to have
Right.
a fulfilled life.
I actually
Yeah.
have a friend who he honestly he has to have people around him or be in a relationship all the time, but he's never happy and he's always miserable in his relationship. And I'm like, why don't you just be by yourself for a while? Like
He
just
was
enjoy
scared.
yourself and go have fun with your friends and do your things and be single. Like don't always feel like you, but he just I don't know. Yeah, I can't. I enjoy being by myself.
Me too. And it's of course I enjoy the company of
Of course.
somebody else, you know?
That's not what we're saying though, right? That's
Yeah.
yeah. If, I mean, obviously a companion. That's
Yeah.
all. That's exactly what we're talking here. We're talking about a long-term companion. That's what we want.
I mean, no, not everybody.
But
But
No,
no,
I
not
would
exactly.
say,
everybody.
like, that's, the reason why, because I kind of gave that, the short term thing up, right? Because I could literally just mess with the 304s until I find the right one, right? But I realized that is because it feel good for the moment. It's the now, right? It's the now. It's something I get to enjoy, every day or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But it's like, but it affects you. It affects you in a way,
It
right?
does. It
It
does.
it affects you
It doesn't
because you're
fulfill
messing
you.
with so many different people. Even though you feeling good right now, you're living day by day, and it's like, but it feel like a waste. It just straight up feel like a waste of time. Even though you feel, like I said, even though you feel good at the moment, but
Can I ask you a
But you know,
question, Kev?
Mhm.
Have you ever had a one night stand?
yes,
Yeah. And how did you feel after?
I was young. It felt fun.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Felt
Okay.
I
good.
can't do it. I hate it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean,
Dude was different.
I have, I have, and I'm gonna admit there's a couple times that I've not felt very good about it after.
But that's how women feel. That's
But
what it's
that's
supposed
that
to be.
short
That's
term.
why it's
That's that
different. That's why
short
body count
term.
be mattering, right? Because
Well,
women know they don't like that feeling of being ran through or something like that. Dudes actually feel accomplished. It's the opposite effect. Like we really are opposite. Man and woman is opposite. We like, dang, we just tore that thing down, man. I wonder what the next one is. The other
right.
one, like the opposite, like, dang, I just got towed down. You know what I'm saying? I feel bad for myself. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it
Yeah.
is.
But
But
it's that feeling. It's that
it's our
feeling
nature.
after
Yeah,
not being satisfied. It's that
yeah,
short term feeling.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
what I was trying to get at, right? It's that short term feeling, that one night stand. You're not happy. You're not satisfied. It didn't mean anything.
Yep.
Depends how you take it. That's what I was
You
trying to
take it
get at.
already.
That short, yeah, you take it, but it's that short term. It's that short term taking. But
Right,
yeah,
exactly. But
yeah,
look, you felt good
right.
for the moment, right?
For
As
the
Right.
long as you
moment, you
feel
felt
good
great.
today.
Right. Right.
Right?
Don't worry
Instant
about tomorrow.
satisfaction.
Don't worry about how you feel
Right?
tomorrow. Worry
Tomorrow
about
comes
today.
with regret.
Instant satisfaction. Yeah.
Tomorrow
Don't worry
comes
about
with
it. Don't think
regret.
about your
Thank
future,
you.
you know?
Well,
Just
on
get
the
them
other
guts
hand,
took out tonight.
if that's a choice you make at that moment, and that's what you need, for that moment to make it to the next moment, I don't see nothing wrong with it. If
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, for
it shouldn't be
me,
a way
I've
of
always
That means you
thought
need to find you another stress reliever if it's like that. If
yeah,
you
yeah,
really need somebody,
exactly.
absolutely. It isn't a
Yeah,
way of
I don't
feeling.
agree with that lifestyle with just going around and just giving your goods to everybody. Not at all. I don't teach
No.
my girls that. My girls to this day, I'm proud to say, are still V's, and and I've taught them the value of their body and stuff like that. Because,
that's good.
unfortunately, Mama didn't have guidance like she needed when she was young,
Hmm.
right?
But you
So
learned.
I
Somebody
did,
teached
and
you.
I learned to teach. I learned to teach my daughters the value of their body.
So how
Right.
did you
And what did
learn? How
you
did you learn? Who
Make sure they
teach
ain't on
you?
them poles.
what did you mean? How did I learn?
So if you didn't get the right examples, what made you be the person you are right now in teaching your daughters other values?
I eventually got people in my life that actually did kind of be like, hey, I know you've done this, I know you've done that, but you know, it's not really the nice or the proper way, or is this really how you wanted to be or how you felt and stuff like that, right? And I mean, when I was younger too, I was always the bigger girl, so I had self-esteem problems. So
Mm,
I kind of got over that. I got over that, where I was like, you know what, that has nothing to do with it. So yeah, I just kind of learned all those kind of ways. You know what I mean? Just going through life.
learn from yourself, right?
But
Start
you see,
yourself.
Yeah,
you see, Kevin,
exactly.
what Kevin, this is exactly what I just meant. There were people in her life at some point that looked behind her behavior and showed her the ropes, and now she's able to do it differently. And that's what I meant. If you give people a
Exactly.
chance, to go look behind what they're doing and look behind what they are at the moment or what they show you they are at the moment, sometimes you change your life.
Yeah.
Sometimes you make
So
it
what's
better.
the chances of people actually changing from their ways? Can you tell me that one?
Okay, well, hold on. Changing is a different way because I said too. I mean, listen, if somebody unalive somebody, I'm not going to give that person a chance.
That's what I'm saying. But they might be a good person though.
Right,
Just,
yeah.
I mean, you know,
But for me, I'm not
Unalive
even,
means
listen,
talk to
unalive,
them.
and
I'm
unalive
not even
means
putting myself in that category. Like I made my mistakes. I did my things, and yes, I've learned from them and everything like
That's
that.
like
But
a jail cell.
I would never ever put myself in that 304 category ever. I'm
hmm.
proud to say I'm
Uh,
not, because I did have morals, even though I
yeah.
had low self-esteem.
Mhm.
Do you know
And
what I
that's
mean?
like, look, that's like a jail cell. Like they be like, "Hey, bro, you pretty good, bro. We gonna let you out or something." I mean, even though some of them do good behavior, but
You've
nah,
been
sometimes
good
they gonna keep
today.
you in it. They can care less. You did the thing. You got to do the time
Right?
now. So they don't care about how much you changed your life or how you told them. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Some guys that won't deal with me now because they think, like, oh, I have more than 5 body counts, and, like, oh, you're trash. You know what I mean? So there's some guys that won't. That's fine.
Oh
Right.
I
my
don't care.
God.
You don't want to
Exactly.
deal with me? That's fine. I'm not offended. I'm
Thank
not
you.
offended at all.
Right.
Go,
You can't
go,
say it's
go
not
try to
fair. That's
find
just
that.
their preference. You know what I'm saying? That's what they want.
Exactly, Kev. Exactly, right? Like, and for me, if a guy says that he's slept with, okay, I'm not gonna lie. If a guy says he slept with 100 girls, I might be like, what the fuck? Like,
You
you
might
know what
get
I mean?
turned on like,
So there
damn, I
is
wonder
a
what he do with
limit.
my back.
There,
But
there is a limit.
it might be a little
He's
bit of a question
experienced.
mark. But honestly, I'm gonna be like, listen, as long as for me now, if somebody was to tell me that there was a body count, for me now, if I'm gonna get into a relationship with you, I need to be accountable for myself and take
Yeah.
responsibility for myself. So I'll be like, okay, babe, listen, I know you've slept with a lot of these girls. It really, that doesn't bother me, but let's go get tested together. Just to make sure that we're still good.
Which is totally logic.
Do you
You're
know
Mhm.
what I
just
mean? Like, the
protecting
body count
yourself.
doesn't really matter. For me, it's my safety now.
Yeah,
So I need to make sure
absolutely.
that he's good. And if we can move past that, we're good, right?
Mhm.
Like, he might show me some moves that I've never moved before.
He for sure is. I mean, with 100 bodies, you about to be hanging from a
Let's get
God,
ceiling
real.
somewhere and didn't
Let's
even
get
know.
real here.
you
Screaming
sign
and
up for
painting the room
heaven.
up. I didn't know
I
I could do
mean,
this.
let's get real here, you guys. Like, come on, right? But
Yeah, of course.
let's reverse that though now. If a girl, Kev, was to say to you, "Hey, babe, like, my body count really is like," so, like,
I need to
you
take this
wouldn't be able to,
earpiece out my ear. I don't even want to hear no
right?
more. Oh, we do. Oh, that's nasty too in
Yeah.
our book. Men don't like to hear that stuff, man. They
Well,
don't.
and that's
We want to
If you
be the
don't
one
like to
that
hear it,
taught that
don't
girl
ask then.
everything, not some
that's the
other
Don't
man
ask
truth.
if you
teaching our
don't want
girl
to hear.
that.
That's the truth. And we
Kev?
still, society is still, rewarding men for having high body accounts and punishing women
No,
for it. So
no.
That's funny because that's the only argument that a woman would have, though, and otherwise society will reward them with way more benefits than a man do. Literally, men, if we want to get on that, right? We're Oh, no, I don't even want to say black man at that. We are literally at the bottom. We get the less rewards out of every last person. Even dogs get more than us, right? Even animals and pets, they even get more love than us, right? If we want to go that far. But it's only one standard that man has over woman. It's only body. He ain't got to deal with sex. That's the only thing. But otherwise, everybody get assisted with every other thing. And even with them, it's still gonna be men that's gonna want to sleep with them type of girls anyway. So, I mean, a dude that's a bum, he not finding nothing at all. No matter what, they will look over them. If you lame, you will get looked over. It's still virgins out here to this day. You know what I'm saying? With the men, let me
Oh
put it
yeah.
about the men, right?
Oh, there is. There's men and women. There's lots of
I
men
mean, yeah,
that,
probably 18-year-olds and 16-year-old girls. But
there's
some of them saving themselves. I'm just saying, but it's kind of rare. I'm gonna
there
say
is.
that you know,
I mean, it
mm,
also depends on your religion too.
huh?
It
Oh yeah,
also
you right.
depends
You
on your
right. You right. You
religion,
got me too. Yeah,
right?
not like that. Checkmate, checkmate.
So,
You got me on that one.
yeah. Right, Kev? You gotta be
I didn't think
careful with
about that
that.
one.
I
That
mean,
religion would keep some of their stuff tamed over there. That's why I'm about to move to Muslim or something like that. Shoot,
oh God, you're
but
gonna be
I know there's a
passport
bunch
bro.
of virgins over there.
But
Respect.
I wanted to say, I know a lot of Christian
But
girls that didn't save themselves.
hold on,
So,
just because
Not
let me ask
trusting
this
that one.
question. Let me ask this question. Just because a girl is a V or a guy is a V, does that make them actually the best potential partner for you? If
It's a
that's the
D.
only if that's the only thing that you're like, oh, they have to be like, a V, like they have to be that. Oh, they have to be that. They have to be that. What about everything else?
Mm-hmm. They
yeah, and what
looking
Right?
at the
about
wrong
Like
the things you
things.
like
didn't know you
right?
liked?
Maybe you're looking at the wrong thing here.
Things,
Like
yeah.
just
Right.
because
Give
they're
me a second,
that
y'all, real quick. Get my water.
doesn't mean that they're absolutely the best partner for you or the best partner or the best person in the world,
Hmm.
right? Just because, and a lot of them, like I said, is because of religion. So a lot of them are holding it back for religion, but once, that's that's all they got.
Mm-hmm.
Then what do you do,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
So yeah. Now, I mean, body count to me, it doesn't really matter. And I grew up in a generation, honestly, where I've never even heard this question before. Like,
Well,
I never heard about body count until I got on TikTok.
I was just wondering the exact same thing. I was like, this generation overanalyzes their future partners. They have to be like this and they have to be like that and they
They
don't
want,
should be like
yeah,
this, and they're so
yeah,
busy with their checklist and going
yeah,
through their
yeah,
on their way to perfection. I'm like,
yeah.
why aren't you just busy with getting to know that person?
Right, exactly. Because you know what? I feel too like if you close yourself off to certain types of love, you're closing yourself off to the world, and you're closing yourself off to your blessings,
Absolutely.
right? Because what happens if that person that you actually are meant to be with is not really your type?
Yeah. Well, you will never meet him because you have your checklist.
We
Exactly,
back.
right?
What y'all talking about?
And that's what I still have my checklist. Don't get me wrong. I still have a certain type. I still have a certain, but even that, even my type now has kind of gone out the door. Like I really don't. I do, but if I'm not closing my eyes to people outside of my type anymore.
But I think
Mm.
that has to do. I don't know your age, Lady Play, but I think that has to do with your age too.
Yeah,
At a
it
certain
does.
point in our life,
Yeah,
when I think it's when we pass 40. At a certain point in our lives, we are
yes.
just not the same anymore. We
Right.
don't expect the
Right.
same. We're not looking for the same things. A
Mm-hmm.
lot of things get less important,
Correct.
and then the kind of people we date and the kind of people we are in relationships with, they change too.
Right. Like I'm
Right.
gonna be honest, like the person that I'm talking to right now, I never thought that I would talk to them, honestly.
Mm.
Yeah. But it's actually turned out to be something that I never
Hey,
thought either. Yeah.
did you
So,
know
you
you
know what
want
I
to talk
mean?
to him, May?
That's what I'm saying. You gotta open yourself up to your blessings and kind of look
Got to.
past certain things. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean?
Yeah.
Like for like I'm not gonna say this, but nationalities. Let's go with your topic, Kev.
Right.
Stop looking at certain nationalities as, what's that? What makes your culture better than others? Nothing.
Thank you.
Nothing. And nothing
Right.
makes it worse than anything else either. We all have, each culture has their own disadvantage and their advantages.
Right.
But you can't not look at a person because of their culture and be like, oh, they're all like that. You
Mm-hmm.
have to stop doing that because you might be blocking your blessings.
Yeah, and what if that culture gives you things you would never have expected?
Exactly. Now, for me, though, I will say culture actually is very important for me because I was raised with the European culture, very, certain kind of stuff. So for me,
Oh, we
somebody
getting
having,
somewhere now.
No, but somebody, for me, somebody having a culture is actually important because it just, I appreciate somebody who has a culture and loves their culture. Doesn't have to be the same as
Or if it
mine.
loves so much that it keeps us divided.
Well, that's different than Kev, because I don't think
Oh,
that's
you know
right,
I'm asking questions.
right? I don't think any culture should keep us divided
I
There you
think
because
go.
that
we're
happens.
all
Yeah, that's happened when we only look at culture and not at people. Because
I like
right.
that. Now we get okay. I like that.
Right, exactly. And that's
and
what I'm
that's the
trying to
whole
say. Like,
problem.
even with love, you have to stop looking at culture as well.
There
But
you
you
go.
have to, but for me, though, it is important. Like, I want somebody with a culture, obviously, but it doesn't matter what culture. So that's the difference. Like,
Mm,
I respect other cultures. I love learning about it. For me, traveling the world gives you a good look at different cultures and appreciate it and learn from them. And I think
Absolutely.
everybody should travel
Absolutely.
because if you just stay like in your city or your state or your province or your country or whatever, you're only closed-minded to that.
Yeah.
And you don't come to learn and appreciate other cultures and how they maneuver and how they actually are. And you actually will learn when you actually go to those countries and actually learn the culture there. It's not what you think it is.
right.
Absolutely. And I think that's the whole thing because the hatred towards other cultures is always based on fear. And
Right.
if you go out there, you will lose your fear because you will discover and
Exactly.
and learn and that's the whole thing. And I'm not look at traveling. There's traveling people that traveled all over the world and they always go to resort where they just put their bun on
No,
on the beach and then go back to the hotel and then they have been all over the world. Traveling is like going inside the country, meeting the locals and having
exactly.
conversations with them and learning because
Mm-hmm.
otherwise you might as well just stay in your backyard.
Right. Like every time I travel, every time I go to a country or anywhere, I always spend like 2 or 3 days just touring, like like inside, like culture, like going and going the back streets and just doing the things that the locals do. And that's the best thing that you could do because that's when you actually really enjoy it and learn more about the world and how people are. We're basically all the same around the world.
Yep.
You just have to learn that.
Yeah, and we have, when you do that, you learn too that maybe their culture and their way of living would not be fitted for the country you're in, but in their country, it fits totally, and you understand why they do it because in their situation, it's the
That
perfect way of living. And
Mm-hmm.
that's why I love my job so much because I am blessed to do business with a lot of different people from all over the world in completely different cultures, and I've learned so much about their ways of doing business. And normally, when you are in business, a lot of people just go in, hey, we have to do it this way because this way is the way it works. But I have learned so many other ways to do things, and it only made me, a better person to be able to do business in different ways with different people in different cultures.
right. Now, fair. Sorry, where are you again? Where are you
I'm in
located?
Europe. I'm in
You're in
Europe.
Europe.
I'm in
Yeah,
the
I thought
Netherlands.
so.
She over
I
here.
thought, yeah. She's over way on the other side
Yeah, I
from
gave
us.
up. I
You're
gave
over
it
by
up.
my, well,
I
not close
told
to
on
my
you.
family. Not
But
close to
Lady
my
Play,
family.
you're in the United States, aren't you?
No, I'm actually in Canada.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
how is your upbringing, European upbringing? How did
Okay,
that?
so I am first generation in Canada. My mom and dad are both from Italy. Um,
Okay.
they were born there. I mean, their parents were born there. My great grand, like it goes way back. And that's why even on Kev's topic here, like, what makes your authenticity? It's funny because I always say that I may not have been born in Italy, but Italy was born in me,
Yeah,
right?
you can take the girl
Right.
out of Italy, you can't
It
take Italy out of the girl.
right.
Yeah.
And so for me, I was raised in a very strict Roman Catholic Italian family in
Mm.
Canada. Right? Like, so I wasn't like the regular Canadian kids, bringing their bologna and PB&J sandwiches. I was bringing salami and pasta and PP and all kinds. I was always getting picked on for things, and and also too, like, we spoke Italian in our house when I was younger. So when I went to school, I also had a bit of an accent when I first went to
Mm.
school. So, I was picked on because of that, and my English wasn't that good, and and stuff like that. So yeah, that's where my European, and of course my mom and dad also, we went back to Italy like when I was younger, like every other year. And I lived there when I was 19. And, so for me, I consider myself Italian. Yeah, by society, I have to check that stupid check mark of white, which I don't do. I always put other because for me, I'm European. I was born in Canada. Yes, I'm Canadian, and I'm proud to be Canadian because Canada is a great country. But I definitely, when somebody asks me, I'm Italian, and I'm proud of it.
And there's no such thing in Europe as white people.
True, true.
In there's I think there's no part of the world in which there's so mixed ethnicities and so many mixed backgrounds as in Europe. We are travelers.
hmm
So there is no pure race of anything in Europe.
Correct. Yeah.
Right.
Right. And I remember the last time we had this conversation, Kev was always like, "Are you sure you're 100%? Did you do it? And it's not that. It's just I know. It's in my blood. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
I
and
don't I
it's
don't need to
probably
take
We say it's in our blood, but we don't know
Kev. If I go, if
until you do that test.
I know what you mean. Like if I was to go do one of those ancestry things, I would probably come up
Right.
with all the whole European. And I know Roman Catholics, we go back to like I can't even remember the name of them. But
Yeah, we
we
got to
go
remember we in
yeah,
year
I have it,
2023.
yeah. We go way back, and yeah, we come
80.
from a different lineage of Romans and stuff like that. So I'm sure different things would definitely come up in my bloodline,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna have
Mm,
that European, and I'm gonna be Italian, and I know I'm
I
Italian, and
feel
my
you.
parents were born there. You know what I mean?
well,
I feel
and
you.
then there's this thing as in the most present gen that's in your bloodline. There's always a
Right.
bigger percentage of some parts,
So that,
and
oh, I'm glad we
that's
getting
what
somewhere now. So do we identify that and we disregard the rest of them?
No.
I don't think you should disregard it because it
So,
making you the whole with everything.
okay.
Okay, so now
So,
listen to this. My kids are Italian and black. But my kids, when you see them, when you see my two girls, I haven't said to them today, I'm like, listen, you two are black. Everybody sees you as black, and that's what you are. Like, even with me, I mean, lots of times, even when they were younger, oh, like, or those are you just like babysitting them? No, they're
what's
mine.
their ethnic? What's their ethnicity?
What do you mean?
What's their ethnicity? You said they race, but what's their ethnic? Where they from?
They're well, one is born in the States and one is born in Canada.
Mm,
Mm.
trying to think.
But they're both American Canadian
Mm,
and Italian.
okay.
My
I
kids
got
have my kids have triple citizenship.
you.
Is that possible in Canada?
No, I
Yeah,
don't think that's possible.
it is. Yeah, it
You
is.
can only have
No,
you can
no,
only have
and
one, but they said the max
I
could
have
be two, depending on.
it
And one of
used
them is like
yeah,
sentencing mixed
it
with
used
nationality. So one of
listen,
them
it
is
used to
law and one
be.
of them is not. But
And it
they only
used
say
to
you can have
also
one.
be that you had to, in order for you to get one citizenship, like, okay, so when my ex-husband was coming to Canada, just prior to that, it was if you wanted to become a Canadian, resident, you had to give up your American residency. But they
Yeah.
changed that. They changed that. And they also changed the dual citizenship that you don't have to, as long as your parents were born there, you are entitled to it.
Okay.
Okay.
Over
So
But
here,
now with
citizenship,
my
that's law,
kids,
right?
or your grandparents, your
I
parents or
think
your
so.
grandparents have to be born
Okay,
there.
that makes
Okay,
sense.
so
You
now
can't reside.
with my kids, they get it because their dad was born in the States, plus one of my daughters was born in the States as well. Now my other daughter, she was born in Canada. She gets her dad's American and mine, obviously, well, she was born in Canada, but they both are entitled to the Italian, which they've gotten for their European one, because I also have my Italian citizenship, plus their grandparents were born in Italy. And we had to go to the Italian consulate to be able to get that.
Wait, so if you talking about citizenship, that gotta be, like I said, that's a law thing though. So they would literally
Yeah,
be
yeah.
residing, right?
You can and you cannot. You can be an outside resident. Like my dad, he's been living in Canada. He got his Canadian citizenship a long time
Right,
ago.
right.
But he still is an Italian by birth and by citizenship, and he still gets all the benefits from there. So yes, there is laws in certain, and not every country allows it though.
No.
So
Okay.
they would say that if he was to go back, right, he would be a citizen of that
Mhm.
in law.
He always, Kev, you no matter if you were born in that country, they cannot deny you to go into your own country that you were born in, no matter what. So my
Yeah,
dad,
that's
no
your
matter what,
nationality,
he's
right? Yeah, I
always
get you on that though.
exactly. He's always going to be able to go to Italy, right? He had to get his
Mm.
proper documents for Canada. So
Because
it's
even
like
with
if
all
you,
that,
if,
that's still got to be written in the document because you still be
of
considered an
course, yeah.
alien,
Well,
citizenship
no, you
or
become
not,
a
or national.
Atlantic immigrant. But then after 10 years, okay, so for like me, when I got married, I moved to the States, right? I had to get my permanent resident card.
Mm.
Now, after 10 years of living in the States, I can apply for my citizenship
Mm.
and get that and be a citizen of the States and be able to vote and all that and get all, you know what I mean?
Wait, who did you say had three of them? That's what I'm trying to see.
My daughters.
So how? How did they got that and they didn't have a chance? Like they only been in once. Hmm?
Yeah,
You
they
got
get
me
it
now
by
with that
they
one.
get it by birth.
Because wherever
My
your
my
parents
daughter
or your
has
By birth,
grandparents,
they can. So
yeah,
yeah,
that mean
my daughter has it too. She has the French and the Dutch nationality.
that's
Because her
nationality,
dad is
right?
French
Yeah.
well,
and
citizenship, she
Wait,
means.
what the?
yeah,
Hold up.
She means citizenship, not
yeah, we
nationality.
call it nationality. It's
Yeah, it's
citizenship.
different
Oh,
over there.
how do you
Yeah,
get that? And nationality is only you can only be born in one spot.
Yeah,
What
but
the
your
heck?
you get it from
parents
your
or your
parents. You get your
grandparents.
parents'
It's a
nationality.
bloodline thing.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't think
But
that's
like
what
I said, not other
nationality. How that
countries,
work?
not all countries do it though, Kat. That's what I'm saying.
It is by
Oh,
law.
you said
It's
it
arranged like
changes
that.
or different stuff. That don't make sense. That's not solid then. Because according to the definition of nations, right, and nationality, right, is usually the ground that you born on. But now you're saying different areas is changing. It's saying that you can just claim something that you haven't been born on, or because
Yeah,
your
but you
peoples came from it.
yeah
That's weird.
yeah.
Because if that's the
Or
case,
because
right?
you've lived
So say if
there,
we
you've
was
lived there
see,
long enough.
huh?
Or because you've lived there for a certain
Yeah,
amount of period, you actually can claim that you
yeah.
you are now part of that land, I guess, if they want to
Well,
say.
it's a whole in the Netherlands. It's a whole
Yeah,
process by law because
right.
if you are another nationality, you come to the Netherlands. You've been here for 5 years,
Right.
and you got work and a fixed address. You can apply for the Dutch nationality.
After 5 years?
Yeah, after five
Oh,
years.
wow. See, in the States and Canada, it's after
Wow, they
10
changed the
years.
whole definition up on that.
And
Australia,
then
too,
Because
and then our
Australia
nations
is
were
10
children,
years.
back before law even came into play. You
and then
literally
our
could only claim
children.
one nation because you were
It's
born in one
changed,
nation.
okay. Okay, so I was married in 98. We moved back to Canada in 2000 and no, 2003? No. Yeah, 2003, and they changed the law like just before that. So they changed the law probably in like 2000, where you can have both citizenships. That's because my ex-husband had his American, and he didn't have to give that up to be able to get his landed immigrant in Canada. So
Yeah.
they
which is
did
a good
change it. They
thing.
did change it
So
in the last
yeah,
few,
y'all
like
talking about citizenship. Yeah, that's exactly what y'all
Yeah.
talking about. You can't
citizenship,
change
landed
nation.
immigrant. It's all different.
Yeah, you can't about to change nation at all. That's literally the
No,
ground that you were born on. You can't
no,
really change that. Law
nobody
ain't have
can.
nothing to do with nation at
Nobody can
all.
take
Well,
where you were born from
Cause
away
you can
from
only
you.
be born in one, literally one
Right,
spot for real. I mean,
right.
even if your parents, right, your parents were in multiple, because like say if they did change it that way, right, it was based off your parents and all that stuff. But then what about the parents and that you will have so
Okay,
many
so
nations inside of you. It'd be way more than that,
okay,
just
listen to
like the
this though,
blood,
Kev. Listen to
huh?
this. Okay, so here in Canada, okay, so we back a long time ago, probably about maybe like, okay, when they changed the law that you're somebody else can get citizenship off of you if you have it. So as long as your blood had it. So a few years ago, I'd say probably about 15 years ago, we had this big whole thing where women were coming here to Canada who were pregnant and just giving birth here. So that way their child was automatically a Canadian citizenship, right? Got that?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
then that automatically gave them the right to be able to apply for theirs because their child was born here. So we had a big, huge thing about pregnant women coming from all kinds of countries and having their babies here. So you see how
Mm-hmm.
that works? So just
Yeah.
be, even though they weren't born here, their child was Canadian. So now they have a right to apply for their landed immigrant and their Canadian citizenship after they're here for 10 years.
So I thought about something else too. I think this another way your nationality can change too. And I'm talking about without law being in it, right? Because this would make more sense. So another one could be like the place you stayed at the longest, right? Too, because that could change. Like, say if I was to move or whatever, and okay, say I've been in the United States for 30, right? 30 years, and then I go to Europe, right? And be there for 60 years. I think my nationality, it'd be the right to say that I am more European than American because
Right,
I've lived most of my life as a European,
right,
right? You see what
but
I'm
right.
saying?
then I
Yep,
guess it depends on how you feel because there's people that have been living
Yeah.
forever in another country but still
right.
feel mostly their birth nationality. There's a
Yeah,
lot of
Okay,
I hardly believe that. I would
here's,
probably wouldn't believe it because I believe people adapt in your areas. You always
I think that
adapt.
too. Yeah.
here's another one, Kev. Here's another one that we had too. Okay, so about 10 years ago, we had two East Indian boys, brown boys, get
Mhm,
into a car accident, right?
mhm,
And yeah, no, it was longer than 10 years ago. It was probably maybe about 15 years ago. Get into a car accident, and they unfortunately unalived the other person in the other car. Now, they were born in India, but they came over here with their parents and everything because they just came over with because they got through. Now, because that was a criminal offense, they got deported. They have never lived. They came to Canada when they were like 1 years old. All they know is the Canadian life. But they
mhm,
got deported to India because their citizenship is Indian. They were born in India and they did a criminal offense here and they weren't a Canadian citizen. They hadn't gotten their Canadian citizenship yet.
mhm,
So they were deported back, but yet they only knew the Canadian life.
mhm.
And they had already been here for like 20 something years, but they were dumb and didn't apply for their Canadian citizenship.
What did you say they were stuck in jail or something?
Well, no, because they committed a
Wait, what?
crime.
Are you saying that they didn't in the environment? What you saying?
No, I'm saying they did. Because they came here when they were one, because remember we're saying some people come into a country and they
Right,
don't know any other way. They came to Canada when they were 1 years old, right? Lived
right,
here for like 23 years. Did not, did not apply for their Canadian citizenship. They're only
right.
landed immigrants. They committed a crime, like like unaliving somebody.
Right.
So here, when you're not a Canadian citizenship and you commit a crime, you're deported back to your country.
Right.
These poor guys were fighting and fighting and fighting to stay here because they're like, we don't know any other life except for Canadian life.
Right.
Sorry, you were born in India. You have to go back. And they were deported
Yeah.
back.
Which is, it's a very double thing because
Oh,
Right. And so
at
just
one
because you
side,
live somewhere for a long, sorry, Ferry, I just want to finish
yeah,
my point. So
yeah,
just
okay.
because you live somewhere, Kev, for a long period of time, yes, you may claim that you're more like that, but you have really no entitlement to that country.
Yeah.
no. Well, I think I got what you said. You said that okay, they was in Canada for 1 year, right?
No, when they arrived to Canada at birth, they were just 1 year old when
Pretty
they
much,
arrived
yeah.
in Canada.
Pretty much, yeah.
Right. Wait, they hit somebody at 1 year old?
No,
No, they
they've been
lived
living
there
here
all
No.
for
their
23
life.
years. They've been living here for 23 years now. They were here, they were
They
23
lived
years
okay,
old.
lived in Canada
Right,
for 23 years, right?
right.
Okay.
And then
Never
they
got
fell
their
in love.
Canadian citizenship.
Never got it, right?
Right. Now
Which
they
I'm not
commit.
yeah, I feel you on that though, not the citizenship
Which
part,
is
but
their
okay.
which is their that was their stupid fault, right?
Right. So
You should apply for it after 10 years. That was their stupid fault. And
right.
then they commit like an unaliving.
Right.
Okay,
Where?
doesn't
Where
matter
at?
what if you're committed of a crime in
Huh?
Canada and you're not from, you go to jail
Oh,
if you're
because they ain't
Canadian.
got
You
their
just
citizenship in Canada,
right,
right? Right.
exactly. You
Okay.
get deported out. We're not going to pay for you
Yeah.
to go into our jails. You're going to
Okay.
go back to your country. We don't want you
Okay.
anymore. You committed a crime in our country. Get the fuck out,
Right.
basically. But what I'm saying though, Kev, is they did not know any other life but a Canadian life. Those poor guys
But
had to
how
go
long
back
have they been there? Where they go back to? You said what was the name of the
India.
place? India.
India.
So they was in India for how long?
They were born there and then their parents came here. They were only there for like 8 months of their life.
8 months, right? And then they went back.
No, 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 no. They were born in India, lived there for like 8, 9 months.
Went to
Didn't even
Canada.
know India. They're babies, right? They don't know India. They're babies. Then they come here and they're
Right.
raised in Canadian schools, Canadian
Mm-hmm.
society,
Yeah.
Canadian culture,
Right.
everything.
Right.
They know the shopping malls. They know everything, right? They got
Mm-hmm.
everything. They're Canadian. They think
Mm-hmm.
they're Canadian, but legally they are not.
I got you on that, and that's what I be meaning about it, right?
Yeah,
Because it's that's why I was saying it's more of your nation or whatever, depending on where you adapted most of your life with, right, or where you learn all your stuff with, or you know what I'm saying. So that's why I was meaning about that if I was here in America, right, for 30 years, and then I stayed another 60 years in Europe, right, I'll be more European than American because all I know is their lifestyle. Well, I did
right,
know that this lifestyle for 30 years, but it's going to by us being human and adapting to our environment. I'm going to know more European than America because I spent most of my life in European. After that, I spent
right.
Yeah.
But
60 years in there. You know what I'm
it
saying?
doesn't make you that. What I'm trying to get
No.
at though, just because it doesn't make you that. What culture or it doesn't make it doesn't make that your citizenship.
No, I'm
Just
not
because
As
talking
you
long
about
as you
law
know,
though.
don't
I'm
yeah,
not talking about
apply,
law though.
yeah.
correct,
I'm not talking
As
yeah,
about that.
long as you don't apply for the citizenship, you will always stay your main nationality.
well, you always stay your main nationality no matter what,
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
right? Nobody, yeah,
I
nobody
main
can
feel
take that away,
yeah.
citizenship. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I
right?
said I get what they saying, but I was just talking about because a lot of what I'm saying, as in people have to, because nationality has changed, and then I get what it was back then because people wasn't moving like that, right? But I'm saying to make sense out of what nationality should be, which is should be where instead of where you born at, it should be where you spent most of your time at, because it's like it wouldn't make sense to say that I am American, right? I might have started off in America, but then if I live most of my life as a European, I'm more European than American because I don't know nothing about America since 30 years ago. I mean, 60 years ago, right? So how
Right.
would I claim that I'm American? I, you know what I'm saying? How would I claim I'm American if all I know is European now? that stuff probably don't washed out my. I mean, I might know a little bit about it, but my ways ain't American no more. My the way I move is not American no more. The way I probably talk is not even American no more. So I'm just saying because that's how humans adapt. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right. But then again, the thing is, when it becomes a law thing, um, they do it because um, I don't know if they're going to be judged in
They can,
India now, because if they are, deported to their own country, of which they have the citizenship, and they have to be judged over there for their crime,
right.
the punishment may be way different over there in
No,
India
Yeah,
than
no,
it is in Canada.
yeah.
no. The
But I
thing
wasn't
is,
talking about
okay,
law. I'm just talking about mentality wise. I'm just saying you
once
can't
they
really.
commit a crime here, sorry to interrupt, but once they commit a crime here, they're not punished over there. Their punishment is actually just going back to their country.
Okay. They're
Right.
getting
So,
sentenced
because
in
they didn't
Canada.
commit the crime in their country, so they're not going to be punished in their country. Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Oh, so
But
they.
Yeah.
for
Oh,
us
that's what
in
you're
Okay.
saying. They get.
Canada,
Okay,
yeah,
it
for
makes
us in
sense.
Canada, the punishment is if you commit a crime and you're not a Canadian citizen,
You go back
you're
home.
going
You
back to
get
your
deported.
country. We don't
Okay,
want
now
you
I'm glad
anymore.
you explained it because that threw
Okay.
me
Yeah.
off. I thought you were saying they
Yeah.
spent their time in jail back
No,
home
no, no, sir. No, no,
or back
That's
no.
what I wanted to
legal
know.
home,
Yeah.
right?
That's what I wanted to know.
Okay, that makes sense now. All right.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
glad you
yeah. No,
came back
no.
to that one,
They
right? Because
didn't
I
make.
didn't think
They
about
didn't
that.
do the crime in their country, so they're not going to get punished there. They're just going to be
Right.
over there, and they're going to be lost because they have no idea what to do over there, right? Oh,
They
they fought.
adapt.
They fought. They even went. They went to the Indian consulate. They went to the Canadian consulate. They fought to stay, but they were like, "Nope, sorry, you don't have your Canadian citizen. You're out.
But
We
then
don't want
They
again,
will
criminals.
it's what
adapt.
We don't
Kevin
want criminals in
says.
our country,
Yeah, but then it
right?"
is what Kevin says, the human nature is to adapt, so they will adapt to India
Yeah,
too.
they will. They most definitely will. They won't be
They
lost for too
will.
long.
No,
Maybe a
Yeah,
year or so. You know what I'm saying? But
they will learn
humans
very
are
quickly.
curious and they look and they search. They search. That's just what's in our nature. We try to find ourselves in different ways and stuff. So they're going to find a way to communicate with people. They're going, you know what I'm saying? They're not just going to sit there lost for all the rest of their life.
Well, it's our basic
no,
being surviving. That's the
Yeah.
thing we do from birth. So whatever
Yep.
they
right.
put us, we will always find a way to adapt.
Of course, right?
Mm. But it's
That's like
interesting.
Tarzan. You know what I'm saying? Been raised by animals and stuff. So that's why he can communicate. I mean, even though it seems like it's a cartoon and all that, but that junk would be true. If you was a dude that was raised by animals, you probably come with animal type instincts and stuff.
Oh, but
That's
Exactly,
just how it
right?
is.
there are real stories about that. There are people that have been living among animals and grown up among animals, and I
Mm-hmm.
don't know if any of you have seen the movie. I think it was called Nell. Um, it's pretty old. It was about, I think it was Jodie Foster that played in it, and
Oh,
she
with
was
the
brought up.
apes?
No, she was brought up by her mom, but in nature, she out of any um
I think I know which movie you're talking about.
and she had a whole different way of speaking and acting, and it was a very beautiful movie though. But then you
Yeah,
see she adapted, and she had a different way of speaking, but that
Mhm.
was because her mom was paralyzed and she
right.
spoke differently, and she learned that way of speaking. So when they brought her into the real world and she had to adapt to the real world, you see this whole process where she goes through,
Yep.
into
Yep.
adapting to this life. And it was an amazing movie, but it's based on a true story.
I think I know which one
Mhm.
you're talking about. But you know what, though, Ferry? Like, honestly, a lot of movies are like that.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, look at like a lot of movies are about adapting. Like,
Hmm.
I don't want to go into like the fairy, like the Disney, but we were going to that. Like, Cinderella had to adapt to her different
Yep.
lifestyle.
Mm.
Like, like Tom and Jerry had
I
to
think
adapt to their
everything at that
lifestyle.
besides humans. You just
Everything
made me
has
think
to
about that.
adapt. Like, you kind of have to adapt, but
Animals,
you
plants.
also have
Yeah.
to make sure that you don't adapt where it's hindering what you believe or what you value. Does that make sense as well?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to go a little bit deeper into to like life here. Like really honestly, like yeah, we all have to adapt to certain situations, stuff like that, but don't over adapt where it's gonna
Yeah,
affect
that
you in a
change
negative
your
way.
I,
morals and your
I
being.
think
Yeah.
even
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
what I mean.
some
Thank
of
you.
adapts is unintentional. It just automatically happen like that sometimes. That's all it is. Some
Yeah.
of them is intentional. Some of them is not is unintentional.
I think
That's
Yeah.
just like
adapting for survival is completely different than adapting for your own personality.
oh yeah.
Right.
That's you shouldn't
Mm-hmm.
lose your own being by adapting to survive in a
Right.
certain
A lot
situation.
of people doing that.
Yeah,
Right.
They
Like
be
well,
doing
when I
anything to
moved to
survive now.
Italy,
that's the weird
when I
thing. Yeah,
lived in
that's the weird thing.
when I lived in Italy, I had to adapt to a different kind of way of living, but I didn't change who I was. But
No.
I did have to adapt and register the way life was there, right?
I don't.
Yeah, sometimes
That's
you
weird.
adapt to a
You gotta change
behavior.
yourself to adapt, though.
Well,
I
no,
don't think
not
you keep the
like
same
no, not
mentality
like
when
no,
you
no.
adapt.
Like I can still be me. Like I'm still like I still like this and I like that and I like this, but I'm gonna adapt
Oh,
my
you talking about
way.
you change some of your hobbies? I'm just saying, like,
No,
it
like
still
you're
takes some type of change to adapt, just in general. Like, you can't literally be you. Like me becoming a better person, I can't. I thought I talked about that too, about being
Isn't
you,
that
like being
compromising?
you, huh?
Isn't that the word compromising instead of
yeah,
adapting? Maybe
and
compromise,
it can be
No,
you how do you say the word? Evaluate. You grow into
evaluate,
being a better, yeah, you grow into being a better human being or a different human being.
yeah.
or maybe like
Even when you be
you're not
better,
always
you that's it, right?
adapting to change. Yeah, I get. I'm trying to figure because you're not always adapting to change who you are. You're just adapting to.
You gotta change yourself to better yourself,
Well,
though.
not like well, some people adapt to fit in, and that's not a good thing,
They do that too, right?
right? That's what I'm saying. Like
But that
adapting doesn't always mean to be having to
so,
change who you are.
so what I learned a while ago, because the thing is, I think I heard this on like a motivational thing. They were saying that humans, regardless, is going to change, but it's different between changing and progressing. I was like, oh, that junk hit me a whole
Hmm.
different angle. I'm like,
Yeah,
okay, that
change,
makes sense though, because
change.
no matter what we're going to change, it's going to either be for the better or the worse. That's just what it's going to be, or
Well,
for
Yeah,
you
the
progress
yeah.
neutral. I
with
Not
know
all
for the
change.
change is for the better. Yeah.
right
You progress with change, right?
and progression, right? Just because you change, that don't mean you progress either. Too. That's another thing. So
But
No, but
sometimes
that's
with
you
all based off our
progress.
decisions.
no, but with change comes progression. Like
Not
Not
you
all. I
always.
change
mean, it
and you
Not
can,
progress.
but
always.
what change can be degrade or the opposite of progression too. You can
Can
change for the
regret.
worse.
Yeah, yeah.
True,
It's not
true.
always
Yeah,
for the
okay.
better.
I get what you
Right.
guys are saying. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You can always adapt to be in a worse situation,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. And I did that. I
A
unfortunately
lot
did
of
that
us
with
did
my
that.
last
Hang with the
relationship.
wrong people.
Yeah, I
I
think a lot of
adapted.
people do at
I
one point
adapted
in their
into
life.
that lifestyle, and yeah, it wasn't the right choice. Let's just put it that way, right? So yeah,
Yeah.
I did that. I made the wrong
Welcome to being a
is
human.
adaption a word? Is adaption a word? I made the wrong adaption.
Well, to me it is.
Okay, thanks. As long as you
I
guys
get it.
understand what I'm saying, I made the wrong
Yeah,
adaptation.
yeah.
We just made that a new word.
I think it's a perfect word.
There we go.
It's just
But
yeah.
that's a tricky thing. Actually, it's something to, really think about. Is adapting to a situation not in a way losing a part of you?
That's
It depends
yeah.
on your importance of what you make a part of you. I mean, it's
Mm.
what a part of you that you making important about you. Because some stuff is you gotta lose that like certain ways or something like that. You might have to lose. 'Cause the thing is, what we do is, like I said, a lot of us limit ourselves, and we identify ourselves how we want to, or we label ourselves something that can change at any moment, right? So it's like we can I don't like saying that term losing myself or something like that because it's like we not even ourselves and the only way to better ourselves is to lose a lot of stuff about ourselves. So if it takes
Hmm.
losing myself to better myself, then I'm gonna lose myself, right? That's all I'm saying.
But
But
that comes to the question that are we ever something that is defined? You know, it's like if you say
nope.
that's the way I am,
Right. I don't.
isn't it?
That
Isn't
too.
it? That's the way I am right now at this point in my life.
Right. Or that's the way I choose to be. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
Okay,
saying?
well,
Or this the way I
I
choose to stay.
yeah.
okay, well, I lost myself to adapting,
They
and
yeah.
but I can kind of talk about it and laugh about it now because
And
I've
become a
kind
better
of
self.
gotten over it. Exactly, and I'm starting to find myself again, even though I lost myself, but I'm starting to find myself and I'm having so much fun. And I'm starting to like realize that this was how much I did
Finding
lose
more about
myself.
yourself.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
But you're
So
right. Sometimes you have to lose, but I didn't want to lose myself like that. But sometimes you do have to lose yourself to be able to better yourself.
Lose things
yeah. So
about
actually,
yourself,
it
right?
feels like that the yourself part, the yourself thing, is a never-ending evolution.
I'm glad you're getting somewhere with
Hmm.
that one. Thank you. Yourself
Of
ain't
course it
yourself,
is.
man. I think I talked about that before, man.
What?
That is a
What do
very
you mean
interesting
yourself
thing to
isn't yourself?
philosophical. It's a really interesting thing that people see themselves a certain way, but
Hmm.
they will never stay that way. They will change all through
Exactly.
their lives. So there's
Oh,
not
yeah.
We getting
actually
somewhere.
there's no such thing. There's no such
We
thing
getting
as
somewhere. We getting somewhere. I love it.
Well,
Yeah,
we
say that
evolve,
louder. Say that
right?
louder for me, man. I
We
told you we
evolve.
limit ourselves, and I'm liking that you saying this.
yeah. So we have to actually to be able to grow to our biggest potential. We have to get rid of the idea that we are a certain type or are a certain person because we change all the time.
Hmm. Yep.
What?
It's
Yep.
called
Called
Wild Card
Wild Card
Feelings.
Girl, and it's on YouTube and stuff. On what apps? What do you? Sorry, Scott. What are you speaking about? Like, on what point are you talking about that she made?
I think it's a new song.
It's called
It's a song,
Wild.
but I'm trying to figure out what he's addressing that to what you said.
I guess he's trying to tell me that he brought out a new song. I think it
Oh,
doesn't
oh,
have anything to do with the topic.
oh, okay, okay. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
got
what is he
thrown
saying?
off too. I was like, what?
Wild Girl card? Like, is he talking about the topic, or is he just
Yeah, I
saying
was like, oh, is that a movie I have to see?
everybody's Irish
Everybody
on
Irish
St.
on
Patrick's
St. Patty's
Day?
Day.
Thing.
Right, exactly.
Not me. Italian girl. I'm not Irish. I don't claim no Irish in me at all.
Oh no, neither am I.
I
Why
don't
is
Thank you
that?
drink
for
Let's get
beer.
being.
somewhere then. Why is
I
that?
don't drink beer, green beer, and no.
Why don't you do it?
Why don't I claim Irish?
Yeah, let's get
Because
somewhere.
I know where my parents were born. I know where my grandparents were born. I know where my great grandparents were born, and
We
I know where
know.
my
I
great great.
know where some of my people was born too.
But
So
that's the
why?
thing, Kev. That's what
Let's
I
get
said. I
somewhere.
said that's what I said. Italy. I wasn't born in Italy, but Italy was born in me. Like for you, for
Do
instance,
you
you were born in the
celebrate
States.
Thanksgiving?
Where? Who, me?
Yeah.
Um, yeah, but our Thanksgiving is different here in Canada than yours.
It's
But
even a
ain't
Ours,
different
that for the
date, I think.
pilgrims or something like that, right? Something like that.
well, no, Thanksgiving is a joke. I mean, really, I only eat it for the turkey.
What do you celebrate?
Me, I
Yeah,
celebrate Christmas. I celebrate Easter.
man. Now we getting somewhere.
I celebrate my birthday. I celebrate my daughter's birthday. I celebrate birthdays. I celebrate. What else do I celebrate?
Well, you probably celebrate all Catholic
Yeah,
um,
that's why I said Easter,
holidays. Yeah.
Christmas. And that's all about it. That's really the real true ones that I value and I has more meaning than just the fucking rabbit and the Santa Claus to me. All
Right.
the other,
Mother's Day,
nah, I
Father's
well,
Day.
but that's not really a holiday. But I mean, I
That
celebrate
is a
like
holiday.
Halloween and I have fun with those ones. But those aren't holidays to me.
No, they're commercial
Yeah, exactly.
celebrations.
Like even Canada Day. Like how you guys celebrate 4th of
Valentine,
July, we have July 1st. It's the same kind of thing, and yeah, no, I mean,
New Year,
Yeah, so actually we celebrate like holidays,
religion.
religious religious holidays, and
Makes it.
national holidays,
yeah,
because
Hmm.
it depends on where we are. We celebrate their national holidays with them most of the time.
right.
Word.
Like, I mean, I celebrate. I mean, like I said, I'll celebrate like Canada Day, and I'll celebrate like Italy's Independent Day, right? Stuff like that, like But really, even all those are just holidays that were given for a reason that,
The pagan holidays, they call it nowadays.
yeah, kind of. We're the first generation in this family that doesn't understand a thing.
Hmm.
Born in the 40s. So my dad speaks Polish, English, and Russian. Yep. See, so so little miss, you're first generation then, right? In the States? Yeah, we're first generation in
What
the
is a
States.
first
Okay.
generation?
So first generation means, Kev, is that your parents were not born in the country that you were born in. You're the first generation born in that country, right? The first generation, like my mom and dad were born in Italy,
Oh, I
right?
got you.
If I was born there, then I would have been like the 10th or 11th generation. But because I was born in
Or
Italy,
2000.
I was born in the first generation in Italy. So we're starting a whole new, yeah, my grandparents came. So you're second generation, yeah. So that means her parents were born
I get
in
you.
Canada
In
or
your
the States,
nationality.
yeah. Whereas you have, if you trace back your mom and dad were born in the States, right?
Probably here somewhere.
You don't know where your mom and dad were born?
I think it had to be somewhere in America.
Okay, and then their parents were probably born in the States,
Probably. I don't
right?
know. I ain't looked
That
that
already
big.
is making you three generations into the States,
Yep, I get you
right?
on that. I get you.
So you see where the bloodline starts to thin out a little bit?
Hmm.
Yeah.
And then ain't
So
no
like
telling where we
And
originally
the
from.
behavior is
my
Nobody
different.
know.
kids, my kids are the second generation, so their bloodline, and then their kids are going to be the third generation, which is going to thin out. You see what I'm? So yeah, my dad and aunt were first generations in the States. Yeah, so they're like me. They're the first generation. So they're probably the 70s, 60s, 70s kids.
So that wow. I mean they
Barry,
came
have you ever been over
they
here in the States or Canada? Have you ever
uh
traveled over here? No, I'm asking Ferry if she's ever traveled over here. The hippie.
I have both traveled to Canada and the United States. I have been in
what?
French Canada, in Quebec,
Mm.
and I've traveled
That's
recently last year
ain't
to
that what's
Las
on fire
Vegas.
right now?
Hmm?
No,
Quebec?
Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia is the fires, not
Oh,
Quebec.
'cause yeah,
Nova
I seen it
Scotia.
moved up. It had moved up
Yeah,
and then
a little bit. It's moving all over right now, Kev. Even we have major fires right now, and actually
man.
a lot of we actually just had a whole bunch of firemen come from Australia to help us,
That's
Mhm.
and there's a
awesome.
couple other
They
people's
said all
coming from.
around the world is helping.
Sorry. We didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, that's okay. That's
Yeah,
no
so
problem.
It was
Kevin.
off my brain. Hey, these days when you said Quebec, I was thinking about something else.
Well, there's beautiful forests over there, so I get it.
It ain't
Well,
beautiful
actually,
now.
Quebec. To be honest with you guys, Quebec, we don't really. How do I say this? We don't really want to claim Quebec, to be honest with you, because they want to separate themselves from Canada because they think they're French
Yeah,
Canadian, and really their French is completely different than if you go to Paris.
absolutely. Quebecois
And
is nothing like
Bonjour.
there, you just said it, very quick. I don't even know how to say it,
le
Quickablah or whatever they
Quebecois.
want. Yeah,
Le
exactly what it is.
Quebecois.
Exactly, and they think that they're better than all us other, and they because French is supposed to be our first language, which is not, because we're not French. We're Canadian French, whatever. So
Who
they
made the
we
French kiss?
they over there in Quebec can be their own thing. So you went to Quebec, which is nice, and it's very like Europe. But you got to travel the rest of Canada. You got to go to Toronto. You got to come here to the
On
West
the
Coast.
day where hippies.
But then
Ooh.
again, isn't the West Coast more influenced by America?
No. Oh God, no. Oh no, 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 no. Let me change your mind. Please let me change your mind. The East Coast, Ontario, Toronto's
Yeah.
just below Boston, New York. They, Drake, they all think that they are more Americanized. Us West Coast people over here on the West Coast, we're chill. We're nice. We're happy. We're the beautiful British
Oh,
Do
okay.
you
Columbia
know we are
over here,
Yeah.
called? We
So
considered the
so
West
right?
so
So all
yeah,
the
Western.
Canada. Okay.
all the forest fires, you guys can blame the East Coast, okay? Because that's all on the East Coast.
Yeah, so
That
now I get
Yeah.
it. So Canada is constructed out of this French, um, British, American
correct. Well,
situation.
Oh,
not even American. No, we won't claim America at all. But yes, we are British.
It-
We're a British
what you gotta
colony.
say?
We're a British
yeah,
colony. We go under
yeah,
the Queen. Yes, we
yeah,
are. But
yeah.
we don't claim that as much as we used to.
What
Okay.
do you mean by claim?
Like we don't really like fuck the Queen.
You still driving on the left side of the road?
No, ma'am. We never did. We never did. We never did. That's what I'm saying. We're a British
They
colony,
drive in
but
the
we never
middle.
followed the rules. We never, like we're not Britain. We're our
Yeah,
own, we're Canada.
They driving
So that's what I
backwards.
mean by that. So yeah.
yeah, but
But
there are some influences from um from Great Britain.
oh well, yes, our money. Our money
Yeah,
has our money did have the Queen on it, but now they're switching it all to the King now because the Queen passed away.
yeah,
Rest in peace, Queen.
yeah. I've seen the money.
But
So
but now our money has to be switched over to his face. And do you know how much money that's going to be and how much time and energy and finances and stuff to switch over just a face
Yeah,
off
and
of
you
our
know it's
money?
not going to be for that long because he's the oldest king ever.
You
Exactly.
made me
Exactly.
think
It's
of
going to
something.
be what, Kev?
I know. I'll say you made me think of something about. I, I had a live a couple of days ago about king, queens, and all that. King, queens, emperors, and goddesses, and all that stuff. People
Oh,
that
you
call
did that
themselves that.
topic?
Huh?
I said you did that topic?
Yeah, I did it. I did it a few
You did
days
it
ago. And
several
actually,
times. You
a lot
already
of
had
people
that.
understood me though. It wasn't that bad. I was waiting for some of the people that was,
How did it go?
but they didn't come here. They probably dodged the room. But it made me think about that. And if 6'4" put it in my mind, I never not thought about that ever since he told me this. I was like, do people really think? Do you really want to consider yourself a queen or a king, especially a queen? Because I thought about this, right? Did they know that like the queen wasn't? It wasn't like she was getting the most respect at all
Right.
from considered to today, right?
At one
Because the
point.
king can do whatever he want. He can sleep with many women, right? He can do because all he had to do was protect the queen. Now today's day and age, they've done mixed it up now. They make it seem like the queen had power or anything. No, she was the one
Ooh,
that was just on the side. She was basically like the sidekick for the king. So it's
No.
like,
ooh.
do you really
Queen,
want to call
no,
yourself a
no.
queen?
Only no,
Queen has
Kev. Oh,
a,
oh, oh, Kev. You
okay, go
make a
ahead,
mistake
Carrie.
there. Yeah, because it depends on who's reigning. Is it the king or is it the queen that's reigning? Because
Right.
their partner automatically get the name, but they're not the ones that make the decisions. So
Hmm?
Queen Elizabeth was the reigning
You talking
queen
about?
for
Yeah,
a
that's different.
very long time. There was no man telling her anything.
Oh,
Yeah,
she was over 60
I'm
years,
talking
my dear.
before that.
She did
I
She,
was
like she
talking
had her jubilee or whatever. What is that? What is jubilee? Is that like
I
X
think
Men
she was
character.
over
65 or
60
something?
years.
60 years of being a
Yeah,
queen,
yeah, she was
and
very
nobody told
young.
That's
her what
different though.
to
I
do.
think that's like a whole state that that's different. I'm talking about like back in the days, back before you couldn't be considered a queen unless you had a king type situation. That's what I'm talking about. You couldn't. It was no
Well,
such
you
thing as
couldn't have
just
a
making a
king
queen on
without a
their own.
queen,
It just wasn't like
and you
that.
couldn't have
No,
a
it
king without a
depended.
queen.
Huh?
You couldn't have a king without a queen.
What? When?
Well, because the
It
queen.
was all
Okay, okay, we're
that
gonna
was
go
a
back.
group
We're gonna
vote. That's
no,
how you had a king
hold
or
on, Kev.
emperor.
We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back to the whole giving birth. You can't have a king unless the queen gave birth to the king, the new king.
Oh, you talking about like a prince?
She had to be born.
Right.
Yeah,
She
He was
had to
a
be a
she
prince
had to be
first,
prince.
right?
born out of a
Right
Yeah,
queen.
but
now, prince.
yeah, I feel you on that. I feel you on that
Right.
though. But I'm talking
Right.
about as in you couldn't be. I'm not saying have one. I say you couldn't be one, right? What I
In a lot of
mean,
countries,
not
you can't
having
have
a
a queen.
king, huh?
You couldn't. In a lot of countries, you can't have a queen. You always had a son to rule the country. However, in England, it didn't matter. It was the
It's the
firstborn.
same in the
It's the first,
Netherlands.
exactly. It was the firstborn. So that's why Queen
It's the firstborn.
Elizabeth, that's why Queen Elizabeth became the first queen at such a young
Okay, that makes
age,
sense on that one. Yeah, I get you
right?
on that though.
She was a queen at such a young age. That's why she ruled for so long. But she was
Yeah.
respected in the earlier years. She was respected, but as time changed, not everybody looked at the
So she
monarchy
was a
monarchy
princess
as
to a king and
she
a
was a
queen, right?
princess. Yeah, her dad was the king,
That
and her
makes
mom
sense.
had to be a princess to be the queen.
Right.
And then her mom, and then but she had to be a princess, but she was the firstborn. That's the thing.
I
So
get you on
so once her dad passed away, she took the
She got the
reins at
crown.
such a
Yeah.
young
that. Yeah,
age of the
Yeah.
monarchy.
that
You
makes
see
sense.
how that
That makes
works?
That's
sense.
the
Yeah.
same. Yeah, that's the same thing here in the Netherlands. It's the
Right.
Yeah.
firstborn that is getting. And
Right.
we had queens for a very long time, one
Yes.
after
I
the
was just
other. It's
talking
only
about
now
back
that
when it
we have
was
a king.
taking over, like when it back in like when it was slaves and all that stuff, right? I was just talking
That's
about
different
then.
though.
It
I
was
don't know
literally
about
just straight
England. I
either
don't know
king
about
or they was by themselves, right? That they just had a bunch of girls, right? And then maybe they had a queen some of the time, but most of the time, back at that time, it was literally would not be. It was only the king, right? It was literally a king, and if he had wanted a queen, right, that's when he picked. But then again, like I was
Yeah, but
saying,
you talking about just domestic relationships, like
it
just a
wasn't
regular
domestic.
relationship.
That's just
Like
it was
he was
like
the
I said back
king of
then.
the
It was
house.
based off survival.
So
Or
he
a
was the
long
king of
time
the
ago, it was
house.
based on survival, not wants and needs. So it was like the king literally can do what he want. Like he had a bunch of maids, he had a bunch of servants that was dudes. You know what I'm saying? He had all because he was the king. You know what I'm
But so
saying?
did
So
the
he could do
queen.
whatever he wanted.
But so did the queen. When she became queen, she got all that too, all the servants, everything. She could do what she
Well,
wanted.
you
But
yeah,
she
you talking
didn't.
about? I get what you're saying on that. Like if it was like born from a royal type family or something like that. But I'm just saying that out of the ones that like started, it was like a I don't know how it was like it got voted in type situation. I don't know how it was though, but he was just literally the person that took over, and he was like he literally can, and even that right. I don't think like the queen had multiple men. You know what I'm saying?
No,
So,
not at
No,
all.
but
no.
I'm just
Not at
saying
all.
back then, my point was just saying
So
that the king
are
was
we getting
doing
to
the
the point
queen
that
so
all men
bold in
cheat?
today's day and age. I'm gonna put it that way. If you was to
Hold
say
on, are
that.
we getting to the point that all men cheat and women don't? Because now that's
No,
where you're
that
getting at
wasn't
with the
cheating
king.
because
The
the
king
king
was
can
able
do
to
what
have
he want. That
multiple.
wasn't considered
No,
cheating. That's just his
exactly.
way of
He could
living.
cheat. He could cheat and do whatever he want, but the queen couldn't. So we're getting to the point that men could cheat and do what they want, but women can't. Because the
No,
queen did whatever she wanted. Don't forget,
no.
she became queen at like what? What fairy at like 18, 19? Very
She
young.
was very
Young.
young.
The
Very,
I
very
think the
young. So
point,
she wasn't even married. She picked
No.
her king.
Yeah.
She picked her king,
right? I
right?
think the
So you got
point
to remember
was
she was queen and her king was under her. She was making more money. She was ruling.
right,
Her king was under her. So how do we deal with that? How do men deal with that? And she ruled for over
right,
60 years.
right. That wasn't my point. I'm
Oh,
saying
sorry.
my point was that these people that want to call themselves that didn't realize what these people were going through, right? The title sounds sweet and fun and all that stuff, but the
Mm,
real definition of how that went down wasn't the lifestyle nobody really wanted
I
to
get
live.
what you're saying.
Because
So
Yeah.
these
nobody
people
was
that are
getting
calling
respected
Hmm.
on that end,
these
right?
people who are calling themselves king and queens now don't understand exactly where it came
That's what
from.
I'm getting to.
And that's
That's
what you're
yeah,
getting at. I get
yeah,
it. Okay,
exactly.
so my
Right.
point is, what about these people that want to be called? I'm gonna get in so much trouble for this. What about all these people that want to be called daddy?
Oh my
That's some
God.
sexual stuff behind that,
That
and
just
I don't know about
fucking
that's
irks
weird.
the shit out of me. I'm not calling nobody daddy, but except for my dad.
Oh my
They doing it.
goodness.
They getting their doonies beat out, saying that stuff. I don't know, whatever.
Okay.
But Yeah, that's
Yeah.
some freaky stuff. That's a whole nother thing. But the people that's like that, them ones that be thinking high of themselves, or they got some type of insecurity behind them where they got to big themselves up. Same thing
It
what I was
feels
saying
So
like it
what
about.
has to do with submission.
right? So
Yeah,
what about all the ones that want to be king and queen? Same thing.
Well, that
same
probably
thing.
has to
Yeah.
do with domination.
Or I even said people that say beautiful. Why you
No,
gotta?
Well,
you're
whatever. But
beautiful.
nowadays we give people names without thinking. How about all these inspirational talkers that say, "Yeah, you go, tiger." What the fuck? We're not
What?
tigers. We're human
Tiger?
beings.
I've never heard
What is a
that.
tiger, right?
I've never heard
Yeah,
that.
they say,
What
"You
is a
go, tiger.
sweetheart?
Go get
A
him, tiger."
sweetie. A honey blumskins.
We
Okay,
make
let's not
up
get.
we make up all
My boo
these
boo. My
names.
boo. What is that? I'm about to get on all the names. Now it's over. My
Yeah,
fuzzy lumpkins.
we just need to give people names. And I think it has to be I think it if we give somebody a name, I think we want to show that person how we feel or think about him. So we look for something that we can compare to how we think about that person.
Did you just say in the room? His name is King Cobra.
Up, called him. I
So,
know.
like, okay, like all these, I think that's what we're trying to get at. The ones who want to be called king and queen, not boo or honey or whatever. Those
Yeah,
are
but
just
that's
all
a personal
nicknames.
thing. You know what I'm
Those are
saying?
just all nicknames and all just fun and cute and
You
like,
call yourself
like,
king and
right.
queen, like it can't be. That's what I was saying when I mentioned that day. I said that it can't be a subjective type thing, right? That don't make. I mean, if it's objective, that means everybody then dang near agree with it around the world. It's like, yeah, he is a king or she is a queen. But you calling yourself this, or my man calls me a queen, or my girl calls me a king. So that makes me, that's when it becomes subjective. And then he
Well,
go, why
isn't it
did that
used?
matter? Why did that matter? But I'm just saying, like, what's the, what, you are not, you know what I'm saying? No matter how you want to look at it, because your feelings say it. That don't mean that they are, that they is. So we gotta be
But,
real.
but
What do
Kevin,
you
isn't it? I'm not very I'm not sure about it, but isn't it also used in the Bible
what?
to
Like king and
No,
describe
queen,
the men and the women? Like, don't they
mm,
use
king
the
and
term
queen.
king?
nah, no. It was
That
literally kings
the
and queens
man
in
is
there.
the king of the house and
No,
the woman is his
Hmm,
queen?
I'm not
Because
sure
I
about
hear
that.
a lot of
it
religion
might be.
people
Let me
use
see.
that.
Let me look that up now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear a lot of religion people, Christian people use that when they have like discussions that
Well,
the man is the king, or that the woman says,
I
"Oh, he is my
know,
king."
I know there is like certain aspect behind it, like not just saying, "Oh, he's a king with a crown on," or "She's a queen with a crown on." It's like he's a king of the castle. Let's
Yeah,
say that, or the king of the
yeah,
house,
yeah,
right? We use those terms a lot. Like I've heard that. I mean, I grew up with that. The king of the castle. That's my dad. He was the king of the
yeah,
castle.
yeah. And the mom is
So,
the queen, is his queen
right,
because he chose
right,
her. Yeah,
exactly. And we're the little princesses,
yeah.
right? And yeah, so that aspect I kind of get, but in the Bible, well, maybe because they kings and queens, and it might be in there, Kev.
I think I
They,
heard
it's
it.
weird because like, how could they do that and then still say it was kings and queens, like King David or
Because
something like that? Like
there is
you
a
already was a
term
king before you
behind
was
it.
a king. If that was the case.
Yeah, but I
No, but
think
there
they
is a
use it.
term behind it
Yeah, I think they use it as a form of guidance in the way you should treat your wife and the way you should treat your
as a
man.
king or a
I think
queen.
it's
Yeah,
like you should treat your husband as a king and do so
right,
and so and so.
right. So we go by king and queen, okay, but let's go on the other ones like I said, where people want to be called daddy or O OG when they're like 34 years old.
I don't know. People make up all this
Hey,
weird
Kev,
shit.
I'm an
I'm
OG and
getting
I'm
too
34
old.
years old.
I'm
Oh,
getting too old for this shit.
right, Carrie.
I don't
Sometimes
understand
I
it.
don't understand some of this
No,
terminology. I mean, I get
no.
it because the girls kind of teach me, but I
Well,
mean,
that's
I
the same
know.
with my girl. I hear her talk and I'm like, what are you talking about?
Exactly. Right? It's like there's so much new stuff and things that we need to know and people
Oh,
and the thing is though people take terms how they want to interpret it.
here
Is
we
that word
go.
interpret? Right?
Here we
They
go.
interpret it the way they want to interpret it.
I think that's
So
the same with calling people queen and king. It's like I Kevin already had this discussion way back, and I have the feeling that to me, if I would call a woman a queen, uh, I think my meaning behind it is that I see her rule her world. You know, I see her rule her life. I think you are a
right,
queen because you are handling things as
right.
if you have control and reigning your
And
life.
you know everything.
Yeah. So to me, it's a form of respect into saying to another woman, I admire the way you handle your life. He
Yeah, but
froze
okay,
again.
but there's yeah, he froze again. Um, the thing is though, with giving some respect by calling them a queen means that they're like for me, it kind of means like you feel like you're above everybody. Like you're the queen. Like
Well,
for me, I just want to be I don't want to be called a queen. I just want to be called like I don't know. I don't it's a hard one. That's
yeah, but that's it's what you said. I
Sure.
think everybody has their own meaning behind why this, and some people just say it to say it. You know, some people have no
Right,
meaning behind it because it's just a
right,
trend. You know, it's like
right,
with this whole narcissist thing, that's a trend,
right.
and now everybody all
That,
yeah, me
yeah.
too. I
All of
can't
a sudden,
stand it.
everybody's a narcissist, and I
I'm
hate
back
Everybody's a
that.
now. There we
narcissist
go.
now,
I had to
especially
hold it.
men.
You're
All
welcome.
men are narcissists.
No, and the thing
What?
is like unless you've actually truly dealt with one, like come on.
Wait,
And
say that over again. What? I
and
just
listen,
walked in at the wrong time.
I can talk to a female or a woman. I could talk to a woman and know right away if they have or have not dealt with a true narcissist or not somebody who has the tendency of a narcissist because you cannot and somebody told me this you cannot diagnose somebody as a true narcissist unless they've actually gone to like a psychiatrist, not even a therapist, a psychiatrist. So you can't be throwing that word out to everybody. People have tendencies like it and could kind of maybe potentially act like it, but you can't call somebody a true narcissist unless they've been diagnosed with it.
But
And
lady,
for me, I I did deal with one, and I can say that because it was. But for me, I have to be careful because I have not actually been diagnosed with dealing with one. So, and there's a difference. And I hate that everybody throws that word out there because that to me is almost kind of like when you call a guy a narcissist,
They usually
to
be a
me,
narc. The people that say they
well,
usually be a narc says
no,
they
Kev,
dang
no,
on
that's
so.
different. That's different. That's different for me. But
That's something I learned too.
I'm being serious right now. For me, if
They
you
didn't
call a
fit
guy a
well.
narcissist, it's almost like accusing him of rape, and that's something hard to put on a guy. You can't put
The
that
heck?
label on somebody or a female or a guy. I'm saying this. You cannot put that narcissist label on somebody unless
That's harsh.
it's very harsh. And
I
I
guess
think it's
that,
both of them
flying
got
that's the
around.
whole
mental
thing.
issues, right?
That's
It's
the
flying
whole thing,
around too
But
lady.
much
dang,
on this app. It's
That
flying around way too much.
well, that's the whole thing that's in going on in our society. It's we have these trend words. So there is this trend going on. All of a sudden, there is this word, and everybody's using it, you know, at their own
let me
feeling
look
and their
this up
own
for
good.
y'all real quick.
You know, this is being a narcissist um is something that has to be diagnostically um evaluated by a psychiatrist. So you cannot say that somebody is something if you are not that doctor that has
Right.
actually did all the tests and everything to prove that that person has that condition. It's a condition. But nowadays people use it to describe behavior.
Right.
Everybody has now and then that kind of behavior,
Yeah.
because
Yeah, you got traits.
the fact is that
Yeah.
we are human beings. Our basic instincts is to survive. That makes us selfish at some points, and that
Right.
makes us a narcissist. So
Right.
it doesn't mean that we are it, but we now
Everybody
and
got the
then
yeah,
use the
right.
behavior
Right.
in a certain situation, and
Yep.
people don't make the difference between that.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
everything that shows that behavior nowadays is labeled directly a narcissist.
And that's exactly what I was
My
trying to say.
my
Yeah.
Is you
thing is
can't be
like
labeling people like that.
No.
my thing is how do you deal with one for so long? I mean, you overlook something because it even say struggles with work or personal relationships. So that's something that should be observant from the beginning. I
Yeah.
never got like some people say they can deal with
Okay.
it for so long, right? That
Well, the
mean
thing
you
is, okay, sorry to cut you off though, Kev. Okay, and again, I got to be careful because I can't really say that he was or he isn't. But
right.
dealing with a person that sort of kind of has those traits, you don't
They don't turn.
realize you don't realize it because they're so good at it, and they get you in the beginning, and then you don't realize how much that they're actually like doing to change you is what I want to say. Like it's a touchy subject. Like you don't realize it because if they're that good at manipulating and doing certain things and making you think certain things, like it's a touchy subject
I
for
think
me.
they obvious though, because I don't think a narcissistic person would be that smart to manipulate anything
Oh, they're
because they so
smart.
focused on self.
No, but
I'm
Kev,
looking at the reading. So let me do the definition before you. Let's say personal qualities include thinking very highly of oneself, needing admiration,
yes.
believing others are inferior, and lack empathy for others. That's what narcissism is.
What was the last one?
The last one is lack empathy for others.
Yeah, yeah. But they also are very good manipulators. Exactly. They're manipulators. They know how to maneuver. They know how to make you feel sorry for them. They know how to get you to. But the thing is like,
How would they?
okay. But the thing is,
So you
okay.
said
I know what you're gonna say. I know how. Like, how could they? Whatever. It's a tricky thing because. But this is where I take accountability now at the end of it because it's like, how did I not see it? How did I get suckered into it? How did I get
I
manipulated
think
into all this? How did I get into your way of thinking? How did I get to where I know you are better than me? Like it's a weird relationship to be in, Kevin. You'll never know until you're in one how you
I
just
mean,
get
I can tell
manipulated.
you, I have probably, but I don't like putting the label on somebody because I felt that way because I feel right. I think everybody has their do have them traits, right? They do that, and um, just like you said, a doctor will have to, you know,
Right.
subscribe that or whatever you said. Yeah, a doctor will have to do that.
Yeah. Like
Um,
for me
because a
now,
lot
like
of us
I
have those
can.
ways. It's a lot of people entitled. People ever had in type of entitlement type situations? Feel like
Well, the
you
thing is,
deserve something, or because they said that's a narcissistic trait too.
well, it is. They think everything they're entitled to everything, and everything's about them,
Right?
right? But
Exactly.
for
What that
for
So
sound like?
me,
so this is kind of
It's a lot of people
interesting.
I know that's like that. Do I need
well,
to
for
call them a
me, but
narcissist?
the thing is, because I dealt with one for so long, for me, I have to be careful too, because I can't really say that I been in a narcissist relationship unless I've been to a psychiatrist. But I know I have. I know I have, and I've dealt with it. I've gone through it. I'm going through the healing. I've kind of like, you know, so I know what the signs are now, Kev. And it's a
Right.
weird thing. And like I said, you
So
don't know unless you've been in a situation like that. And you cannot say, and please, if anybody's listening out there, you cannot say to the person, why don't you just leave? It's not that fucking easy
But that's
because
never
you
in an
love that.
abusive
You
relationship.
love that person. That person's got you to love them so much.
Yeah.
And 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 try to think the way that they think, that you think that the way they do things is right. It's not that easy to just
what it
walk
could be
away.
done.
It
It
can,
it
and
can
I
be
have,
done.
and I have done it. But
Right.
it takes a mind. It takes like it's taken me four
A
years.
lot of
That's
stuff is
why
not
that's why I
easy,
can talk
but you
that's
could
why I can
do it.
talk about it now, because it's taken me 4 years. 4 years to get over that. And I'm still not quite over it because I still have
Was it
triggers.
it was an abusive relationship?
Well, I think if you are in a relationship like that, you can call it an abusive relationship because
No, I'm
there's some
saying was it
Mentally,
reason.
a physical abusive
men,
relationship?
mentally,
It's
physically,
mentally.
Mm, mm.
mentally, physically. Like, but mentally is more harming than physical. Physical, I've gotten over the physicals. I can get over that. It's the mental that
Um,
it's the
I
mental,
can't agree
the
with that
mental
one. I
abuse
think physical way
exactly.
worse.
And anybody,
Mental, you could
that's why
change
I said
that,
to
but
Ferry. That's why I said to Ferry earlier. Now me, red flags are if as soon as I see one thing, I'm out.
Well, you
but if you
learn
Let
feel
from your
good for the moment, right?
experience. Yeah, you learn
What?
from
no,
your
I
Let's go
don't
experience.
back
even
to that
want to.
short term
I
thing she was
don't
talking about.
no. Listen, I don't even want to feel good for the moment anymore. As soon as I see a red
Think
flag,
about
I'm
your present.
I'm out. I'm fucking out.
But then
Thank you.
I understood that a lot of people that are in these kinds of relationships, codependency is a huge problem.
Yes. Well,
So
the
I
So
thing
got
is, the thing was too is that you got to remember when you're in a relationship like that, they try to control everything: your finances, your friends, your family. They try to control everything. So for
in what way? Because I know
but,
women like
yeah,
switching
well,
control
okay,
over
hold,
protection.
but
So
Kev,
what you
when
mean? Give me an
you
example of what which they control your finances and your friends.
okay, so for instance, well, why do you have to go spend $5 on Starbucks? We need to do this, we need to do that. But yet, you're going on vacation, but yet I can't spend $5 on Starbucks with getting mad at, or like, okay, I can't go buy a pair of shoes for myself, but yet you go buy a 200 pair of Air Jordans. But that's what it was for. You know what I mean? It just starts to get into a lot of that, Kev. Like I don't want to get too much into detail, but that comes after. A lot of that control starts to come slowly, and you don't kind of see it. It
yeah, but that's what I
I'm
said. The
showing
people that
I'm
stay in
showing I'm
those,
showing my weakness in the beginning, but eventually you do like oh God. I want to talk about it because I want people to learn from it and know not to get into it and just but it's
but you
hard
won't
for
be
me because
able, you won't be able to
I
teach.
know I'm a, exactly, but I know I was
I
such
think
an
you should stick with
idiot.
you should stick with just tell people to make sure they if they feel like it's a narcissist to make sure you go to the doctor because they're gonna based off even like your story, right, or your experience, right, um you're gonna just even speaking on this, right, with 12 people right here, they're gonna twist this whole situation up
Yeah,
and think dang near everybody is narcissist.
yeah.
Narcissist because
No,
And
even
that's
me
what we
hearing
don't
you right
want.
now, I could literally say my girl had them ways to my ex, right? But
Yeah.
I just can't I can't just say that she was that because she had a lot of those ways because I had a whole different mentality back then versus now. And, I could say that she was mentally abusing me too, but my mind just couldn't take it at that time. But now that my mind is a little bit stronger, right? Um, it wouldn't be a way that that I don't know how that can happen. Now, when your mental is strong enough, I don't think you can get. That's why
And I
that's
get
why
what
I was
you're
saying
saying,
physical and
Kev.
mental is two different things.
Yeah, I get what you're
But
saying, and this is where I take accountability. Like maybe my mental wasn't okay for me. Let me give you a little bit more of the background. I was just coming out of my divorce. I was feeling very intimidated. I wasn't feeling very secure about myself. I had, and I unfortunately got attracted to the wrong person, and it that's how it happened. But so yes, I will say that in the beginning, I was not in the right mental state to be going into another relationship. I should have been getting over, and that's why now we say it's so important to get over another relationship and be okay with yourself and be happy with yourself in your life before you start a new relationship. Because at that point, exactly, I will take accountability. I should never have jumped into another relationship. I was so insecure and I still didn't know what I wanted.
I mean, you have to do what you have to do to become the person you is today. So you ain't gotta regret
Right?
anything. So ain't no
Exactly.
wishing. I wish I never. You gotta do. You had to do what you had to do. All of us had to do what we had to do to get to where
Right.
we at.
I mean, I don't
All of us
regret
want an easy
anything.
life, of course, but hey, appreciate that you made it. That's all.
And that's the thing. And that's the way I look at it now is that I can look back on it. It was a lesson. And hopefully, if I could teach somebody now to value themselves, respect themselves, know
Right.
themselves, get to know their partner, get to know everything about them, not just oh they drive this car.
And
No,
don't rush into it.
that might be their side chick's car. Okay,
But
you don't know
but
that
Think about your
but
future.
lady,
exactly.
I would just stress that more than teaching them about narcissists because I think
I
it's
was just
way
about to
more
say that too.
important.
I
Yeah.
was gonna read those 9 traits off, but I said, you know what? I can't do that because there's
No.
13 people watching, and I don't want people getting messed up.
No,
So,
Right,
the most important thing is that people learn about themselves instead of learning about the
right.
other. Because the better they know themselves, the less it would be they go into a relationship with a
mhm.
person like that. And
Yep,
their problem, narcissists, their problem is in their head. They need therapy. You know,
yeah,
they need healing. It has
mhm.
nothing to do with you. You have your
Yep,
part. And
yep,
if you are in a relationship with somebody like that, it tells a lot about your mental state and what you need
yep,
to become stronger. Because
yep.
if you are likely to be influenced by a narcissist, then something is wrong already
With
in
myself.
your
Yeah.
balance and confidence in you. So you have
Hmm.
to go and seek help because codependency comes from your past and in what your parents teach you and what you know, went through in your life, and then you might think that that person needs you or that you need to add something to his life and he doesn't.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think the most important thing, lady, is to teach people around you how you became stronger and how you became this
Hmm.
person that now knows what she wants and what she doesn't want, because that's what's going to save them from going into
Oh
one of
yeah,
those relationships.
like 100%. If I could tell anybody, like most definitely, be okay with yourself. Know how to be by yourself. And I will tell every lady, woman, female on here. I don't care what you go
Don't
by.
say female.
No, I don't care, Kev. Whatever you go by, whatever you go by. Okay. Learn to be on your own. Be self-sufficient.
Yeah.
Get your own place before you decide to do anything with anybody else. Learn to live on
There you
your
go.
own, learn
There
how to
you
take
go.
care of yourself. Then you can learn how to take care of somebody else.
Right. Or
Don't
Yeah, and I
have
force
like to
somebody.
yourself.
add,
Do
Yeah.
I
not
like
force yourself into a relationship if that person is not for you.
no, and I like to add what we just discovered, you know, learn about who you are at this point in your life. You
Hmm.
know, learn and discover who you are and what you want at this point in your life, and then go out and look for somebody that, you know, is compatible with that.
Right.
Hmm.
I mean, I unfortunately learned a little bit later in life. And that's why I said there's no limit on age or anything on how to learn
No, never.
and how to respect yourself and everything like that, and how to respect other people. Um, but again, if I could teach anybody anything, take the time. Don't rush into things. Learn the person.
Patience.
Know the person. Exactly, Kev. Patience. Have
Yeah,
patience.
patience and faith. Faith in that things will be the way they should be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But have your antennas up, people. Have your antennas up because there are some very unfortunately bad people out there, and you have to
I don't want
learn
to say
how
they bad,
to
but just say that they not ready people. That's what they is.
Confused. Confused people.
confuse.
Or
There we
yeah.
go. There we go, Perry.
Because they
Very
could say somebody
confused
could say we
people.
bad. You know, we all
There's
got bad
very
and good.
confused people out there that unfortunately don't know how to treat people correctly.
Mm-hmm. If you don't know how to treat yourself correctly, how you expect somebody to treat you correctly? You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? When you don't set no standards or boundaries. Just like that comment I like earlier, you can only, well, let me say that, let me see that again. That was a perfect. People treat you with how you allow them to treat you. So at the end of the day, still go to self. You ain't set your standards, you let yourself get treated any type of way, then that's what it is. It's something you got to learn from
I
and,
think
and
in the end,
avoid. You know what I'm
everything
saying?
goes
Have
back.
more respect for yourself so you can get
Yeah.
respected. That's all.
I think in the end, everything goes back to yourself and the way
And
you
do
look at
all
things.
the time.
Yeah, but
Love, happiness.
that's a tough one for me though because I've always had respect for myself.
Not as much as you thought. Eventually, I mean, obviously.
Well, and you're right, Kevin. That's the thing that really disappoints me about myself, and that's the thing that I had to kind of
But you
learn
changed,
to
right? So
exactly.
how
And
can
that's
you be
it.
disappointed?
Well, when I had to look back and look at it and go through the whole 4 years of everything, of course, I went through that phase of blaming myself for everything. I'm the stupid one. I'm the one who got into it. I'm the one who let this all happen. Why did I stay? You go through that blame of yourself. Come on, anything that you do wrong, you're going to go through that blame of
Um,
yourself. But then you're going to realize that maybe it
accountability.
wasn't me, or it wasn't just me, or
I feel you though, but actually, I don't think it's a problem with blaming I don't get that. Why people act like it's a problem blaming yourself? It's a mentality behind. If you blame yourself, the only way it's got to start with self to correct anything about yourself.
There
So
you go. You
I be
need to blame
have,
yourself.
that's what I was about to say. I say
have
the whole opposite. I literally say that even with me picking the wrong eggs, right, it's still me. You know what I'm saying? Even I can't correct anything from anybody else. So I can't sit there and blame somebody else for what I sat there and put up with, right? All I
And
can do is tell myself that I'm not gonna go through this stuff again. I'm gonna make sure I choose right. I'm gonna change a lot of my ways and stuff so I don't go through that. The only way we can actually make corrections or grow in life is put it on ourselves. That's the only way. Because
okay,
we
but
can't, that's the only person that we can change is ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
absolutely.
Kev, how do I blame myself for two black eyes?
That's
It's not the actual fact that
Mm,
you should blame yourself for. It's the fact that you didn't respect yourself more that got you into that relationship. That's where
that's
you
what I
blame
don't like
yourself
about
for.
myself,
right.
Baron.
Just the
That's what I
base.
Exactly. So you can't go literal. That's weird. It's, mm.
And
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 You
that's
see
if
what
what
I'm
you
hold
saying?
a
Like
lot of
I
people
blame
blame.
back because they
yourself,
think about
You
this
see what I'm
stuff. And
saying
I
though,
I
can
don't
Kev? I
know
tell
what
blame
I
you,
don't know what
myself.
to do with that
huh?
I
right there.
blame myself, but I don't
I
blame
don't know.
myself.
Yeah.
Sorry, different?
Well, till
I
you
think
find out
different.
a way to not like tit for tat and say the deep details of the situation. When you find a bigger picture where you should blame yourself,
Yeah,
that's when you
yeah.
gonna change. I'm gonna put it that way.
You
Because
should
it
look at
ain't,
the
I can
bigger.
literally say and go for the little, or the way, because I
Okay.
got punched in my face, right? It happened
Okay,
to
you
me
know how
too
I
before,
left?
right? But but I still, no matter what, I chose that girl, right? I still put up with it. I gave her another chance. I shouldn't have did that either, right? But I'm just saying, it's like, I'm not about to go into detail so I can debunk the little stuff that
No.
I need to change by myself. I'm gonna put all type of stuff on my situation so I can make sure I don't make that mistake again,
Okay,
Yeah.
but
right?
listen. The reason I left was because I was like, what the fuck? I started blaming. I'm like, what? It was all wrong. Everything that I was doing to myself was wrong, and I was putting myself in that situation.
Here
But
you
once I
go.
got out of that situation, I kind of had to go back and not blame myself.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get what I'm saying? To go through the whole healing process.
I got you. You got to do what you got to do. Yeah, I get you.
I totally blame myself. I totally blame myself. It's my stupid fault for being in that and staying in that and putting up with that and loving that. That's the thing. You got to understand, loving that is the hardest thing to fault yourself for. How the fuck
Yeah.
did I love that? How did I fall in love with something like that? How did I, and that's the hardest part to get out of, not loving that person. I had to fall out of love with that person. I still love that person. Don't get me wrong. I still have a lot of love and I don't want any hate towards them.
Right.
But I
You
felt
gotta pray
out of
for them.
love.
If people believe in prayer, I don't know. Pray for them. That's
I
all.
felt
I don't
out of
wish the
love
best
for them.
on. I mean, the worst on nobody. Low key. I realize that everybody got their own mentality. That's just the mindset I grew
Exactly.
and stuff. You know, everybody I even feel bad for my people I used to kick with, or my ex and all that stuff. Like you know what I'm saying? I will hope the best for everybody, every situation. Just because it ain't worked the way I wanted it to work, that don't mean, or life don't happen the way I'm not going to hope the worst or wish karma on people because the stuff ain't working the way I wanted it to work. It's just I can only do what I can, keep bettering myself, and hope that
Mhm.
everybody else better in themselves too in the process.
Right.
Yeah, and as soon
Like
as you get out, it's not your burden no more.
Right.
Let
Exactly.
it
You
at
go.
did
first
yourself
at
a
first
favor.
I hate
That person ain't
at
meant for
first
you.
I used to hate him. I used to hate him.
Yeah.
And then I was starting to learn that, no, I actually love him. I don't want no harm for him. And
Maturity.
exactly. And that's where the healing and everything goes. So
Yeah.
it's a whole process. It's,
Sometimes
it's
you
a lot.
appreciate people for the,
But
the bad things that happen to you.
ending a relationship is like grieving. You go to all these different stages and you have to take the time
100%.
to heal.
And they say also too that the amount of time that you're in a relationship, it takes half of that time to heal from it.
Wow.
Yeah.
They
So if
say
you're
for
in a
every
10-year, if
year,
you're in a
there's
10-year
1 month.
relationship,
Why do
exactly. If you're in a
you have to
10-year
heal?
relationship, it can take you 5 years to kind of
Why?
recover from it.
Why? Why?
Allowed.
Why?
Uh,
Finish
I
your
need to know
sentence
why.
different.
That
like
I want to know why, because everybody says this healing thing. Like you know, when you stereotype something, everybody starts to believe it like it's true. I swear. That, oh, you shouldn't jump into another relationship as soon as you get out of one. Why not? Oh,
Because you
because you
need
need
time to
healing.
heal.
You see? No, no, you don't.
Yes,
If
you
you knew
do.
what you
Well,
would,
it
no,
depends
you
on
don't.
you. It's your
No,
Yes, you
time. We're not
okay,
do.
we're
you're
not
gonna let me.
saying
You're
just
gonna. You're
jump
gonna let me.
into it.
We heard your line. We heard that. Are you gonna let me hear mine? No, you don't. If you know what you're doing, when that fails, you try again. Because you go into the relationship not knowing what you're doing, not knowing what you want, confused, you come out damaged. And this is why you don't jump. You don't know, oh, I don't jump into, I need healing. You need healing because you went into the relationship the wrong way in the first place. If you went in there knowing what you want, knowing what assertiveness, you're getting out. It's like it was just a mutual breakup. It was something that was I seen coming. I don't need to heal from it because I knew what I want and I saw everything that I needed to see and I went about it the correct way. When you go into it confused, not knowing no direction, this, that, and the third, you come out. I need to heal
Okay, but like I
because
just
I don't come out.
I
I
hold
don't come
on.
out my relationship needing to heal. I don't come out my relationship needing to heal. I
Different.
come out saying, damn, she was the wrong. I need to find a better one. She
Okay,
was
but
doing this,
Mm?
that,
I just put a
yeah,
statement
like
out there.
okay, like the last one I had, she wouldn't listen. I had to scream, yell, da 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 da. So obviously that's not gonna work. I need a more female that I don't have to raise my voice at, or someone with more
yeah.
understanding. So
So you
again,
don't.
right. So what am I healing from? Like I'm not. What am I?
That's
That was I understand what went wrong. So now I have to just do the opposite of that. I don't have to heal from that.
Ew. Come on, man.
But you're still, but no, but you're still learning from that. We're not still necessarily saying healing, but it also depends on how long you're in that relationship for. If it's only a 2 month or 3 month or a year or a 2 year relationship, then yeah, you're learning from that. But if it's like a 5 or 10 year relationship, you're gonna have to heal from that, my dear. I don't care who you are.
Again,
You
Neither
are
one
exactly.
of
gonna have
those.
to heal,
I'm
but
not agreeing with neither
Again,
one of those though. So I'm trying to see you saying. So basically, you saying right? If you mess up, so you would you get his advice to anybody else? You saying that? So say if it was, especially if you're a child, right? S- Say if they just got a relationship, you like, okay, Jay, you just picked wrong. It wasn't you, right? Just go to the next one and choose something different. That's the type of advice you're gonna get him.
no, not the way you just did it. My child would, when they're going into the relationship, they're evaluating each other. So if the relationship didn't work, they wouldn't feel broken. They wouldn't feel like they need to heal. They feel like, oh,
Dude,
this
like
didn't work.
we born broke, bro. What we talking about?
Okay.
Uh,
For me, well, I don't know. This is what I'm saying. For me, it'd
we
be the
born
same thing
broken,
for my.
bro.
Okay, so for me,
Uh,
I'll be teaching. Okay,
we
can you hear
born
me?
broke. We born broken, bro. Like we was
So, bro,
born broke.
so you gonna keep talking and you gonna let me
Nah, bro, because you
respond
make
to that?
because
All right, so
you
go ahead and talk then.
because
Stop cutting
like
me
you
off.
like
Like you
bro,
sound
like
all crazy doing that.
you ain't grow, bro. I can see like you have not did no work on your fucking self, bro. Uh,
well, okay, let's not let's relax and not say that. But the
nah, I'm
thing
just
is,
saying though, like that's
the
facts.
word. No, it's true.
What
It's
he
true. I
want to
get
say?
what you're
That's
saying.
facts. Like, nah,
I love
we was
clowns
all
like
born
him. Let me
broken,
say what
man.
he
Come
wants to
on,
Okay,
man.
say.
but different. Do you not think that you don't need any healing in your life at all? Like maybe it's the word healing, but do you not have to
That's
Yeah,
so
that's
like?
what I
high
wanted to
thinking of
say.
yourself.
I,
That's crazy. I think
I
everybody need
think
to
he
heal
has
from something.
I think he has a
I call it
problem with the
growth.
word
From
healing.
anything. Heal. What I'm saying is, I just don't understand. What are we like? In order for
Okay,
me to heal, I
I
would
can.
have to like get
okay, but
wounded or
hold
cut.
on, you guys. Let me talk to him. Hold on. Have you never heard from?
I
Have you
want to
never
get this
heard
so
from
bad.
something? Have you heard
Have
from
I
something before?
have I ever hurt from something?
Yeah. Has anything ever hurt you before?
Yes.
Okay, and did you have to take time to like process that and kind of be like, okay, this is how I feel, and but this is how I'm going to move on.
No, he doesn't. I don't understand.
No, hold on, let him answer. Because to me, that's healing. That's taking time for yourself and healing, no matter what. It could be anything in your life. We all have to take a certain amount of time. That's what I'm saying. In relationships, it depends on how long you've been in that relationship. If it's only been like a few months, then yeah, okay, I could see you moving on and getting somebody new.
Man,
But if it's
forget
been
all that.
if it's been 5 or 6 years, you're going to need some kind of healing from that. That's going to be painful. Like,
Man,
I mean, that there's a lot of feelings in
You
that.
don't even have to say healing. You still got to do more work, which you got to work on
There you
yourself
go.
daily without a
man,
relationship. Just to say the
bro,
fact that you don't have to put in no work or no type of healing in the
man,
situation, that's crazy. That means you feel like you at your cap already and
man,
it wasn't me, it was them, right? That's what that seemed like. So it's like my thing is that and then like just not I can see what my man said that
man,
and it's not to because I know he put it in a harsh way, but I'm just saying like what you did though, you kind of like contradict because it showed that you right there you reacted to my man so fast. That's something you sound like you got to work on already. That can't go into a
man.
relationship. You know what I'm
Simple
saying? But
pleasure.
I'm not putting it in the way that he did because y'all both is on. I'm not trying to get y'all to argue and all that stuff. But I'm just saying it's like all of us have something to work on or we got to heal from because you could tell a healed person because they're not going to be, just you know what I'm saying. You could tell. That's why I be saying that when I be having these grudges, forgiveness. I could tell when a person ain't forgiving nobody. I could tell when a person is hurt because it's like all this stuff. I've been, I did this stuff before I even made my changes in life and stuff. I realized a lot of stuff is off ego or the fact that we don't feel like we need to change. That's like a big ego type situation. Like all of us need something to change on every day.
Bro,
But huh?
it's like man, like this thing hosts like number love, but this thing, man, like if people don't understand, like if
Thanks.
we
Thank you.
was born, and you know this, like we was born with insecurities. We was born like already in the minus. And this thing, man, like it's that's why people are having so much self-doubt now, because I'm 41, man, like, and I live a great life. But this thing though, I had to realize when I was at my low 15 years ago, man, like what I was struggling with, because this thing, the people that told me that this is the way that life was, like this how I should maneuver in life, man, I still love these people, but like I learned how to be like, they was in control, but now it's like I'm in control. Like it's like their shit don't. I still love these people, but this thing, in order for them to grow now, I had to learn not just about. There's no way I could have moved forward without learning that. Like, man, I still love you, man. You want the best for me, but like this thing, you're sitting stagnant. Like, man, like you got like, man, like the reason why like I learned more now what not to do. Like, man, like a round of applause. If people just realize, like, man, is look at my name. What's my name? I ain't right all the time. Perspectives matters. Like, man, if you can't sit down and have a conversation with this, that, and the other person and understand, like, man, either we're going to move forward in life or we're going to not deal with each other, man. This thing, people walk into situations to this day. You either get outgrown or grown. Like, there's no, like, a woman, a man, like, everybody is doing the same thing, man. Everybody's trying to, it's a team effort. Like, it does, like, dude, like, a man could be with, like, it's easy to be with, let's say a man. A man with a woman that he can easily manipulate. But honestly, if he's with a woman that like has potential, or a woman is with a man that's got potential, like these people are bosses. And like this thing, you either a follower or a leader. And it's okay to be a follower or a leader. I'm a leader. But this thing, I'm able to follow, but only a fucking leader. Like, people gotta understand this thing. If you don't understand that, like, dude, it's people want to sit there and like blame, like, but at the end of the day, everybody is on their own, bro. Like, nobody should blame, dude. If you're not winning or growing, it's because you continue to. Everybody gets trapped. We are born with our ancestors' insecurities. And like this thing, like everybody wants, like people. I ain't gonna doubt that my mom, my dad, my grandparents didn't want the best for me, but they didn't. That's why now motherfuckers didn't want. Sorry to cuss. People didn't want to deal with that because different times, whatever. But now it's like I'm living a really great life because basically doing the opposite. Because I'm growing. I understand that, like, dude, it's let somebody be themselves, but embrace them. But when they fall short, don't just ridicule them. We come in this society nowadays, man. When's the last time you seen somebody and just recognize, like, man, I see you? You wait for somebody to, like, fall short. People are waiting for somebody to, like, call them out on, like, oh, man, you did all this shit, like, man, like, but, like, nah, man, I love you. If I love you, I love you. But this thing, like, don't get it twisted. If I fucking love you, you're able to, you ain't gonna manipulate me, man. Like, if this thing, like, I'm gonna outgrow you if you let me. But nobody ever told me this. This thing where people understand. I didn't have somebody going like, bro, like, I see you, I respect you, but this thing, people think that I'm abrasive. I'm no better. I'm a degenerate sometimes, bro, but I'm the person that's going to tell me that. I do that to make people feel more vulnerable, to understand, like, I'm not questioning you. I understand that, like, if you think that I'm trying to tell people what to do, nah, I've lived it. This is fucking facts. And if people don't get it, that's why it's healthy. That's why, like, I'm able to sleep at night understanding, like, dude, this is love. I applaud people for, like, dude, understanding that, like, you're gonna come into a time in your life where you're gonna outgrow the people that wanna. This is who I am. I'm not changing. But like this thing, them people, even though you love them, like you cannot let them get away with that shit because that person is telling you that they're relying on you. They don't realize it for you to grow. Because if you don't keep growing, they are fucked. And it goes for everybody in that little sector. It's a ripple effect, man. The people that think that everything matters. If you leave your driveway tomorrow and turn left or to right and be like, man, like it is what it is, it's like it's a ripple effect. People go like, man, F my life, or here's what it is. Like, dude, like I'm the weird one because I already bored my windows up, even if it's a 20% chance of a storm. I'm boarding my windows up because I know I gotta board my windows up in order to help people board their windows up because they don't think the storm is coming, but the storm's done come. That's why my shit's boarded up.
Respect.
People,
I'm sorry, you lost me. You know,
I know.
I
completely.
lose
I have no
everybody.
idea where you're going or what you're talking about. It's
Because we were talking about healing
yeah.
No,
and
but
how
that's the
people have to
thing.
heal.
You
But
just
that's
keep on talking. You know, it's
nah, man. Like that's the thing. You think I'm talking, but like,
It's traumatized.
so tell me
It's
about healing.
traumatized.
How have you healed?
It's hurt.
No, but the thing though, prescriptive, we were talking
Go
about
ahead.
like how people are supposed to heal, and he was saying, uh, yeah, he lost me.
The only way
No,
that
I
I
heard it. I heard most of it though, but he did shift a little bit. But I heard most of what he was saying though. I get him
the only
about
way that
growth.
I have healed.
yeah, but it doesn't apply to the topic. It goes
Nah,
far away
nah,
from it.
yeah.
Come on, it's trauma, you know. It's trauma.
Different. May I say something to you? Maybe you misread the word healing that we used. I think what we were trying to say is that it's a good thing after a relationship to take some time and sit and you know think about what happened. Either to heal or to learn from it or to
Right.
don't make the same mistakes. You don't have to take it
Right.
as you're wounded and you came out wounded and you
Right.
have to take care of that and now you have to heal. It's more like reflection on what you've been going through and how you're going to do it the next time instead of just jumping into the next without changing anything.
But there might
Yeah, I'm about to
be the
say
next
and
time.
it also make you look desperate too. You know what I'm saying? If you just keep jumping to the next because you swear that you know what you want, it's obvious you don't know what you want because you keep picking wrong.
I
So I
was just
mean,
gonna
you
say
do got
that,
to have
Ken.
a time in your life where you gonna have to
You have
analyze
to
yourself and not
reflect.
think that you're the top of the top because it's something you're doing to pick wrong while you keep gotta select somebody at right after. Now I can get if you saying like, okay, maybe once afterwards or something like that. But even with that, I wouldn't recommend it. I would still say be patient, right? That's what we were just literally talking about earlier. Be patient, take your time so you can make sure you can vet that next person right and choose whatever, you know what I'm saying? But that's all part of, if you don't want to call it healing or something like that, still being observant of self or,
Right.
or be able to choose right. That's all that is. But
Okay,
I
so
wouldn't,
for
probably would never
example,
recommend somebody just go to the next thing because you need to take some time because if it's obvious you picked the wrong person from the beginning, wrong,
right?
it's something you gotta do with yourself then. It's something you missed out on.
Because for me, for example, after my marriage, I pretty much jumped into something sooner than I probably,
Mhm.
no, I'll say right now, I jumped into it way sooner than I should have.
Oh my.
Without having to heal from my marriage or whatever. I thought I was going to be like, oh, this and all that, and and then I got into a worse relationship than I was in because I didn't choose properly because I didn't heal myself and I didn't look at what was going on. I just was like, oh, fuck that, and I just jumped into something even worse. So that's what we're talking about, taking the time after a relationship. to be able to heal yourself and to kind of reflect back on yourself a little bit. It may only be
Heal,
2
grow,
months.
understand,
It
analyze
may be a
yourself.
year. Exactly. It may only take you 2 or 3 months. It may take you like 2 or 3 years. But you do need that reflection after a certain relationship, after every relationship, I think, even friendships.
You
You need to reflect
don't.
on friendships.
You do. That's what gets me on my nerves. No, everybody does it. No, no, and no. Maybe you do, but not
Well,
everybody.
is you married?
So was I married?
Are you married right now?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So that makes sense then. So I'm
Okay.
about to say everybody. I don't think. Nah, if you okay, like I'm okay. I'm gonna put it this way. I'm big on probability versus possibilities, right? So of course it's possible to work your way, right? But it's too many people that's trying to the way you saying to do it, like jump into the next when you feel like you got the right. It's too many people that you literally could talk to people that's like that. So I would me myself, I just wouldn't want to push that message, even though you saying that you do with something like that. Maybe you don't, right? But you still gotta think it for other people that everybody don't have that same capability to pick right off rip. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of that's rare, and that's stuff that's literally what people been doing and stuff, right? They
Right.
literally jump to the next because they not totally know who they are or they not totally healed. Like everybody don't got that gift. You know what I'm saying? So we got to think about the masses.
Yeah,
You can
that's
you can
facts.
never pick right when it comes to a human being because a human being can just change at any instant and for any reason. So you
Nah,
can't pick right. You have to pick with
Pick better.
intention
I should
of
have said
this
that.
is not even better, just the intention. This is what I'm doing. Is that what you're doing? Okay, now we both go on this trip together. Now, for whatever reason that it broke, it shouldn't be yours or mine. It's probably a mutual thing. This is how it's supposed to go. The reason why it keeps going that way, because one one party or the other party feels entitled. They don't feel like it's a us thing. It feels like it's me and a you thing. This is why they need to heal after it's broken up because they were never together. It was never
Broken up because they were never.
Oh my.
Oh,
it
what
was
happened
never
there?
a us thing. It was a you and I thing. Because if me and you are going into something together and it doesn't work, it should be like, it shouldn't be me angry at you or you angry at me because we came into this trying to make this work in the first place. The only reason why it'd be going bad because someone in the relationship had bad intentions. I don't have kid. You ever hear someone in a relationship say something like, I'm gonna teach him something. How are you yeah, how are you talking like that in a relationship like you're the parent? Why are you going about the
Well,
relationship like you could teach your man or you could teach your woman something like y'all are some type of authority to each other when y'all supposed to be going about it like y'all partners or it's me and you against the world. No, y'all going it like I'm your daddy and you're my mommy and y'all talk to each other and handle each other in this nature. Y'all
well,
don't handle each other
I think
in a
we were
partner
talking about,
nature.
I think we were talking about that earlier about going into it with the wrong intentions,
But
right? We were talking about that and saying that a lot of people go into it with already the intention of, oh, well, if this doesn't work out, I'll just get a divorce, or if this doesn't work out, we'll just break up, or they're always going into it, and you got to stop.
Entitlement.
Exactly, you got to stop doing that. You got to go into relationships thinking the best, the long term, right? Like how we were saying, go into a relationship, go into any situation thinking the long term, not just the short term.
but
Because if you just
I
think
think
short
he on
term,
the more of the short term type situation. It sounds like what he's saying though, because he said you will never know a person or stuff like that,
bro.
which I
right?
understand that too. But it's like wow, it's like we kind of tying into what we had said at the beginning before them two came in. That's crazy. We was talking about long term versus short term and stuff. But it's
Well,
In
that's
I
weird.
mean, the thing is,
case,
I think
in
the
this
thing is,
case, hold on.
everybody
In
goes
this
in.
case, hold on. In this case, this is why y'all have to have the same mission. If that person has the same intentions as you do, then you don't have to worry about their character changing because their mission is going to still stay the same.
So you kind of saying the same thing. That's all I said. When you pick right, that's what you're gonna pick. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? You gonna realize that they are on the same mission or the same growth as you. That's what I was meaning about it. I thought you were saying that could change because it's a human and that's an entitlement or something like that. But that was like I guess you put it in a different way, even though that's what I was kind of meaning. It's like you gotta realize what this person's intentions is or what they looking for in the future, right? Or you know what I'm saying? That's how you be able to tell if it's gonna work. You know what I'm saying? So
No, my fault. I didn't know. My fault. You're
yeah,
right.
I think we saying the exact
Yeah.
same thing
We
then.
were saying, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Mm.
Like,
So, but I mean, the thing is, though, I mean, we were talking. Oh, crap! I just lost my train of thought, you guys. We were talking. Go ahead, Ferry. Help me out here. We were talking on the aspect of.
Uh, I'm kind of lost too.
All right, free for all again. Let's go on to the
Free for
next.
all. Let's go. Let's go.
We got lost at that healing stuff.
Yeah, we kind of did, didn't we? Yeah, and that's what it was. We were talking about the whole healing and stuff. And that's what I was kind of saying. It all depends on the length of the relationship that you're in,
I
the
believe
person that
everybody
you're
need
in,
therapy.
and
I don't
exact.
care who
Well,
you are.
no, not everybody needs therapy, Kev.
I think everybody can use therapy, no matter how we want to think. Think smart of a God like human we think we are. Everybody needs somebody to help. We
Okay, so
do.
get on the couch. Get
And
on the
I would,
couch.
huh?
Get on the couch right now. Then go on the couch right now.
He's in a
Most,
scare. He's in a
He's on the
If it
scary
couch
was free, I
every
would
day.
not because my ego don't get in the way. You know what I'm saying? I realize that I don't know everything. I realize that I can't just heal myself only sometimes too. That's just something I actually grew to no matter how smart I feel like I am or nothing, but I know I can always use another perspective, right? Oh, it's my man's perspective, his name up there too. Because I do believe other people's perspectives do matter, right? So yeah,
That popped up.
I
Should
can
have just
use that.
said that.
It's a good way to have other ways of thinking and stuff too. So yeah, I would love that. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing
uh,
bad on my end. Ain't nothing bad about therapy. And it's saying
mystic.
that we think that.
Mystic. Be careful of how you use TikTok as your therapy because not everybody is therapist on
But
here.
Oh no,
They try
TikTok
to
is
act
I
like
feel
they
you
are,
on
but
that,
they're
and I
not.
like how she said that too. Mine's a free therapy too in a way too because like I said, it
Yeah.
depends on your intentions behind it, right? Like like
We're
you
life we're life therapy. How about that, Kev? We know our life and we bring our perspective in as our life and we're a life of just free therapy because
hey,
we're
yeah,
Hope,
all just
hey,
yeah,
giving
and
Hope,
our
learning
own
and growth and
perspective
all type
and
of
growth
stuff.
and yeah.
hey, Hope, hey,
If you
Hope.
don't feel like you at your max, and that's why I say everybody be talking about, I want to be at my best. You already capping yourself. Right? I was saying that earlier. You put yourself at a cap. You should always try to be better. If you at your best, that means you can only go down from that point. Oh, I want to get to my best. No, I don't think nobody's ever at their best. You
Living
know what I'm
my best
saying?
life.
Hey,
When you
I'm like,
able to get
word?
better.
You
hey,
living your
Hope.
best life? Word?
All right. Like that mean I feel bad for you the rest of your
Right? Heaven forbid you live your
Hey,
best
Hope.
life.
Hey,
I
Hope.
feel bad after that. You
Yeah,
living in
yeah.
misery after
There's
that.
too many
Like, dang, if that was my
account
best.
seeking people talking stuff.
Hey,
Uh,
Mind
Hope.
game. Yeah. And that's the thing. You got to be careful. Like, I mean, you go into these things and you want to learn and stuff like that. Like, this is just a general topic, and we're just all talking and we're just giving
right.
our own life
And
experiences
that's
and
why you
stuff.
go to
And
rooms like this. You know,
exactly, right? And
that's why I said it's what we look at. We be trying to label the whole thing as something, but it's like you choose your rooms you want to go in. You choose what you want to listen to. You choose what, you know what I'm saying? You could literally look up on TikTok instead of looking at the For You page, motivational stuff,
oh,
free
yeah.
talk, how to healthy relationship or something like instead of booty twerking and think you're gonna get something out of that or who the next person that did this to who cheated on who and all that stuff. Like you chose all this stuff to look at, so why label it some stuff you done chose to, you know what I'm saying? So that's
I
it's
say
you can choose
toxic.
that.
Right,
My
Kev?
mama made her account. She look at all Christian stuff or all, religious type things to keep her mind straight. You know what I'm saying? Stuff that talk about God. That's what she look at. So that's how I know is you choose your algorithm.
But that's what I wanted to say. The algorithm ain't lying. You get what you're looking at.
Right. You want to
Right.
stand there and look at the booty for a couple of seconds and hit that like on it, then you going to get what you going to get. So,
You're
shoot.
gonna get
Can't say
both
that
Hashtag
for the
all these
price of
three
its
old
toxic.
foes
time.
is twerking. That's all you looking at. Better
Hashtag
look for the
toxic.
modest women.
Hey, host.
Yeah.
That's right.
Man, like,
If you want those 304s, they're out there on this lap, that's for sure.
What'd you say? Right. What'd you say, perspective?
hey, man, like, this thing about, like, psychiatry, like, this thing, man, like, it's basically just, like, answering your own questions. So it's like, if I, like, that's basically what a psychologist does. Unless they gotta, unless you're a psychologist and you gotta write a prescription. But this thing, like, it's like, man, why you feel this way? Why do
Right?
you feel? Why you feel this way? Like, everybody knows these motherfucking answers,
What?
man.
I
People
hate
sell
that
themselves
question.
short because they're not willing or scared to ask the people or themselves that question. So we was born with
I'm
these
being
questions.
honest.
Yeah.
Like, that's
Yeah,
facts. I
yeah.
lived it. I ain't no better than anybody else, but this thing is just like right now. Like, we just saved each other probably a couple $100. Thank you. Love y'all for it. This thing. This thing though. But if anybody chimed in right now and said, this thing, I can honestly say, like, the reason why a lot of women or a lot of men, but this thing is insecurities. The reason why women or men, like, I ain't gonna go there. This thing is like, if people can call anybody out on anything, it's because you let them. If you walk into a situation at a certain age, like, back in the day, I used to walk into Christmases, events, uncomfortable. Now I walk in like a boss. Like,
Right.
it's like I walk in with the, like, man, like, I'm glad to be here. Like, this thing, love everybody. This thing. If you're uncomfortable, that shit's on you, man. Like, it's at the end of the day, it's like, man, like, if you don't like me for being me, I realize that, like, I'm doing myself a disservice by, like, keep fucking with you. Like, I love you, man, but, like, you only in my life for a reason. Like, if I cannot utilize you, and people are like, what do you mean? Like, dude, I do not fuck with anybody unless they serve a purpose. And people go, like, it ain't a money thing. Money's the last thing. But it's like, dude, like, I can't help you if you come up, like, it's not my problem if we at the same event and, like, you ain't got nowhere to sit. I brought my own chair. If you're hot, shit, I brought my own fan. If you ain't got nothing to eat, that ain't my fucking problem. I come to this bitch full belly. Like, people have quit, like, understanding that, like, man, like, it's when do we stop? Like, I control the narrative when it comes to my life now, because I realize that, like, even though my parents, I was born with their insecurities. They didn't fucking deal with them. I had to. So it sucked for me for a long time. But then it was a blessing because I was like, dude, now I'm in control. I love you. I'm going to watch out for them. I'm actually watching out for them more than they watched out for me, because I actually grow and move forward. They didn't.
Here's my thing. Here's my thing, though. You go to a page. For me, I come for Kev. I don't really go for his topics. I come for him because of his personality and how he
Yeah.
treats people. You know what I'm saying? Because I'll go to page and they'll tell me, "Oh, hit the like button, hit the like button," and those same people that
Yeah.
I'm giving like will block me.
Dang.
They'll mute me. So you telling me to give you gifts and all of this, and then you're gonna block me, or then you're gonna mute me? Like, who do you think you are? Your page is only as popular as the people that follow it. So stop acting like you the shit. And
Me?
a lot of hosts act like they the shit. I'll block you. I'll mute you. So what? I'll go to another page talking about the same thing. Stupid.
No, you'll get those ones. You'll get those hosts that'll be like, "Oh, $30 or $40 to drop somebody."
Yeah,
Get the
Drop.
fuck
Yeah.
out
right.
of
Like,
here! Get the fuck
excuse
out of
you?
here!
Hey, don't say that too much, man, because I might turn into one of those real quick. I need
Get
some
out!
money, you
No,
know.
Oh,
Kev, Kev, Kev. I will
Kev,
block
don't do
you.
Hey,
it, Kev.
times are
I
getting
will
hard
block
Kev,
around
you,
here.
don't
So,
do
Kev.
it, Kev.
I will block
Don't do it.
Kev. You know I haven't been around for a minute.
say
Okay, you
no,
know
say
I
no.
haven't been around for a minute. This is the first time I've been back in a minute. Don't do that. I will block your ass.
You know what I really
$20
hate?
and not give you that good work.
Fuck you. I'm not. No, I'll block you right now.
Is that I'm like,
Here's your
I'll
fucking
block you. Facts.
$20,
I'll
Kev.
block
Now
you.
hush.
How about that? Facts. I'll block you.
dang.
You
He
know
said,
what
I
I
don't want
really
to
you
never
know what
say
I
this.
really hate is the
Right?
motherfuckers like sitting there
People
spitting
are
like
too entitled. People feel that they're too entitled on this app,
Thank
Nah.
and
you.
that's kind of why, like, I'm kind of gotta get into it with Kev. People kind of think they're too entitled, and they can tell you what to do and where to go and where not to go and stuff like that. You have to make your own decisions on
Mm-hmm.
this app, and everybody knows that. You put yourself in the spaces that you want to put yourself in. Take accountability.
I think right. I
But
think it's
if
the
you go if you
personality,
go
like
if
I
you
said.
go into
I
toxic,
come here for
if you
Kevin. I come here for Kevin. I don't come here for the topic. I come here for Kevin, and me and him could chop it up. A lot of people come. They don't. You know what I mean? It's not even about the person. It's about the clout and shit. Again, the
listen,
entitlement.
Kev's topics are Kev's topics. Kev knows that I've supported him for a while. I had to take my space. We all need to take space a certain time because things do get toxic on this app. We all know this.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? And you have to deal with it how you deal with it. It's a personal thing, and that's all it is. It has nothing to do with the person, it has nothing to do with the app, it has nothing to do with anything.
Well, has to do with your intention. Like I said, when I see Kev, I go in there to chop it up with the guard. I don't go in there to argue with him and be a troll or anything, or you know what I mean. Not even to give him likes. He earns his likes from me. You know what I mean? After a while, I'm like, yo, I forgot the likes. Let me hit my man on my I forgot the likes. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I didn't come in there for all of that. I came in there for the guard, like to chop it up with the homie, like. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people
No,
not
and I
doing it
and
for
I
that.
and I get what you're saying, right? And 100%. Kev knows I've always
Yeah,
been here
everybody got their own
for
reasons, though.
him. Exactly, right? And Kev understands. Kev knows I've been here for him 100%. But there comes a certain time too when certain situations, certain lives have certain people that you just don't want to fuck with, and you just don't want to fuck with them for a while,
That's
and that's
all it is.
understandable. And
Yeah.
you have the right to do that, right?
You
It
gotta,
has nothing to
yeah.
do. It has
Everybody
nothing to
got
do
their
with the
own
host. Has
tolerance
nothing to do
part.
with the host, or has nothing to do with anything else. It just has to do with certain things that are going on, and that's it.
And so some topics are not your topics. It's and some people are
That's
not
true.
your people. So
Yeah.
and some people are just not your people in the morning.
Oh,
Right, or the
Whoever
afternoon,
said
or
it,
night.
actually, I know who said it. What's that? Bay Day? Bay play? Lay play? I
Oh, you
definitely
can
agree.
call me whatever you want, honey.
Ooh, I like
Oh,
that.
hold on.
I like.
He was
Thank you,
calling
Kevin.
me.
No, good
Barry, he
looking,
was
Kevin.
calling me. Hold on.
You, use my G, Kevin. You is definitely my G, Kevin. You my brother today.
Hold on. He was calling me Fairy, not you. He was saying lady. What did I say?
I have no
um,
idea.
you said
don't fall
that
for fairy.
everybody's
Don't
feeling
fall for it. She
entitled,
trying to use that.
and that's true. They
She
feel
trying to
entitled.
manipulate you.
Yeah, I love it. Go ahead, go
She
ahead.
trying
She
to
can
get you
have
to
me.
melt real quick. Then she gonna be like, now heal.
Watch out, there she's coming.
She can
She
have
gonna
me.
hit you with the heel after that.
Right. She doesn't have to heal after me. That's right. That's a fact, right?
Oh, I know that.
The buck
I
Oh
like that
stops
no.
dramatic
there.
voice.
At this
Z, she
point,
gonna use
though,
her accent too to
at,
get you to melt in.
Kev, at this
Now you
point, though,
can
you're gonna have
the
to heal
healer.
after Neil.
And call me Vegas, because whatever
I'm not
happens in
leaving
Vegas
until
stays in
you're
Vegas.
healed different. I'm not leaving.
Well, call
Oh,
me Vegas, because everything that happens in Vegas stays in
Oh
Vegas. So
oh
call me
God,
my.
Vegas.
oh God, no,
Oh,
no,
if that was
no,
the
Oh
no,
case, I
my.
would be in Vegas right now.
no. I'm in Canada. I'm not in Vegas.
That's funny.
But I mean, it all depends on how you take the app, how you take people, how you respect people, how you not respect people
Yeah.
on this app, right? And that's the thing. I mean, sometimes you come into situations and you come into the lives, and there's something there that you really don't want to mess with, and you just leave, and that's all there is
Yeah.
to it,
See,
right?
my thing is I could tell the difference when somebody mess with me or not, right? So I understand, like, yeah, I do have topics, right, that people can't handle, right? I have people that might come in here that people can't handle, and I
Oh my
understand that, right?
goodness.
So, but it's a difference, right? When you in here to support versus in here to um let me see how to think about this. Of y'all, I guess your own personal little situation though. Because a lot of people, I realize a lot of people might say that, oh, I'm here to support you and all this stuff, right? But then again, it's like, so, and I've actually lost some friends recently, I noticed, and some friends seem like they just stopped supporting me too. I might not unfollow them yet, but I noticed things. So, but I'm saying
Hmm.
um, like you could tell, like some people you can't as soon as you I tell and that's why I like talking about every last thing just to see and some stuff I ain't gonna say purposely disagree with, but when I feel like and I did and I just do want to see people's mentality and stuff, and because that's why I talk about everything. So I want to see if somebody can handle what I talk about, right? Or if they can handle a disagreement well, right? Because I'm not about to agree with every last person, and I don't want everybody agreeing everything with me, right? But because at the end of the day, even if we disagree with each other, we need to still ask why on a situation. We want to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Instead of reacting so, man, what the heck you mean? Why you not trying to side with me or something? You know what I'm saying? Like that. My thing is, if we can get through those type of situations, that's
You know
when
what I'm saying? Like that. My thing
the
is if we can
situation
get
is
through
real.
those type of situations,
What
that's when
the?
my thing
What
is
the
situation is real. Those
Kev,
type
you're
of
echoing.
She did a
situations,
super subscribe. Good looks, fairy tale. Okay, I see
Oh,
you. I see you. She done subscribed and got my voice twice on that. Man,
echo,
okay, I hear me.
echo. Yeah, right. That echoed.
But but no, I do that because that's why I said I recently like what this one topic. I lost two friends, right? Two friends that so called supposed to be supporting me and all this stuff or whatever, but all it took was a disagreement, right? Or I didn't support what they said, and or they seen what I supported and they don't like what I support versus what they support and all that stuff. But I'm like, it showed their true intentions, right? It just showed it. All right, for sure.
Because
So it showed the true intention. That's what I be want to weave out. That's why I'm gonna talk about every last thing, if it's a trigger to you or not. I'm gonna talk about every last thing so I can know if you in here for to support me or not. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, my main goal, anyways, overall, is just to you know build positivity. For us to grow in unity.
I
That's
can
my main
learn.
things. You know what I'm saying?
I can learn.
Okay, but
And
with that
motivate
But
though,
and
with
laugh
that
and learn.
though,
Yeah,
Kev,
exactly. You know what I'm saying?
you know what I'm
it's
saying?
not a
Yo, but
matter of.
wait, before I want to just sort of say this real quick. But you know what's it's crazy because it's just like even though you expect them, you can't have a conversation without disagreeing. If you have a conversation and you're not disagreeing, that's gossip.
Right. Or robot or you're a yes man or yes woman. That's all.
Okay, but the thing is, though, it's like sometimes it's like it's not a matter of disagreeing with the topic or what you're going by or what you believe in or something like that. I mean, sometimes just that person just needs that little bit of
Some
time.
people can't take
It's not,
constructive
it's
criticism either, I've
no,
noticed
it's
too.
not that though, Kev.
No, I was
It's
adding that
sometimes
toner. Some
it's
people
not
don't.
about, but you were talking about support, and
Okay, support.
it's not about not supporting you. Okay,
I had
because
2 people that
in the
did that.
back, but hold on though. But if somebody's really there, they're going to support you in the background still. Okay, but
Right.
they may not be forefront at the moment because they need to take the time for themselves.
Yeah, I
So
feel that, and I
you
recognize
have to
that.
respect exactly, and
I
that's
reckon,
what you
but
have.
what I'm saying is somebody will actually X off my whole live and say that they support me, right? And I don't see them for months, right? I don't think
Right.
nobody got to find themselves for a whole month. You know what I'm saying? That don't make sense. Like, but it's not even that though. It's just some people literally. I actually, like I said, well, some people that actually unfriend me and stuff too. That I didn't notice to
Ooh.
the last minute either. So it's like I said, all that stuff will avail. The thing is, and I'm fully aware of this though. It's gonna be people that's why I said people come and go for a reason. That's why I had that topic. I was on part 3 of that anyway. So people do come and go for a reason. I noticed the people that really stuck with me really is the people that I started off with. Like I really started with like Kanai, and people don't like her at all. Uh, Big Bill, I got a bunch of people that actually Tony, you know what I'm saying? All them they started off me from the beginning and we still kicking from this day. So it's like the people that knew me from the beginning. But it's other like I said, it's other reason why other people was got, connected with me, right? But they never
Mhm.
seen my disagreement side or knew my other intentions side. You know what I'm saying? They just never knew it. So it's like they stop supporting after that, or they either unfriend me or something like that because or some people wanted to mold me to be a certain way because it don't fit because it's not comfortable for them, right?
That
Right.
So
part.
they wanted that and I didn't because I'm not doing it because I have been, been teaching my way. I've been broadcasting my way and all that stuff and been helping people in the process. So why do I need somebody else to tell me how to do my thing? I'll come on my profile, I'll come on my platform and do my stuff the way I want it. I mean, it's obvious that's how I'm getting attention anyways by certain people is doing it that way. I can't be like a robot and be like and fit everybody else's narrative to make them feel happy. I'm not here to protect everybody's feelings. That's my thing. That's my little saying. That's why I say that. Because, like I said, because I'm trying to protect our lifestyles. I'm trying to protect the way we live and all that stuff. I'm not worried about feelings. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
the thing is, though, Kip, and that's one thing I have liked about you. No matter what,
Mm,
you have stayed consistent
yeah.
with your
That's true.
topics, with how you think, and how you are. I get that. And a lot of people are going to disagree with that. That's not the fact for everybody, though. Okay.
Right.
Sometimes, sometimes somebody just needs to step away for themselves. So
Cool.
you can't take things
Some people got
always.
to unfollow me too, so I'm aware of that.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
now that's a whole different topic.
Right. That's what I'm
That's a
saying.
whole different that's a whole different situation. That's a whole different topic but like you said, you can see and you can actually observe who
Believe
is
me, I'm
and who
aware.
isn't.
I'm really aware for real.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think it has to do as well because through Kevin, I got to know a lot of other people on this platform that has like those discussion lives, in which they have topics.
Mhm.
Um, and what I need is diversity. I need to
I
be
like how she say that.
stimulated. Yeah, I need to
Invested.
be stimulated. So some of those other people, when I go on their platform, they have the same topics time after time after time. And then I'm
Win.
sorry, but I will unfollow because that is, to me, it's not interesting to keep on talking about the same thing over and over and over again. So it's not that I don't like those people. And when they're in your life, we will have a conversation. I just don't find their lives entertaining. So
Right.
they shouldn't take it personally.
Right. And listen, my thing is too is like my last thing to do to somebody is to unfriend them or block them. I'm not that type at all. Like you have to really do something to me personally, before I will ever do that to you. Like we may have a
Mm.
disagreement, we may have like a misunderstanding, but if we can't come back to us,
That's
then
good.
there's a bigger problem. There's a bigger problem.
True
Do you get what
that.
I'm saying?
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
talk to your
still,
friend, Kev. Kev's into his
I was
cryn.
I'm
okay,
trying
there
to
you go.
Cryn
multitask.
right now.
Quinn was in here. She done threw me off. You know what I'm saying?
Right? She always throws you
I,
off when she
I
tells
hear
you
you. Right? You
cryn.
know, you be seeing it. It be like that. You got that one person you connected with. You just
Right?
be
Doesn't for
got
a
be
while.
smiling and joking. It be insiders, all type of stuff.
Yeah, it's all good. But
But yeah,
yeah, I
I hear
think,
you though. I hear you
yeah,
though.
exactly, right? So sometimes you just got to give people that time, and if they come back, they do. If they don't, it's a different situation. And
Hmm.
that's all I'm saying, right? You just got to evaluate yourself, your friends, and everything, and just know who's in and out of your life for a reason.
Yeah, well, it's what you do in real life too. And I think everybody has the right on TikTok
Exactly.
to um, choose which people they find, interesting or want to spend time with, because most of us use TikTok as free time, as playtime. It's we spend time here to decontract after a day of work, or you just meet up with people we like. So if after a while you discover that somebody isn't really your type, or doesn't do things that you find entertaining, I think it's your right to, unfollow. And they shouldn't
Right.
take it personally. It just means that, you're not into their stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's all it is.
but sometimes though, when certain people come into your life and they show you things and they say certain things and then they unfollow you after a certain disagreement, it can be taken a different
Oh,
type of way.
yeah, I understand you. After disagreement, it's totally different. I think you sure
Right.
you first should get
I
to
be
the
loving
bottom,
it.
or explain to them, that you're not agreeing, or come to a point in which you
I
can.
love it. I love disagreeing with people just to see, man. Like, yep, I know you wasn't effing with me. You know what I'm saying? It be showing a lot too, and and that's why I swear I'm about to be heavy on it, because I don't need no fake
Say
people,
it,
bro.
Kev.
That's just dealing with me because I'm making them feel good. I'm like I said, I'm really not big on that trying to make people feel good, because I'm not even trying to make myself feel good. I want to live good. Like I said, there's a difference between living good and feeling good, right? You know, sometimes your feelings got to get hurt to be able to live good. It's just be like that. But if you can't take your little feelings getting hurt, sometimes you not for me. I mean, I can't change my stuff, because I can't do this baby and stuff no more. Like, I'm literally serious on that stuff. That baby and stuff has got none of us anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, all it's doing is, I mean, cause I understand it's a harsh. I mean, it's a tough love and soft love. They got that stuff, but then again, I'm big. I'm straight tough love. Forget all that junk, because like this soft stuff is what how this world is revolving right now and stuff, and why the world is going to boo boo right now. I'm gonna put it that way, the clean version. You know what I'm saying? So I can't. I can't do it. I just can't do it, man. And
I
the
get
thing
what
is,
you're saying.
we gotta get told straightforward, man. There ain't no around the bush on certain situations.
I
There
get
ain't
what
no
you're
around the
saying though,
bush.
Kev. And I understand the tough love and I understand like this whole soft love that's going on. But the tough love, how tough does it have to get?
What?
Like, okay, you're saying there's soft and there's hard love.
That's what she said. But I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know. I guess it depends
No,
on how tough somebody interpret it. I guess I don't know. It's
that's what
different.
I'm saying. Like, how tough does it have
That's
to
a
get?
you
Because
problem
I
from
mean,
that
I
point.
understand the tough love. I've had tough love. I've had tough love, but it's not
Yeah.
always the right love.
I mean, it's different between right and tough. You can be wrong and tough, or wrong and soft. You know what I'm saying? But but uh,
But I
it
don't
depends
think
on how you
Kevin
take it.
means I don't think Kevin means with tough love. He doesn't mean that he's disrespectful or
Uh,
on purposely
Okay.
hurting people.
Okay.
It's
no.
more like
I still
telling
gonna talk to people how they want
factual.
to be talked to too. I mean, I
Yeah,
want to be talked to. I'm like,
yeah,
yo,
and it's
bitch,
it's
yeah, you
Okay,
more
better
that's
listen.
like
what I mean. Because I've had tough love, and I know what tough love is. So tough love
no, no,
is a hard
no.
No,
thing
that's
to take.
disrespectful love. That's
That's
not
Right.
yeah,
tough.
that's
There we go.
disrespect.
Freak.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you getting it all mixed up. You
I
talking
was
about
just
the
trying to clarify.
disrespectful love.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Uh, that's
I was
funny.
just trying to clarify what tough love was, because tough love could be it could be tough.
I can get you now. That makes sense. That's a heck of a tough love right there. I see why you asked me what levels. That is a whole nother level. I
Right?
mean, shoot. I mean, I guess it is people that's like that. I ain't like that though. I guess you that makes sense though. There's some super tough love, I guess, where it gets disrespectful. But that stuff work with some people too. But I ain't choose that route though. Just
Right.
like I don't know if you heard of CT Fletcher. That dude will cuss you out.
Me? Who?
Get your big ass and bench press this, you know what I'm saying? But he a motivator though. He motivate and he, you know what I'm saying? But he help people out. Motherfucking he go crazy though. But I don't think it's like more of a. Let me see, cause do he do that?
Is he
I don't know, but I just know that it's just everybody ain't for everybody. I'm just gonna put it that way. I'm gonna put
is
it that
he
way. There you
um
go.
is he a workout guru?
Need that push, yeah, up exactly. Yeah, he was a muscle head. If he big guy for sure. Actually.
I think I know who you're talking about.
AJ said that he know her. I mean, she know him. I mean, she know him though. She probably got to talk to her though.
Oh, really? Okay. Oh, wow.
Muscle
Oh,
heated. Yep.
somebody on here?
You said what?
Muscle. Is it somebody on the app?
No, just look up on YouTube and look up CT Fletcher.
Okay, I know exactly who you're talking about. Okay, that's what I'm
Right. I
talking about
know
on
everybody
YouTube.
should know him, but
Exactly, the big macho guy who's a motivator and stuff
and
like
he
that. I
cuss
know who
people
he is.
out like crazy.
I know exactly who you're talking about. I used to watch his videos all the time. Okay,
Oh, every time.
that's who I thought you.
Yeah, ET.
Uh,
That's what he actually
yeah,
what kind of formed me. I listen to Eric Thomas. I listen to
Eric
both
Thomas.
the
I've never
top
heard of him.
motivators. What's the other dude name? Uh, t- uh let me cheat real quick. I'm following both of them on Facebook. Hold up, real quick. Give me 1 second.
Eric Thomas. I've never heard of him.
Oh, Tony Robbins. I listen to him.
Tony
Actually, I
Robbins.
think it
I've
was
heard
Tony
of.
Robbins that made the
I've,
change,
I've,
biggest
I
change in
think
my life.
I think I've heard of him. Tony Robbins. Yeah, he's a big motivational speaker, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Yes.
Tony Robbins. Yeah. Fletcher. Fletcher
Fletcher
something.
something. What the
LD. What?
what's it? Something else.
So she's saying Fletcher is something like the Fletcher LD or oldie
I
or
think she was saying L. She meant to say L since
L.
she said, boy, he got us
Like,
sounding crazy up in here. Sorry, lovely people, kids. What that's supposed to mean?
that what?
Take care of us. Like, no, I'm talking to you. But yeah, thanks for coming through, Fairy, man. Appreciate you, man.
Tony, dude,
As
Tony,
always, you know what I'm
Tony,
saying? I know I'll be giving
Tony.
her headaches some days, but she been still sticking around. That's what I be saying. That's that real stuff, man. A lot of people
Thank
have
you,
still stuck
lovely.
around, even though we give each other headaches
You
and,
know that
you know what I'm
I
saying? But,
respect Fairy. I
huh?
respect her. She's good.
Yeah, most definitely. She been around for a while, for sure. Her, Niche, uh, and some of them probably done seen people drop out of my little friend list and stuff because they can't handle me. You know what I'm saying? Because I
It's
talk too
not that.
much, right? I talk too much stuff. You know, I say too many things that, so, but I realized I told myself a while ago, I'm not about to limit what I talk about. You know, if your feelings get hurt, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But it got to get talked about. None of the stuff I talk about is for no reason. It ain't even with the purpose of hurting your feelings. It's the purpose of being aware of what's going on in this world and the sacrifices we got to make to even build up and a lot of wants that we need to put to the side in our way of living. And especially for our kids to not pick up some of these crazy behaviors that we got and all this stuff. So yes, I'm gonna talk about everything. So it is what it is.
Yeah, but Kev, it's not so much your topics. It's sometimes who you have in your room,
I ain't talking about that. I'm not even talking about. Besides, that's another thing though. But I'll get you on that. Everybody got their own situation, but
right?
it's not. But I still control my room though. It ain't like I let. I mean, everybody gonna have their bias against certain people though, but that ain't gonna stop my goal of what I got for everybody. You know, because I do have a bigger patience type situation, and I feel like everybody can change, and everybody we can still unite in some type of way. So I don't want to have no hard what's that? I'm trying to think of a
A
word, but I can't.
king.
But I ain't trying to be against nobody. Like I even had
A
this one girl
king.
that I thought that I wanted to block her a long time ago, but I let her come in my room. I'm like, whatever. You just not gonna speak that same rhetoric. You know, that's that new stuff everybody's saying. Like you ain't gonna speak that in my room. So I'm like, whatever. We gonna talk about what I'm gonna talk about in here. Ain't about to talk about what you be talking about with that women empowerment and you must do this and embrace your victimizations and stuff. I don't know. She be coming with some stuff though. She said, "Don't block me." What the?
I know,
You,
right?
why would I block you? I can't do that. Can't do that. Let me see. Are this
No,
necessary? I
and
need
Kev,
this.
we are disagreeing about things, but it's the way we disagree that counts. It's
Yep.
we always go to figure out the bottom of the disagreement, and then we agree on our disagreement. So that's
Yeah.
a whole different way of solving disagreements than just get mad and run off.
Hmm. There you go. I like that. See what I'm saying? You
Well,
see?
if you can
And that's why
agree
we
to
stuck.
disagree.
That's why we stake around. You know what I'm saying?
That's why we
I'm
stick
not being
around.
I'm not being fake, you know what I'm saying? I'm not my thing is y'all see the real me, right? I talk about everything I say. I'm not like I be feeling like if I gotta walk on eggshells just to please somebody, I'm not being me. You know what I'm saying?
No.
So that's how it is. I mean, stuff you might like come up my mouth, some stuff you might not. You know what I'm saying? But that's not the whole goal of the situation. It's all about trying to understand one another. That's all it is.
Well,
So
that's exactly what it is. It's what it's all about, trying to understand the other person. And sometimes words are powerful things. Sometimes we use words that the other person
No,
doesn't
it's not. It's
understand,
about
or that
being
is a
right.
trigger.
It's about being right. That's what it's about.
Oh, now I'm gonna
What
unfollow you.
What was that?
oh dang, she done lost that follow. He done lost that follow
Oh,
real
God,
quick.
I just followed
You
you. I
almost got
just
her
went
too, though,
home.
man. She just got to talking
You
sexy to
just
you and
crushed
everything. Now
it.
you go, oh, you
Oh
done
my
messed it
God.
up. Done dried her
Oh,
back up. So
oh my gosh. This is so disappointing. Oh my
that's how
God.
me and then bet you gonna be like, let me go to the next one. Then it didn't work.
I'm gonna go to the
You need
next
to
one
heal
now.
from that one.
I'm out.
I love using people's stuff against them later down the line and make it a joke. I
You're
bet you he
next.
ain't gonna heal after this one.
Right? He needs to heal after this one.
Oh my goodness. Well, different. I love you too.
Oh my.
You
Done
bet
messed it up
keep on
already,
getting back.
man. Man. She literally just needed a mop early. You done messed it up. Nah, that's
Oh, what
all,
happened
man.
to Carrie? We lost Carrie now. She just dropped.
She had to drop out the
Oh,
box.
that's funny. That's
It
funny.
wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad.
Uh, oh man, that's how you talk yourself out of it. Oh my. Fellas, learn something. Keep your mouth. Gotta go for my kids for sure. Yeah,
Yeah,
you did say
right.
other dip though. Hey, hopefully he
That's what
change it
she
up later, man.
said.
He might win you back over later.
That's what she said.
Right. Oh
Gotta
my,
go.
this was
I got kids.
funny, man.
Don't
Oh
Oh my.
my God,
come
Carrie.
back. Don't run. Come back.
Nope, no more comeback. Nah, that was the goal to come back with the truth.
She said, don't think you got
You
the
messed
power.
that up. Oh my.
She had to drop for her kids. Don't think you got the power. They're different.
Mm-mm-mm.
I don't have tough
Mm-mm.
Mm.
love. I have soft love. I have soft love.
Nope. Don't get
What,
soft now. You better be worried about being right. Say
nobody
that.
tells me what to do, mister.
That boy, he did the wrong thing by saying being right.
That's what it's about. It's about being right.
No, these jokes be so easy, bro.
Being right.
I was like,
Oh,
your
man.
I
soft
never
is
go
my
left because I'm
tough.
always right.
Oh,
I never get left. I never get left because I'm always right.
Okay, okay, I see you. Okay, you went to the triangle affair. Okay, we got there. I like that one. There you go.
I'm lost. I don't know what's going on, Kev.
You said you what?
I said I'm lost. I don't know what's going on
Oh, right.
with these two. I'm leaving this
Man,
alone.
it done shifted so much, man.
I do
He gonna
toxic.
try to throw the hearts in there. Love me.
I do
No,
toxic love,
Wow.
you
baby.
said
Okay.
no. It's time to heal.
Yeah. You
You
got
better
a
heal
love
first.
connection going on. Different. Have you healed from your last relationship? When was your last relationship?
Have fun, funny face.
Really, my last relationships with Fair Whitetail. That's my last relationship.
Oh, ferret. Oh, fair white tail. Ooh.
Not healed.
I ain't never read it
I'm
that way. I just thought
gonna
about that. Fair
show her
white
50
tail.
shades of different. That's what I'm gonna show her. 50 shades of different.
Oh
Ooh.
God.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Or maybe
Anything
50
who says
Shades of
anything,
right.
any man who quotes 50 Shades, I'm just like, no, I can't do it.
Sure, that's the only last book we remember that all the women was buying and stuff. So we try to fit
No,
in a
50
little bit.
Shades, no, no. I've
Ooh, you
never
seen
bought
that
that.
You know,
last part?
you
You
gotta
know
be
that
worried
one
about
part? Like, what the
you gotta
fuck?
worry about the guys that talk about, the Notebook was a great movie. That's the guys you gotta worry about.
What is
See,
that?
and that's,
Notebook.
you know what's funny? That's another movie I've never seen.
Me
I've never
neither.
Mm.
seen The Notebook.
I never seen the Notebook.
Me neither.
Got a
Uh,
guy watching Twilights. She said, I won't forget you different, but no, it's going to be different.
ooh, ooh, she's gonna
Mm.
be dreaming of sweet dreams, fairy.
I'm,
Ooh,
I'm
maybe
gonna
you can
make sure
spark
you
her
get to
back
get
up
me.
again,
I got you. I
Get
got
the
you.
water back.
That's what I'm talking about. Exactly.
That's what I'm
Ooh,
talking
you
about.
different. You
Call
left
me
an
Luigi. You
impression.
can
She's
call me
like, maybe
Luigi.
he was right.
My
You
middle
left
name
an
is Luigi.
impression,
Oh my.
but I don't need
But I don't
healing
need his for
from. Oh, really?
he go to
No, she
Oh
don't.
my.
She won't. She won't need no healing. Not at all, girl. I got you.
When I get this feeling.
That part.
These
That
two,
part.
these two are perfect for each other. They don't need no healing.
Hmm. That's
Heal.
different,
What?
different.
No, hold on. What's that healing? No, that's sexual healing. Yeah, sexual healing. What's that song? I
She's
need
already over it.
sexual
On to the next.
over it
She
already.
using his she using his oh boy, his advice. He don't like his own advice on himself.
See, see, different. Your advice
Oh
backfired
my, I knew
on
he was
you.
gonna eat his own words. So on to the next. I'm not about to heal. I ain't got time to think about it. Oh boy, who knew this was gonna be a turnaround like that? That's
On to
funny.
the next. She said, on to the next.
Oh, with the muscle up though. She said, "Stay strong."
See,
See
different.
how
That just
that feels,
backfired
Mister
in
D?
your face.
Look at her on demon time though with the little.
Hey, Fairy, go to bed.
No, that is funny.
Go to your kids. I thought she had to go to her kids. She's like,
She get this that addiction be like that, man. You know what I'm saying? You don't even want to miss out because you might miss out on something funny. You know what I'm saying?
that's funny. That's
Oh my,
funny.
y'all done got me losing my
Mm.
voice in there. Want to talk about it, huh? She would have rub it in now.
That's
Man,
funny.
they your friends.
That's okay, these two are having a whole conversation on their own. Oh my goodness. Ah. Oh, Kev froze. Oh, frozen. Oh shit, what the hell just happened? What just happened? What the fuck just happened?
I should be back.
Oh, there you go, Kev.
Am
Can
I
you hear
back?
me?
Yeah, this song was tripping.
the hell? Your screen went all black and then I just couldn't hear anything.
Every time, right? Every time
Am I still
it
up here with
gets
you?
interesting. Huh? What the heck? I came back different,
Am I still up here with you?
Yeah, you up here.
Okay.
Everybody else hear me? Fwan, you hear me? Fwan. Uh, who else in here? I see Fairy Tale. They say her face, her face. Anybody? Can y'all hear me? Did it freeze again?
I can hear you, but
Okay, we good. You don't see me?
I can see you.
Okay,
That was
okay.
weird though. Everybody dropped, your screen went black and I'm the only one up here.
That's my stuff got froze. Did that internet froze thing again. I guess that was a way to save her and let her take care of her outside duties. Like, all right, y'all got her addicted to this real quick, so we're gonna mess the internet up.
What?
We learned a lot tonight, man. I love it though, man. Even though my topic don't never stay on topic all the time, but hey, you know what I'm saying? We gonna get something out of all this though. That's just how it is.
Just for
We gonna
about
get
10.
out of it, man. It's all about different perspectives and point of views on things, man. See, we
We
need
stayed on
a
topic for about 10 minutes.
huh?
I said we stayed on topic for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I stood on well before everybody else came in. I was on for like at least I did a good hour. I would say a good hour. So it got talked about.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? I might
Yeah.
start this back up again tomorrow when I get up too. Might as well. So I can see if somebody else think about the race and ethnic background. And part
Yeah.
seven. I wanted this to be bigger than this. Because I'm trying to get to a point on this situation, man. I need people to look beyond the skin and beyond the
Okay, so
cultures and all this stuff, right? We need to look beyond that, man, so we can
next
connect.
time you bring this up though, Kev, leave out the part 8.
Huh?
Leave out the part 8. Just bring it up.
Part seven?
Yeah, like you know how you were on part 7?
Mm-hmm.
Next time you bring it up, just leave out the part 8 and just bring up the topic again. Like a whole new topic. Get what I'm saying?
You talking about for the next live, or which one you talking
Yeah.
about?
Yeah. Because everybody kind of knows that this is your topic now.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is just leave out the part 8 and just bring up the topic.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
You
I
get what?
think the only reason why I put the numbers down so I can keep it in order. I'm all,
Yeah. But we know that. We know it's like,
yeah. I was
yeah.
talking about I got to keep it on order because I put it on my YouTube so I can
Oh,
be able to know the difference between my videos.
okay.
That's the only reason why. Yeah. I be doing
Okay.
a lot of copy and pasting and all that stuff. That's what it is.
See, I'm not on YouTube. I gotta get you on YouTube. Do you
Yeah,
have it on
man.
your link? Do
The what?
you have it on your link on your profile?
Yeah, you can click on my profile or just tap in Laugh and Learn Kev. I'm the only Laugh and Learn Kev on YouTube. I hope. I better be. Have another one on it. I'll be mad. Like, you copycatting. Be it. Welcome back, Fairy Tale. We're back. My junk just froze. Just froze a little bit. That's all. You know what I'm saying? Let me make
Okay.
sure that my
I just went to your link and
Broderick, what's
got
the
it.
deal, man? Ain't seen you in a minute, boy. Ain't seen you in a minute, boy.
Okay. I thought I had you on YouTube. I guess I didn't. I just
I
subscribed to you.
thought you
All right.
did have me on YouTube. That's weird.
No, I didn't. I just went there and I just subscribed now. I thought I did
Wow.
too. Maybe it on Are you on Instagram too? No, hold on.
I am on Instagram, but ain't nobody follow me on there for real on there.
Hold
I don't
on.
even be posting on there for real. I post on my Facebook. I post on my Facebook. I post on my TikTok, Clapper, and YouTube. Facebook, TikTok,
Go.
Clapper, and YouTube.
Got your YouTube. See, I'm not a YouTuber though. That's a problem. Like I'm
Oh,
not
that's what
one
I'm
to
gonna
go,
be.
but
I'm
I'm
about to
not
be
one
there.
to
That's my
go.
goal.
If I got you subscribe, I'm okay, but I'm not one for going on YouTube and like just searching for a whole bunch of stuff.
Oh yeah, I feel you on that.
So if I know you and I got
Oh,
you, yeah, I'll
I'm
subscribe.
on the For You page. Hey.
You are.
I just seen my backup, see me on the For You page. I'm like, hello.
Hmm.
Let's see. Who is this? Oh, okay. Whoa. Let me start looking at these things. Why my algorithm like that on this page? You know what I'm saying?
What are you
You
looking
know
at?
what I'm saying? Let me
What,
stop.
Kev, what are you looking at?
Nothing. Positivity.
do, do I need to remind you that you're celibate?
Some thick positivity.
Some booty
Some
positive,
jiggly
some jiggly,
positivity. Some positivity that'll make it clap. You know what I'm saying?
that make you non-celibate.
I'm positive. All
Yeah, that's
right.
some positive
Oh
reinforcement. That's for
my.
sure.
Just know it's gonna get held accountable if I don't stop looking at it too
Oh
much.
God, yeah.
Oh my. Put that ego to the side. Oh
Oh,
my.
God. You need to stop. See, you're gonna get yourself in trouble. Not nobody else is gonna get you, but you in trouble.
Oh
Hmm.
my.
See,
Oh
that's what
my.
happens when you go to YouTube.
Well, I need to switch this page up a little bit. I don't know what I'm following over here. Let me chill out. That's my backup. I do not need.
Well,
Boy.
the backups are both the most ratchet pages.
Boy, I didn't even mean to follow these things, man.
Oh,
How did my
right. Sure
algorithm
you
look
did.
like that?
Sure. Sure
What's the
you did,
deal,
Kev.
Broderick, man? I don't even know if you heard me though earlier. How you feeling, man? You all right? Can you hear me? I need to make sure you can hear me. Dang, I dropped my phone.
Broderick, can you hear him?
Can you hear me, my brother? Hello? Oh, there you go. Oh,
Mhm.
we good, man. What's the deal, man? Come on up, man. Go in. Throw some good words. I know you be having some words for show, my man. We just talking about random until, cause I'm gonna get back on this topic maybe later tomorrow. If I probably play the game for a bit and then get back on this topic again before I gotta go to work. Uh,
So, Kev, what happened with the, not to go off your topic here, but what happened with, because I honestly, I wanted to join that one. What happened with the King and Queens one? Was that like a hot one or not?
ooh, that was decent though. People, like I said, people understood what I said though. I haven't ran
Yeah.
into the people that I really wanted to talk to about that though, but actually, King came in here too, but I know his stuff wasn't the reason. Because remember, my second part was like, if it's not an insecurity, right, or you don't have an insecurity, I said, what would be the reason? And then basically his stuff was like his was his name. It's actually part of his name or something like that. Reason why he called himself King. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so
So
that actually was his original name?
Yeah,
yeah, his
yeah,
name
yeah.
is mean
That's my
King or
birth.
something like that. So somebody
Yeah,
gave him that name.
that's my
Yeah.
birthright. Broderick Javon King.
Okay.
Oh,
See, that's
okay.
another person that got King in this part of their name. See,
Okay,
that's what
but
I'm saying. But I
Broderick,
was saying the majority of people that use that has some deep rooted insecurity in them. It usually be like that. It's like a uplifting type thing, and people it's not fully grasping it. That's all it is. They're not aware of it, so they, you know what I'm saying. People got to do things. That's like people that call themselves tens, right? They got to
Oh
call
God.
themselves perfect because they don't feel perfect. You know
right.
what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
No,
But Broderick,
no.
do
So
you do
yes, ma'am.
you do you actually use King as your name or Broderick?
I use all of it as my name. Um, that was my name that was given. My story was kind of traumatic on how I got my name. Um, so I wear it as like honor. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? I
Hmm.
was born August 8th, 1983. I'll keep it kind of simple for you. I was born. It was 12 of us that were born. I was the last one that made it. We were in Jefferson County Hospital. We were all born with omphalocele, August 8th, 1983. You can Google it. And I was the last one that made it. My mother was distraught. She didn't know what to name me. And the last kid that died, his name was Roderick. And
Mm.
we were real deal like looking for organ donors. Our blood matched. So my liver was messed up, his kidneys were messed up. So at that point they were like, well, if he goes, can you donate? And he passed before I went into surgery. And so that night I was kidnapped. I never used any of his organs, and my mother was just like, in honor for his mother, she put a B in front of the R, so it became Broderick.
Wow,
Mm.
But my
that's
last
deep.
name was always King. My last name, my
Mm-hmm.
grandfather had that
That's an
name,
interesting
and
story. Wow. Oh
Right.
yeah,
my.
it
That sounds like
happened.
that could be a movie. Oh my. That's wild.
I don't even have a belly button. Like when they found me, I was in Jefferson County. I was born in Children's Hospital, Jefferson County, and they found me. Well, they recovered me at a cathedral, and they were praying because none of the doctors and none of the priests were able to get through. It was storming so bad that night, and that's why I named my daughter Rain, because when she was born, it was raining, so I named her
Uh,
Rain. And I'm
Hmm.
Broderick, so Broderick, Rain King, Broderick. It just flew. It was just one of those natural things.
Hmm.
I'm getting
I mean,
sleepy over. I
That
ain't even. She was
that
woke. I know she
wow,
probably done fell asleep in my live.
that's deep. I love those kind of stories because
That's why she getting sleepy. That ring.
that's where history and where like the meaning of names really come from. It
yeah,
shows you how people like choose certain names and
yeah. I mean, and
not
the thing about it is just to tap on what he was saying earlier. Like when you call yourself a king or a queen, like I'm a Leo. Like I'm a dedicated Leo, but I stepped over my pride, I stood on my word, right? So for me personally, when you call yourself a king, you gotta live by that. Like you gotta take care of your people. Like
right.
it's
Right.
like it's like Tip said. It's like, and I hate to even use rap references and shit, but it's just like when people call on you and you ain't no help, that ain't no king shit. If you're a queen and you're not providing and you're not doing something, stop
Right.
calling yourself that. Like, stop putting that banner on yourself because it's always going to be called into question, especially on a kids app. Like, you can't get on here and get your following behind like, and I'm not calling nobody out. I'm not disrespecting anybody, but you can't get on this app and show your body for the first 6 months you on here and then get on here and try to attack people. Like, you can't be a man
Mm,
and be on here and talk about what you got and all these possessive things and then try to counsel people. Like,
Mm.
stay in your lane.
mm, right.
Stay in your lane, in your natural lane, because what the one thing that we know for a fact is that men need affection, women need nurturing. Don't get on a kids app and then get on here and then say that you about this and you about that when your whole upbringing on this app is about exposing and exposure. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying?
Mm, mm, mm-hmm.
Don't burn like that. You
Yeah.
about to make some
Is
of my peoples leave out this room and stuff.
Mm,
I
facts.
got two
what?
Nah,
people in here.
but
They gonna be like 3 people.
What
but
lie?
for real, like it's facts though, because
There's no lie there.
everybody that's in here right now is 10 and 2 with you. Everybody
Mhm.
in here right now is 10 and 2 with you. It's nothing but facts that I speak, even when I go live. But people tend to look at me as being that monarch that will actually tell the truth that they don't want to hear because it's not argumentative.
Mhm.
You just gained another person. I'm telling you, it's not argumentative. And that's the thing about it. All these top content creators get on here and we know their past, we know their history because it's easily accessible.
Mm-hmm.
It's easily accept it's easily like they've been running this for a while now, bro. Like, and that's why I love coming on your panel and just speaking truth and speaking facts. It's just that. It's really just that with me. Like I don't hide who I am.
Yeah.
I don't, and a lot of people can't deal with it, and I understand it, I get it, but don't get on here and live a false truth. You know,
Right. To
don't
fit
hide who you are,
to
and
please your
then when the conversation gets heated, then it's just like, oh well, I just want to yell and scream. No, just say it calmly.
Yeah, but a lot of
mm-hmm.
people don't know how to express themselves calmly anymore.
Mm-hmm.
No, a
People
lot
don't
of
know what
people just
emotional
I'm gonna tell you,
intelligence is.
right now, ignorance is at an all-time high. Last time I was live, they wanted talking about racism. I was like, and I don't want to disrespect nobody, but racism is not real to me. In my eyes, ignorance is just at an all-time high.
I like how
It's
you
just
said that too.
it's
Right.
just at
Of
an
that,
all-time high, bro. It's at an all-time high. It's
That's
at an
why
all
this topic is the way it is.
I like
It's
that
ignorance is
actually.
at an
I like
all-time
how you
fucking
put
high,
that.
bro.
Mhm.
Think about it, man. We've integrated so many different people between so many different societies, and we've integrated so many different things behind technology. We've integrated everything through a social norm. We have mixed children. We have all of these different things right now. And you mean to tell me that a privilege and your pride over exceeds everything that we've structurally built so that our children can come up in a society that actually thinks outside of the fucking norm? Make it
Mm,
make sense.
mm.
Right.
That's the ignorance. That's the ignorance that causes the chaos within the world that we have to speak on it. Let's stop speaking on it and let's just speak about the ignorance of people. Let's speak on that. You know what I mean?
No, it's so true because the
He said a
when you
disco light.
when you no, it's true because when you say that word ignorance, that hits deeper than a lot of other things because a lot of other people can have different opinions, they can have all this and stuff like that, but a lot of it comes out of ignorance and not understanding.
A lot of it comes out of people just being stupid. A lot of people play crazy, but I'm gonna tell you right now, a lot of people ain't crazy. They just stupid as hell.
Oh my.
They just they just stupid as
Whoa,
fuck. Like I promise you
that's
that.
true. That's true, actually. There's
I
no,
put that on my life. A lot of people are not crazy. A lot of people are not dumb. In
You
my
got the
in
right
my
person
life,
in here for that now. Jesus.
a lot of
Baby.
people that I see because I've done the counseling and everything else, they're not dumb, they're not stupid, they're just ignorant as fuck. And the thing about it is they play this crazy role because it keeps them from exposing who they are naturally as a person because they don't have the aptitude knowledge to even want to go out and learn something. The one thing that we keep out of society right now is the people that will take time out to actually engage these type of people, but nobody wants to engage somebody that's ignorant as hell because you portray this crazy role. And a lot of people are not about that fighting life. A lot of people are not about
Mm.
that drama life. So they're more standoffish. So then they have an excuse to why they act some type of way. And then the one thing that you hear a so-called crazy person say is that don't nobody mess with me. Well, of course not. If you walking around here talking the
right?
same stupid shit,
Right.
and
You're
I'm
just
about
talking
that life,
ignorant.
but I don't want to be around you. I don't.
Mm.
I hold myself to a certain standard, and that's not pride. That's not me taking my last name and saying, "Oh, well, my last name is King." No, I just don't want to be around ignorant, stupid motherfuckers. I don't. I don't. Why would I tarnish my name just to help you when I know at the end of the day, when my back is turned, you can either stab me or you'll go out and do something and then you'll call on me to help you out of a situation? That is stupid. That's stupidity on
Mm-hmm.
my part.
Mm-hmm.
Make it
No.
make sense. And what we know at this point, like I just said, ignorance is at an all time high. And by you playing ignorant, makes me stupid because guess what? The ultimate equation of life is you can't solve for y because y equals stupid, and we always ask the question, why did you do what you do? You can solve for x all day long, but why? You can't solve for y.
Right.
X, you can take a variable out of it. 3x and 16. It's 8 reasons why you're stupid.
All right.
I mean, I think a lot of people would call a lot of people ignorant, but
The whole world is ignorant. The whole world is ignorant at this point. Think about it. The whole world. The whole
then
world.
you okay, but then you put that as non okay. Ignorant is the same thing as just not being aware of things.
No, ignorance is knowing that you're doing something.
Right.
And ignorance, okay, this is just
Okay, I
me.
get
It's
what you're saying.
choosing not
Okay,
to
I get
Yeah,
what you're
it's
saying.
accept.
choosing not
Yeah,
to
Hey,
acknowledge the
yeah,
truth, and
yeah.
then
right,
and then using your own agenda to actually
right.
push forth that which causes conflict. That is ignorance. Stupidity
Okay,
is just like really not knowing, like, oh well, I come from here from Podunk, wherever in the shit I'm from, and then I'm just like, this is what I'm,
right.
what I
Okay,
know, and what I know, and nobody there being able to teach a difference, or even having the the gusto to be like, no, this is different. Like, is there a whole nother world outside of these different counties and different cities? There's a whole world.
It's a whole new world. Oh,
It's so fucking exciting. That's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it, But I can't. I definitely can't say it on my. I don't want to get you in trouble, but it's just true. Like, ignorance is at an all-time high, and stupidity is feeding it. It's really feeding into the ideology of stupidity.
okay, but stupidity and ignorance is that not the same thing?
No,
Being ignorant, isn't that just being stupid?
no, it's really not. No, being stupid means that you don't want to learn, and being an idiot just means that you know, but you just don't care.
So, okay, I get that. So being ignorant just means you actually know, but you're just being ignorant about it.
Yeah, pretty
And
much.
yep.
I actually really hate
Fishing
that word
books.
stupid. Just
Yeah, I
you
do
just
too.
may not be as
Oh
intelligent,
my
or
God,
you may.
I got Crohn's disease like hell just saying that word. It makes my IBS act up. It does. I actually have Crohn's, but I mean, when I think about it, even me thinking about it makes the acid in my stomach just bubble up. It just,
Hmm,
I gotta go take me a Prilosec now that I even thought about it. That's how I feel about it.
hmm,
I mean,
um,
honestly, I mean that once you start debunking stuff, but you have to be around, and just for that one that second question, would you like to start a new culture? Why or why not? I would love to start a new culture. I would like to start a culture of intelligent thinkers that will actually dissect the gray area, because we know the light and the dark. We know what's truth. We know what's bad. The gray area is what I feel as though a lot of different people will touch on to get their agenda across, as far as like how this world is leading right now. And I think it is, as far as politics, as far as race relations, as far as just governmental control. I think that I would definitely like to start a new culture. But I want to start it with everybody as far as intelligent thinking.
Yes, yes. You're talking. You're talking. Now. You're talking.
okay,
We
but
getting
okay,
somewhere.
okay. If you guys started a whole new culture, who
Yeah,
would rule it, and who would determine who could be in this new culture? Like, this is the thing. Like
I would spread it
cul-
out
What?
cul-
like
isn't culture isn't culture
Rude.
where you're raised, or isn't culture like your history?
God no. God no. Culture has been manipulated throughout time. Culture is not culture anymore. That is just some brand that they put on something because it's identified. There's Southern culture, there's Creole culture, there's Asian culture, Chinese culture. Culture is everywhere. It doesn't even, it's not even really depicted behind a race or a genre of people. It's real deal like understanding that there are laws and principles behind that said thing. Because when you think about it, like Asian culture, right? Is
Uh-huh.
you gotta look at it as far as like the culture of Asia. You got Genghis Khan, you got all of these samurais, you got all the Chinese culture, North South Korea, you got
Right.
the Philippines, you got all of these different things. But we need representatives to actually explain to the people because I don't understand the Philippine culture. I don't understand all of the Japanese culture. I love it because it's something different. But if we start here in America, right, and we start right here in the South, because I'm from Alabama, so when we start here in the South, it's like, okay, who's gonna step outside of their social norm and actually engulf in something that's different than that? Let's leave the race out of it and say, okay, we're gonna actually take apart all of this hatred, and we're gonna take this hatred and we're gonna put it in this box. We're never gonna go back to it again. Now, what do we do moving forward? Because in the South, when you look at it, there are farmers that are just as poor as inner city people, but they make it work, as opposed to financial struggles that people go through in the inner city.
Right. I get what you're
That's not
saying with the farmers.
that's
Yeah.
that's that's not a black or white thing. That is a state control thing. So when we get into the actual analytical and the intelligence side of it, race is not a problem anymore. It's about state control. You know what I'm saying? We get our
Uh-huh.
feelings involved in race. But when we start to understand how we're being programmed by our state laws and legislation and what we can have and what we can't have, then we get on the same talking path. We get on the same thing where it's just like, okay, well, I thought you guys were doing better than us, but you're not. Y'all are there, but y'all are just as poor as us out here. Then race is not a thing anymore.
I'm back,
Well,
baby.
yeah, I see you, Cup.
It's not a thing anymore.
Right. It's just a culture thing, or not even a culture thing. I get
No.
what you're saying.
It's a
Yeah.
control thing.
It's a
It's a
yeah.
control thing. It's a control thing because think
Mhm.
about it like this. If I walk into Ruth Chris with a jogging suit on, I could have I could have no money in my pocket. Let's say I have $40 in my pocket, but I have $1,500 in my account, right? And I go in there, order a nice steak and everything else, but I got a hoodie on. Everybody that's in there in a suit is gonna look at me like, oh my God, I feel uncomfortable.
Mm.
Right?
Mhm.
Right or
Mhm.
wrong, right?
Right,
Right. Right. Yeah.
But if I
right.
sit at a table and I'm polite to the waiter, the waiters keep coming, they keep coming, they check on me, whatever the case may be, and then I leave a tip and I walk out past the person in a Vera Wayne dress or Vera Wayne suit or whatever they got on, right? But I'm a regular. I don't fit the social norm. So in that point, people need to start looking at it. It's like, well, why do I have to wear a suit to come and eat a steak?
Mm.
Why do I have to be fancy to come to Ruth Chris? Why do
Well,
I have to? Why do I have to? Why? Why does Ruth Chris allow? Why does the owner of this restaurant, this particular restaurant, allow a person in here to dress like he dresses? But he's why? See, now we start to unravel social norms because when you go to a fancy restaurant, You're supposed to look the part of what? Not
The
of
high roller,
yourself.
of a high roller, yeah.
You have to fit the social norm of the restaurant that you're at, right? You have to
Right.
fit the social norm of what the standard, what one standard was. But that one standard of that restaurant does not equivalent to the standard of your life.
So BJ McCoy, welcome back.
See, that's thinking out. That's thinking outside of the box because I've done that before. I've actually done that.
I got 8 more minutes. I'm getting tired now.
Yeah, I got you, bro. I
I've been
got you.
on here
But
Yeah,
for
we got
I
you,
just
Ken.
want to come
We
in
got you,
here
Ken.
and just show you some love, man. I always
Oh
mess
yeah,
with
for
you,
sure. You already know, man. I
and
appreciate it.
sometimes I be at work because I drive for FedEx, so I can't just jump in the box and talk. But I listen to you throughout the day. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
And a lot of your subjects, I be sitting, I be like, oh, I wish I wasn't driving right now, you know. But like I said, man, I just came through showing love, man.
What? BJ McCoy done popped up in the box? What?
Hmm.
What's the deal,
Meant
BJ?
to do that.
Nope, it's a wrap. You can't
You
take it
there?
back. You stuck. You're locked in here now.
Oh no.
You really
Everybody
became
will
one
make
of
fun of
us.
my accent.
Huh?
Everybody will make fun of my accent.
Nobody care about
I
that,
know
man.
nobody cares about
I
your
promise
We're
I
just
accent.
going
won't.
to just
Come on,
stop and
man.
say, hey,
I
Right?
everybody
promise
talk
I
about her
won't.
accent.
I promise I
Nah,
Man,
man.
I'm
won't.
so hick. I'm as hick as the day is long.
How you feeling, man?
All good, all good. Do you want to pipe in on the conversation, or did you have a?
Well, y'all talking about culture. I think that's things to be celebrated in a group of people's past.
Hmm.
And I don't understand a lot of this race appropriation thing because I feel like, once somebody gets it out there and it's beautiful and everybody loves it, that means I can't use it because it belongs to somebody else.
Hmm.
Right.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Like this thing about braids, okay? All different cultures have been braiding their hair for centuries. Celts, I'm Irish, and Celts have been braiding their hair for centuries.
Hmm.
Y'all are
So I
listen.
don't,
I'm
I
gonna tell
don't,
you what.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
I'm explaining it to you right now, right?
Okay.
You have here within the United States of America a bunch of people that get on this app and they listen to people that are not educated in any other culture. Chinese people have been braiding their hair. The Celtics have been braiding their hair. You go back, you look at Braveheart, and even the men were wearing plaits, braids, everything else. Let me tell you something. You wear your hair the way you want to, and don't let anybody on here tell you any different. It existed in Hawaiian culture. It existed in the Asian culture. It
In
existed in
Supreme
Europe.
Court.
French braids. It has a name for a reason.
Supreme Court, they used to wear wigs. Those guys used to wear the wigs
Exactly.
with the
The
Exactly.
powdered
rollers
wigs.
It,
on them. Yeah, I don't know what that used to be called, but the ones with the roller, the guys that
That's
used to go
back
with
when
the
they couldn't wash
courtroom.
their
the
hair all the time.
pompadour, the
So I'm feeling lazy today.
Nasty ass,
powdered
they
wigs.
wanted bad hair day.
I wish I would go to a club and
Or hide the bald
see a
head.
sister with a powdered wig on. I'd snatch her shit all the way back. I'd pull out fresh edges. That shit with a
Not the
powdered
fresh
wig
edges.
on.
I mean,
I
listen, for
swear to
me,
Christmas.
I understand the whole culture behind the braids and everything like that and stuff like that and why it was representative and stuff like that and why it could be offensive. And I get all that, right?
It's not
Yeah, like
offensive.
like
That's the
Bo Derek
that's what
on
I'm telling you
10.
now.
However,
It's not offensive.
That was pretty
It's not
obvious.
offensive.
but what I want to
Even
say
in
is that,
Belgium.
however, I also feel that I think people voice their opinion a little bit too much sometimes, and it's just like, just let people do. Like, if they want to wreck their hair and put it in braids, let them do it.
I'm gonna tell you
Who?
right now, with all of the growth hormones that we have in America, half of these women that talk about I guess Caucasian women wearing their hair like that, they can't even grow hair. So there, I said it. I said it.
No,
That's what I'm
I,
saying. But
I said it. I said it.
okay,
I
no, my
said it
man's
because
my
you
man's
said
just
it
switched
His
for
his
me.
son
name
growth
up. I
hormone
just thought
no,
about
it's
who this is.
He said it for me. He said it for me.
I said
it
it. I
causes
said it
baldness.
because the thing about it is this. The thing about it
Listen,
is this. We cannot move forward off of petty like petty things that people say. Like I feel like this. If you want to do something, as long as you're happy doing it, as long as it's not violent or it doesn't disrupt the nature of something, do what you do. Who in the hell is really out here protesting over braids?
Well, it isn't just braids. It's music. It's headdresses.
Oh,
Like Deaf Boy Cotton. He's a wonderful American Sign Language person,
Hmm.
and he does songs. But he's also a black, what he called black Seminole. So he wore a
Mm.
headdress, and oh man, he caught all kinds of hell. And I was trying to
of
defend him,
course.
like, that's part of his culture. That's what he grew up with, is being called an Indian. And they're like, well, that's not, Seminoles don't even wear hairdresses. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Man, shit. If they don't,
Mm.
It's just his culture grew up, since the 1800s,
Mm.
identifying with that culture. So it's part of his culture now.
I trust me. I'm from Alabama, so I done seen all type of
okay,
parades.
okay. So this, sorry, guys. I just gotta address this. So, no facts. Listen, I don't sit on this app and say anything that I wouldn't say to you in to your face. That's just me. There's other people on here that will say a whole bunch of shit on here and won't, and I get what you're saying. Won't say it to your face. I get that. But I'm not that type. So don't come on this panel and say that we're like that because
No, no, no. I'm not saying you
not
were.
you, DJ. Not
I,
no, hun, no, not anybody on this. I'm talking to the person in the comments there
In
that
the
that
comments.
person that was
Mm.
addressing me. Like,
oh,
listen, anything I gotta say, I'm gonna say to you in your face. So if I tell you fuck you, I'm gonna tell you fuck you in your face.
Mm-mm.
To
Not the
the
face.
face.
No,
To
straight
the
up. No, straight
face.
up. No, 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 listen. No, no, that's how I am on this. If I say that I don't like something, I don't like it in real life,
Yeah, because
Hmm.
that's facts.
right?
And see, that's the part right there, right?
That
That's
people
what I was
don't get,
talking about earlier. That ignorance, you can't solve for why.
right?
So if you can't solve for why, then we don't address why. We just let why sit where it's at. You know what I'm
Mm.
Mm,
saying? We skip on to the next problem because what we're trying to solve right now is cultural barriers, right? Now, you see, we having a conversation and everything is flowing smooth, but ignorance is always around when you're trying to solve the whole equation. See,
mm,
why doesn't even have a variable? It's only one y at this point, right? So that part of the equation, right? You don't even look at it. You don't even look at it. So you got the 2x, you got the 14 in the house, you got 36 somewhere, and then you just trying to break it down. Order of operations. That's what it is.
Mm.
Life is order of
Right.
operations. That's it. And our problems that we have between these cultural boundaries is order of operations. We got to fix house first.
mm.
We have to all fix our houses first.
Got to, man.
It's
True.
it's just facts. And like I
Yeah.
said, I don't say anything that I would normally say when I'm counseling people.
Hmm.
There's no
the
And
cultural
first
that
thing you
and
boundaries.
got to do is
All
get some good
yeah,
people in office.
yeah. Huh?
Good people in office is what we need. They're all just in it for the
Oh yeah.
money.
We definitely we still got people in office that voted against or voted for Jim Crow. They're still
You're
there.
serious.
They're still there. I promise you, they're still there. They're still state senate representatives. You got Kay Ivey there for Alabama. You got all of these other ones here from Alabama that's still trying to run and get her up out of there. Man, these people don't care about. They don't even care about their own race at this point. They
You're
really
right.
don't.
It's just the
They don't.
elites. I mean, at least when it
They
come to
don't
money, they don't
care.
care about that.
And I think that's the all known truth that needs to
They
be
got
told.
crabs in a barrel of theory, and they got crabs in a barrel with the poor people too. I mean, it work both
I'm
ways.
telling you right now,
I ain't no
and
It
damn
all
crab in
started
no
with
barrel.
lobbying.
this
Lobbying
is
started that whole thing.
Hmm.
this is a
That's
real
when money
fact.
started changing hands. Money to
This
contributions.
this is a fact that people need to understand. And I'm gonna say this, and then I'm out, bro.
Political contributions.
What we need to understand is this: is that you have people on both sides of the fence that don't even care about their own race of people. It's all about what they can get as far as tax money and as far as what you owe behind what you do. When we start to
Hmm.
understand that as a people in every state representative and what they say they're gonna do and what they don't do, once we understand that, then we understand the positional power that every person within the United States of America has.
Hmm.
There are white people against other white people. There are black people against other black people. There are
Right.
even at this point in our congressional seats right now, right, that are against Hispanics, the Latinos, and then you look at it on a broader spectrum. Nobody cares about the people. What we pay in taxes goes right to the lobbyists. It goes right to those people that will make the laws that makes it difficult for us to even survive. Once we understand that,
Like instead of saving the banks, they should have gave us that money.
no,
Hmm.
but see, that's the thing about it. Because when you put ignorance into that money, then you understand that nobody's safe.
I
Because
mean,
think
they didn't
about it.
use that money for good. They gave their executives big
If they
bonuses.
get, I'm gonna tell you right now, if they had gave it to one of my homeboys, or let's say I got two homeboys, I got a Bubba that live in the country, and I got one of my partners from the city. They'd have shitted that money off. That money wouldn't have been no damn good.
Yeah, but
I'm
it
gonna
would
tell
have
you that
trickled
right
up
now.
instead of trickling down.
Shit, it would have trickled up. It wouldn't have trickled up for me.
They would have tripled that. They would have tripled
It
that.
wouldn't have trickled up for the family. It wouldn't have trickled up for the kids. It'll trickle down because guess what? Now you got extra spending money. What they needed to do was put that money. What they need to do right now at this point is to collect that money within every state and it actually pay off the debt of the citizens, and then say, okay, now this is your chance to do something. Raise raise the minimum wage, raise salaries, raise something with the people that are actually out here making you money behind companies. The problem is at this point is that the money goes right into the hands of the lobbyists and then they do what they want to do. How many times have you rode down a road within your city and you hit pothole after pothole after pothole? There's somebody in charge of that. Where is that money going?
Your
Their
money is going
pockets,
into that. Your money's
pocket
supposed
in
to be
their
going into
pocket in
that.
their pocket.
It's the government.
Exactly.
Shoot, I know
So
my
then what
county's corrupt.
So what we need to
Listen,
start doing, and this is just a message for everybody that's listening. What we need to start doing is actually auditing our counties. We need to audit our governors. We need to audit our mayors. We need to audit these people that sit in our council seats. Audit them to see where the money is going. And I bet you we will start to see a change. And it's not about black or white. It's about us as people, as
Hmm.
human beings.
Yeah.
the one thing,
We need to audit our counties. Start auditing them.
listen, all I gotta say is that you guys can all do what you need to do down in the States, but your government is corrupt. It always will be. It never looks out for you guys. It looks out for just the country and the money and the politics and the toxicity of it all. At the end,
Capitalism.
at the end of the day, move to Canada. That's all I gotta say, Kev.
Okay,
Move to
so
Canada. We're the
Costa
best.
okay,
Rica.
so
We're
let me
like
ask you a question.
we have good health care. We go. You don't have to worry about health care. You can go to hospital. You know, we're good. Come to Canada.
Come to Canada.
Yes, sir.
It's too cold.
So let
No,
me
it's
ask
not.
you.
It's not cold here. We're hot right now. I'm like 95, 97 degrees right now. What are you
Okay, so
talking
Chill
about?
winter.
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. What
Hey,
is the
after you do
social
it, I'm about to call. I'm about to fall asleep again.
Yeah,
what
yeah.
is the social climate like? If I came to Canada, right?
Right.
Like would I be greeted or would I be just like
Oh,
looked at it like, oh,
you'd be greeted. You'd be greeted.
I'd be
100%.
greeted?
Oh,
Okay.
100%. We're multicultural up here. We love everybody. You know, if you come in respectfully, you come up the right way, we'll accept
That's
you
what
in,
she
no
said.
problem. No,
I gotta go work on cars. Bye.
no, we're very adaptable up here. We don't carry a lot of the issues that you guys do down there. I hate to say it, but like political, races, all that, we have it up here, but it's not the forefront of our country. We don't work on
Mm.
that. We work on like respect and just bringing you on. Once you disrespect, then you're out of our country. But
Mm.
yeah,
Oh,
no, yeah, Canada doesn't work the same as America. Not at all. Not at all.
well,
Like
hell,
Canada, the government the government's fucked up here, but it does take care of its people. Like especially medically. Like I that just blows my mind how your government does not take care of you guys medically. Nobody should ever have to worry about going into a hospital and getting care.
Mm.
oh yeah. Well, I mean, the thing about it is this in America, what we know for a fact is that our healthcare here, and I hate to say it, but our healthcare here is in wherever you're at. It's about where you're at. A lot of times, we deal with a lot of issues as far as like the pregnancy thing and the cancer and stuff like that. But we have certain hospitals that tend to it. But they're majority for the children. We don't have that I know of, and I've been alive for 40 years. I'll be 40 in August. That actually tend to, or specialists that actually deal with it that way. It's just something for comfort. Um, but here in America, the reason why our rate is so high is because of the food and the production of it, and what our diet was before it. Our food is tainted. We know that. There's no way to hide it. It's tainted. It's half of it ain't real, and it is what it is, and that's the way of the world right now.
And that's the thing. We have a lot of larger FDA approved rules up here, like a lot of things
Yeah,
that
we
you
got it
guys
here too,
approve.
but it
Yeah.
it it
But
slips
a,
it
but a
slips
lot of
through.
things you guys approve, we don't approve up here. So hold on, I'm just reading the comments here right now. Sorry to interrupt you, Broderick, but I'm just
Yeah,
reading the
you good.
comments here. And he's like, okay, I started on Canada, and he's like, Federal Reserve. So
Yeah,
you're
Canada got
you're
a
all
lot of
for the
racist issues.
government. You'll tell you what you work, what happened. No freedom of speech in Canada, misgender someone and go to jail in Canada. What are you talking about? We have no freedom of speech. We have more freedom of speech up here than you guys do. And nobody goes to jail for misgender up here, one and foremost. And well, what part? Okay, I'm on the West Coast, first and foremost. And it doesn't matter what part of Canada, we're all the same government. And Canada's got race. Yeah, we got racists up here. I'm not going to say we don't. I never said we don't. I actually said we do have our issues up here. So I'm not lying. And doctors can't help you if you don't help yourself. Stuff body garbage. If you got a broken leg and a broken arm in America, you're good. Really?
I heard
Okay.
you ain't.
So
I
you
heard you
go
not.
so you go to emergency room with a broken arm and a broken leg and you're good? You'll get fixed. But are you gonna get a bill? Are you
Yeah,
gonna get
you're
a
gonna get a
bill?
bill. Yeah, you get a bill for $1,300.
Exactly. In Canada, you get zero, buddy. Zero. You don't have to worry about it. You get it fixed, then you go to the therapy, then you get it, then you go after you to the specialist and everything, and you don't have to worry about it. It's all paid for and everything. So tell me
And
something
everything
different.
and everything
Tell me
that you
something
talked about,
different.
everything you
We have
talked
we
about
have a
right now
year,
in America.
we have a year of maternity leave.
Hey, check this out. Everything
When a woman gives birth to a baby, we think that she deserves time off. We give her a year off to be with her child. And a
man, they get
man actually can take 6 months of maternity leave as well. So you tell
wow.
me how our medical is. Get the fuck out of here, man.
I'm gonna tell you right now. You break your hand right here in America, right? You break your hand right now, right? You gotta pay when you go to the triage or emergency care, right? You gotta sit for at least 4 to 5, 6 hours. This is before COVID. This is before COVID, right? You have to sit in a waiting room, and then when you get back there, they ask you, "Oh, well, how did you break your hand, or how did you break your arm or your leg or whatever the case, right?" And if it's not too bad, if you don't have a compound fracture or a hyperextended fracture, then you know what they do? They set your leg and they wrap the cast around it. You get a bill for that, and then you have to go to if it's bad, if it's broken, if you break a bone, then you have to have surgery. So they may keep you. So that is at least $800 a night, and then say if you have to have emergency surgery, right? Something's pressing against a vessel or something like that. You don't really see it. They just show you the bone is broken. They don't show you the actual X-rays of the vessels and the tissues and the muscles, right? So then you got to pay for anesthesia. You got to pay for the doctor to come off
Right.
his golfing
Every
trip.
little thing.
You got to
Every.
pay for you got to pay for the Hops's nurse that's going to be there because it's always going
Mm-hmm.
to be one nurse
Yep.
assigned to you, and then you have recovery. So then you got to pay for the IV bag, the machines,
Right.
the
Yep.
heart monitors. You got to pay for the bed that you lay on each night that you're there, and then you got to pay for TOC, which
Right.
is the recovery part of them actually scratching your leg
Therapy.
out. But guess what?
Yep.
You don't stay in a TOC hospital. You have to schedule appointments.
Yeah.
And then you got to
Yeah.
walk in with this COVID mask because
Yeah.
apparently COVID's gone, but they don't want you to breathe on everything. So go
Mm-hmm.
figure that pattern out. And then you go in there, and then you got a person that'll twist and bend your joints to make sure. Damn the
Listen,
bone is
I
broken. Let's look at the joints, right? And then guess what? Every time you go to a specialist or every time you even check in before you even see a doctor, guess what? You gotta pay a copay fee. We're not gonna bill you later. We need that money now.
right.
Now
And then
somebody tell
you
me I'm lying from America. Tell me I'm lying.
So,
so listen,
um,
I had neck surgery during COVID.
Oh God.
mm,
Exactly. So I didn't have to pay for any of that. It was emergency. It was a when we first all went in lockdown in March and April. I was the only person in the hospital. I didn't have to pay for that. I didn't have to worry about that. My medical all paid for that.
Shit. I don't even know about COVID. I'm gonna tell you right now, I've been an essential worker for 2 years. I've been an essential worker for 2 years. I have never taken a day off. I worked when COVID was at its height. When it dropped down, they had all these different variants. I have been an essential worker for COVID since it started.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at okay, this who is this? Israel music?
that's
Music
what you
real. Okay,
call.
whatever. I'm not lying.
That's
What do
old
you-
school. He doing his what
Somebody
he do
paid
all the
for it.
time.
Man. But
Listen,
I'm gonna tell you right now,
listen.
if old
I
school if
get what
old
you're
school
saying
got his
that
packages,
I get
if
what you're
old
saying.
school
Somebody
got his
paid for it and
packages
all that.
from FedEx, he know for a fact that FedEx was running 24/7 We deliver to every hospital.
He
We
said
deliver.
hanging on the street corner is not an essential worker. Buddy, like fuck off. I was
Oh yeah,
I worked for the
y'all
liquor
going
board.
back and
I
forth.
worked for the liquor board. If we
I
shut
did
down the
too.
liquor stores during COVID, everybody would have been going fucking crazy.
Crazy. Yeah, I worked for the
We
ABC
worked
board during
straight,
COVID.
listen, I worked straight
Shit
through
me.
COVID. We could not shut down the warehouse.
The
We had to keep
only time
we had
is
to keep the liquor out there.
if a person contracted COVID, they would shut it down then, and they would bring a
Not
team in to
even.
clean it.
Had
They
to
would
be
bring
more
a
than
team
10
in to clean it
people.
here within the states, because I was working for the ABC board here, and they shut it down, and they came in and cleaned, and then it was a day, and then they brought everybody back in, and nobody wanted to touch nothing. We didn't want to
Right.
touch. We really didn't want to touch money, but then they were just like, "Y'all wear gloves." They did so much heinous shit to us, and that's why I'm saying like people here within the states need to start actually auditing and calling for audits within our state representatives to get that money to where it needs to be, which is back with us. Because no matter what anybody says, we weren't paid fairly for that shit. We weren't taken care of during that time. We weren't Nobody looked at us as being important. We were just essential.
Right.
Essential is not
We didn't get
important.
paid.
Essential is not important. Essential is a necessity. That's
Mm-hmm.
what essential workers mean. You were a necessity to the way of life of people, because you can shut down everything. But if a person, like you said, if a person can't go to a liquor store and buy the liquor that they need, or if a person can't get food, if a person can't do this or that, that is essential to their life. An essential
Mm-hmm.
worker, we were working for the people.
Right.
The government was
Exactly.
taking fucking trips. They were all in fucking Hawaii and on the river fishing and all type of shit.
Yeah. I mean, we were considered essential workers, but we weren't getting paid essential pay.
That was just a title. It was just a title.
Bullshit.
Oh, you're essential. They wanted to make everybody feel important. We weren't fucking important.
You didn't need alcohol. Alcohol wasn't essential,
Shit.
but everybody needed it during COVID, didn't they? We didn't shut
Hell yeah, I
down.
know I did.
Anyway,
I know I
Kev,
did.
Kev, you still awake with us, hon?
I was just about to say I'm waiting for this. As
Yeah.
soon as y'all breathe, I was about to say I'm out. All right,
Well,
y'all.
look,
I'm gonna
bro.
be on later though,
All right.
man. I'm trying
Okay,
to get
I'll
on
Kev.
be I'll be
later.
with you, bro. Hey, good chatting with you, bro.
Oh yeah, for sure, man.
Product, nice meeting you. I followed you as well, so
Yeah,
nice
Broderick,
meeting
cool
you.
people, man. He been around for a
Okay.
while.
Yeah, I'm finna hold on, man. Let me click on your let me see. I think I already. I'm gonna follow you back. Yep, there it is.
Mhm.
There you go.
Got
That's old school. This boy didn't keep getting blocked out of here. That's what happened.
it.
Next time I
He a
jump on
whole
here, man,
different
I'm gonna
person
show
when
my
he in the
face.
box, though.
Yeah, next time I jump on here, man, I'm gonna show my face, man.
Yeah. All right, Kev. You know, I've been gone for a minute, but much love
Oh yeah,
always.
for
Hey,
sure,
man.
man.
The sun catching me. I'm in trouble.
Not me. It's only three. Well, it's
Right.
3
I'm
a.m.
about to
here.
see the sun
Yeah,
too. Well, the sun is
you.
here.
Yeah, the sun for
Yeah,
you
the
guys
sun
is.
catching
That's
me,
right, not
nigga. I'm
me.
gonna go
I'm
ahead
on
and
the I'm on the West Coast. So, all right, guys. Good night. Have a good one, and
All
I'll
right.
see you
Good
guys
night,
next time.
man.
oh yeah,
Good looks,
yeah.
y'all. Appreciate y'all. I'll try to
You
be
know
on
it.
later.
Get you a couple more
Okay. Good
likes up
night,
here.
Kev.
There
Get
you
some
go.
sleep.
Get you a couple more likes. There you
Mm-mm.
go.
There we go. I'll take. Right. There we go. Push it on. All right, man. Right. That's the rush fan. It's like the. All right. All
Tap
right.
tap
Catch
tap
y'all,
tap
man.
tap tap tap.
Right. That makes it like the faster you do it.